Yo guys, and welcome back to a new series on this channel. In this series we will be building this social media platform that you can see in front of you now. We will be beginning from scratch, from absolutely zero knowledge of Laravel to this social media up and running. We will learn how to install Laravel, how the databases work, how controllers and REST API works, how to set up authentication in Laravel, and then finally how to build up this React application, how we can embed a React application within Laravel and communicate between the two. We will also be looking at things like file uploads for adding images to posts. We also have a comment and like system, and these use Redis as a catch for more efficient lookups. We also have a way to follow users, so I can follow this coolest kid, which I'm already following. I can follow them or unfollow them. We have this page here where we can see all the people that we follow. We can view the posts of this coolest kid guy and a lot more. We can also visit our own profile and upload a banner and avatar and update our biography. So if you want to learn how to build this social media project, then please follow along. We will start by setting up Laravel, getting used to all of the Laravel fundamentals. So you need practically zero knowledge of Laravel before starting this tutorial. So let's get up and running, shall we? Today we're going to take a look at how to set up Laravel. Laravel is a really neat framework for building web applications. And these can be classic full-stack applications where you have route handling, but also server-side rendered templates. In this case, Laravel uses the Blade templating engine. We can also have just an API backend, a simple API backend with just route handling, and we have a separate frontend with something like React or Vue, or maybe even a mobile application with Flutter. And we also have something I call a hybrid full stack, and this is where we have components where we can write actual PHP that will be ran on the front end as well. So we have some sort of component based, just like we have React, Vue or Svelte, but we can actually write this full stack without having to use a framework. We can also use a framework with Inertia, for example. So that is something we'll look at in a future tutorial. Clearly there are many options available depending on your use case. And what makes Laravel so good is that we have a lot of built-in functionality by default. It's a very fully-fledged framework. We have so many different components and things that we can add to our Laravel standard feature set to make it really awesome and easy to work with. For example, we have a built-in authentication by default, we have a validation of our requests, and even email sending is built in Laravel. And so much more. There's so much built-in functionality in Laravel that we can take advantage of to make a really awesome application. So let's go ahead and install Laravel. For that we will need to have PHP installed on our system, of course, since Laravel is based on PHP. And we also need to have a web server running. In this case we're going to be using Nginx, but we can also use Apache if that is your preferred choice. And we also need Composer to install our PHP packages and dependencies. So how can we install this easily? Well, traditionally you would probably want to use something like XAMPP. At least if you're running on Windows, XAMPP provides a really easy way to get going with Apache and MySQL database. Setting up a web server is very easy with XAMPP. But something that is even easier than XAMPP is actually something known as Herd. Herd is a one-click development environment that sets up PHP, Composer and an Nginx server very quickly and easily for you. You can even manage your Laravel sites with Herd. So it's very easy to use and we don't need to do a lot of the configuration that we would need to do if we were using XAMPP. So let's go ahead and install Herd. So here I'm just on their webpage, herd.laravel.com, and I press download for Windows. And then we run the Herd installer from our downloads folder. And when that's installed, let's open it up. Allow access. And let's get started. So there's something known as Herd Pro, but we're not going to be using that. The free version suffices definitely, so we can skip that. And there we go, setup completed. We now have Herd, PHP, Composer and Laravel ready to go. So to create a new Laravel page, let's open up Herd in our terminal. We do cd herd when we have opened command line. And then we can do Laravel, new, and then the name of our page. And in this case, we're making a social media, so we call it social media. So now we're running the Laravel installer. We get to choose if we want to use a starter kit or not. And there are Laravel Breeze and Laravel Jetstream, and these are for authentication. But we are not going to be using authentication just yet, so we'll just skip that starter kit. And then we get to choose a testing framework. Here I'm going to pick Pest since it's a bit more modern than PHP Unit. And then Laravel will scaffold and create a lot of folders and download a lot of files. And this will take a little moment. And then we get to pick a database. And here I'm going to use SQLite. And I will actually store a database file on our computer. We could, of course, set up a MySQL environment or a PostgreSQL environment. But here I'm just going to use an SQL database since it's very easy to work with a local file. Then we can navigate to our new page with CD social media, and then open it up with herd open, and this will open it in our browser. And won't you look at that, we can actually access it from socialmedia.test. If you don't have a code editor already, I definitely recommend checking out Visual Studio Code. It's a really neat free to use code editor with loads of built-in extensions to make it really powerful. And one of the extensions that I recommend here is to use PHP IntelliFence. And this is a really nice code intelligence plugin which will make working with PHP much easier in Visual Studio Code. So go ahead and install that if you don't have it already. So if we now open up our scaffolded projects, we can take a look at the folders and files that have been created for us. So app is where most of the high level coding happens. This is where you're going to have majority of your code. All of the other folders here are mostly for low-level configuration and other files that Laravel needs to use. But app is where most of your code will be written. And in here we have a folder called controllers. And this is because Laravel follows the MVC pattern, the model view controller pattern. And that is about creating a data model, a model where you have services and models and database communications and stuff like that. And then we have controllers. And controllers get input from your HTTP routes, parses it and does some other stuff, and also communicates with HTTP before it then passes it on to your data model. And models is where we have our data model, where we have our representation of our entities in our database. And we also have the config folder. Here we configure a lot of the options that are provided by Laravel to configure things like app, database, setting up different things like course, and all kinds of possible things you can configure and customize inside config. Then we have a database, and this is where we have a lower level database stuff. We have stuff like migrations, but now since we're running SQLite, we also have our database, our actual SQLite file being stored inside the database. So everything that belongs to the low-level database stuff happens in database. Then we have resources, and this is where we have things like our views. We might also have JavaScript and CSS files and all other resources that we might display to a user. We also have the public folder, and this is where our Laravel application actually starts and kind of bootstraps, and we have some basic startup code. This is pretty low level, so you should probably not fiddle too much with the public folder. And then we have our tests folder, and this is where we will write our unit tests and stuff like that in the future. We also have a routes folder, and this is where we will actually write our routes. We will write the routes and then map them to a controller. And I will show that in just a moment. And then we also have the .env file, and this is where we will have environment variables for our applications. We'll have things like secret passwords, connection strings, all kinds of configuration, but also a lot of credentials, things like database credentials, which you definitely don't want to share with anyone. So you do not want to push this to version control like Git, for example. We want to keep this private on our developer machines. We do not want to share this with anyone. So how do we actually add a new route to our application? Well, we will be using this routes directory that I was talking about. And in here we will find the web.php file. And this is where we will have our so-called web routes, the ones that we actually want the user to be able to access, the ones that we want the browser to access, and not just the API routes that the browser would access in the background. We would have the actual front-facing user routes that they will type into their browser. So if we take a look at this web.php file, it will look something like this. We'll have the PHP starting tag to denote that we are starting some PHP code. So in here we will define a new route, and we use route get to denote this is for a get request. This is not a post request or a delete request. It's a get request that is often typed into the browser. And this is the index route, so the root route. We specify just a slash, and then we specify the callback function that we want to be run whenever this route is hit. And what happens inside this callback function? Well, we return a view. We return the welcome view. So this will simply display our welcome view to the user. So what if we wanted to add a new route, maybe something like /test? Well, we can do it very similarly with route get test, and we add a new callback function, and in here we simply return a different view. So notice here that we specify a different view called test. Where are these views actually stored? How can we manipulate these views? So if you remember, I talked about this resources folder, and in here we can find the views folder, and this is where we will place our views. And notice here we have our welcome.blade.php, and that matches the view name that we specified inside of our route handler. So here we have welcome.blade.php, and what if we wanted to add a new view? Well, we added one. We added a new route for test, so now we need to add a new view for test. So in here we add test.blade.php, and inside of here we can write some other HTML and CSS that we want to be displayed when we hit the test view. So if I now type in the test view, we can see another page, and that is exactly what we have inside our test view. So there are lots of things to learn about this Blade templating language. We can actually use expressions here to take in PHP variables and render them inside our Blade files. Even loop through things and do really fancy stuff with this Blade. And I will make a future video on how to actually use Blade, but this is just an introductory setup installation guide. Today we're going to look on how to set up a database inside of Laravel. But what is actually a database? A database is an organized collection of structured information. And this means that we have a collection where we are able to put all of our data, things like users or posts or anything, and store them persistently. So which database management systems are actually available in Laravel? Well, we have the usual one, MySQL. We also have MariaDB, PostgreSQL, SQLite, and SQL Server. So these are the ones that are supported with first-class support in Laravel. And these are all relational databases in some form. But what is a relational database? A relational database is a database where the data pieces are stored with relation to other data in the database. And they are often stored in something known as a table. And you might know what a table is. A table is something like this, right? So we have our columns, which is the ID, name, user ID, and cost, and we have the rows. And the rows are the actual data that we store inside of our columns. So we might have one with this ID, with this specific cost, with this specific user ID. We might have another one with this ID, with that specific user ID and that cost, and another one. So you get the picture. We are storing things inside of tables. We have one single field where we store some form of value. And this ID column here is what's known as the primary key of this table. And that means that this is the primary identifier for our data. So if we want to talk about this svelte well, we would often reference it by its ID 3. That is the primary key, and that is what we want to be uniquely identifying. If we had the name here as the primary key, well, we would be in great trouble because there are two rows with the same name, two rows with the name svelte. So we want something to uniquely identify our data. So there are primary keys, but there is also a concept of foreign keys. So what is a foreign key? Well, it's a column that is linked to another column in a different table. So you can see that they form a relationship. So how do these foreign keys actually work? Well, suppose we have these two tables. We have a posts table and a users table. And in the posts table, we are storing some different posts. And in the users table, we are storing the users that have registered an account on our website. So what is the foreign key here? Well, it's the user ID column in our posts table. So look at this. We have this user ID here, 1 and 1, and they are mapped to the primary key inside of our users table. So these two posts, my first post and I love cats, they belong to the user with ID 1. So they belong to the user with the username test@gmail.com. And they are linked here with a foreign key. We can also add constraints here to say that we should not be able to create a post with a user ID that doesn't exist. We don't want to have orphaned posts which don't belong to any user. So we can get all the posts that belong to this user, and we model it by using foreign keys. And the same goes here for this other post. We can see it has the user ID 2. Well, then it's mapped to the cool kid guy. He has that another post. That is the one that belongs to him. So we are going to be working with something known as an ORM inside of Laravel. You could be querying the database directly by using SQL statements and things like that, but we are going to be using something known as an ORM, and it stands for Object Relational Mapper. And the reason that we are doing this is because we have a very object-oriented mindset when we are working with Laravel. We define things in terms of classes. We have classes in Laravel, and we don't have classes in our databases. We have tables, so we need to have a way to communicate with our database while we still have our object-oriented mindset. So we are gonna still have our classes, but we need a way to convert that. And an object relational mapper will do that automatically for us. It's kind of like a magic. It will generate SQL queries for us that we can use, so we can still use our classes and talk to the classes and have an object-oriented mindset and simply just talk to the database. So it will convert those terms into a language that our database will understand. So what are the advantages of using Eloquent ORM? Well, first and foremost, it greatly improves the developer experience. So since we are used to working with an object-oriented mindset, we can have much less boilerplate code. We can simply write much less code and overall get a much better developer experience. It makes things a lot easier for us. It also creates an abstraction over the database engine that we are using. We don't need to know all the implementation details of our database engine. We could even switch out. We could say that this is database agnostic because we could switch out the database that we are using, since we aren't really using any of the features. We are speaking directly to an ORM, so we have another layer on top of the database layer. And there are, of course, some disadvantages as well. For example, there might be a slight performance overhead to how things are done. If you are writing really optimized SQL queries, then you might be able to fine-tune your performance. And it's also kind of like a black box. Sometimes you don't really know what's going on underneath. If you don't really fully know how your ORM works and what kind of queries it creates, you might potentially get into a performance problem, because maybe it generates a query in a way that maybe you wouldn't have written that query. And if you don't fully understand how it works, it can kind of become like a black box where you don't really know what the tool you are working with does underneath. And there's also a problem if you have really complex queries that you want to do. You might not be able to do that with Eloquent ORM, and you might need to fall back to using the database implementation. So there are some advantages and disadvantages, and I would personally say that the advantages outweigh the disadvantages in this case. So when working with Eloquent, we need to understand the concept of migration. So what is a migration? Take this table, for example. We have some posts here with the title, content, user ID. And let's say we wanted to add another column to this table. Well, we need to have a way to tell the database to add a new column. And how would we do that with an ORM? Well, we would need to write some code to actually generate that column for us. And one of the great advantages of using migrations is that we can work in a team. When we have migrations, we have like small snippets, small snapshots of how the database should be built up. So a migration is a way to transform our database from an older version into a newer version. So let's say we wanted to add a likes column here. We add this likes column. Well, we would need to write some code that generates this likes column for us. So when we are working in a team, we might have our own local databases and they might not be migrated. Let's say I added a likes column to my local SQLite database. Well, how is my team member going to do that? Well, he would have to go into his database and add the same column. So this is kind of a way to automatically transform our database so that we are all up to date and working with the same kind of schema. So what might be some reasons for migrating? Well, first and foremost, if we are adding a new table, if we created a new posts table or users table, well, then we would need to create a migration for that. Or maybe if we added a new column to the table, just like I mentioned, or if we deleted a column, or if we changed the data type, so simply anything that changes our database schemas, or if we are creating a new table or anything like that, we would need to write a migration. So how does the code for a migration look? Well, it would look something like this. We would have a class for this migration. So we would have a separate class for each single migration. So we create a new class for each migration. And in this class, we have two functions. We have the up function, and this is for running the migration. So when we are converting our database from an older version to a newer version, we are using the up function. And in here is where we write the actual code for migrating. So look here, we are creating a new table called posts, and then we specify a callback function. And this is the code that we will use. This is our blueprint for our table. This is how we want to construct our table. So in this case, we are going to add two new columns to this newly created table. We're going to add a UUID ID, which is going to be the primary key, and we also set the constraint that this is supposed to be unique. So it's important that this is now a unique primary key so that we can uniquely identify our data. And the next column that we add is a title column. So notice here, we are writing code for each of these columns. We are specifying their data type and their name. And then we can add more columns to describe our database schema. And then we have the down function. This is for reversing the migration. So let's say you had a migration that you weren't that happy with, or you want to go back and forth in your migrations. You can even do that. And this is with the down function. So what is the opposite of creating a table? Well, it would be deleting the table. So when we reverse this migration, we simply drop the table posts. We simply delete that table. So we have one function that creates the table and one that deletes it. That is what makes up our migration. So which are the tables that we will actually have in our social media project? Well, we will first have a users table, and this will be for all of the users that have registered an account in our platform. And notice here we have the ID, it's a varchar, name varchar. A varchar is simply like a string, simply like text. It's simply a variable length text. So we have ID, name, email, password. The password here will be a hashed value. We will not be storing plain text passwords, don't worry. And then we have a bunch of date times. So we have email verified at, and we have created at and updated at. As you will come to see, this created at and updated at will actually be handled automatically by Eloquent. So we don't need to worry about having to update these values. And then we will have our posts table, and this will be for the social media posts that users create. And notice here we have ID, name, created at, updated at, a caption, and a user ID. Now I kind of color coded it here so we can see the relationships between our data. So we have the user ID column inside of our posts table. So this will be related to the primary key ID in our users table. They will have a foreign key between them. And then we will also have a comments table, so for adding comments to our social media posts. And here we can see that we have another relationship. We have the ID and the post ID. So the comments have two foreign keys. We will have both a user ID and a post ID. So one comment belongs to both a post and a user. So we can find all the comments that belong to a single post, but we could also find all comments that belong to a user. Isn't that neat? And then the fourth and final table for now will be the likes table, and this will simply be likes. So here we have a very simple table, and this simply consists of foreign keys. We have a user ID and a post ID. So if a user has liked a specific post, well, then they would have the user ID and the specific post ID. So there will be one row for each like for a specific user and a specific post. So now if you wanted to configure the driver and set up maybe a different database, maybe you wanted to use MySQL instead of SQLite, which we are using, you can do that in your .env file. And this is how that looks. You can see that we have a DB connection, and here you could specify MySQL instead, and then specify the host, the port, the database, the username, password, simply the credentials of your database. So you can configure that inside of your environment variable files. So now we're going to talk about the concept of models, and the models are what is actually the object-oriented class for our database entities. So a model is simply something like this. We have a class post that extends the Eloquent model class. And if we take a look inside of this, we can see that it also uses something like a trait. And these traits are used frequently in Eloquent when we want to specify a specific trait that our model has. So we have this has UUIDs, and this simply means that we will have a UUID as our primary key. The default in Eloquent is that we have auto-incrementing integers. So we would have 1, 2, 3, and it would keep on counting for each model that we insert into our database. We would have simply one higher. It would increment that ID, and that would be an integer. But we are going to be using UUIDs instead, and these are kind of longer text-based unique identifiers, which I prefer over using auto-incrementing integers. So we simply need to specify this trait has UUIDs to specify that we want to use a UUID as our primary key instead of an auto-incrementing integer. We can add other traits like has timestamps, and this is when we want to use those created at and updated at. So when we use the has timestamps trait, Laravel will simply update the created at and updated at columns. So when we create it, it will set that column to be the current date, and if we were to update our model, well, it would change the updated at column for us automatically. So that is really neat. We can also specify the table property if we wanted to change the name of the database table that our model corresponds to. So it will conventionally use the class name plus like a plural s. So we would have posts as our conventional name to our table. But in this case, maybe we wanted to store them in a table called cool posts. We can specify that by adding another property to our model class and specify the name that we want to use. We can also specify something known as fillable, and these are the properties that will actually be mass assignable. And what does mass assignable mean? Well, it's that what we can pass in as an array to our model. I will show this very soon, but we can see here we have caption, user ID, and random field. And these are what we will be able to add to our model when we create it. And something that we might not want to be mass assignable, for example, is the password or maybe a role or something like that. If we had them be mass assignable, that might lead to a security vulnerability where the user is able to send in data to modify a specific column that we don't expect them to be fillable. We don't expect the password or maybe the role to be fillable. If we are updating our post, maybe we have a specific thing inside of our post that we don't want to be fillable. So in this case, maybe even user ID shouldn't be fillable. We don't want to set that user ID. We don't want to let the user set that user ID. So we're taking in simply user data from a post request. We might not want to have that user ID be set fillable, because then they could change the user ID of the post. They could make that post belong to someone else. That's not something we want, perhaps. We can also model our relationships in our model. So if we wanted to access the user of the post, whoever posted, the author of the post, we can add that relationship inside of our post model. So simply create a new function called user, and it belongs to a user. It belongs to a user. The post belongs to a single user. So we simply do this belongs to, and then we specify the class that this model belongs to. We can also add something like comments. So this is a has many relationship. One post has multiple comments. So we have comments has many, and then we just return this has many and specify the comment class. So how do we actually create data inside of the Eloquent ORM? Well, we can do something like this. Post and do post create, and this is what I mean by mass assignable. We pass in an array of the properties that we want to set on our model. And in this case, we have the caption ID, user ID, and some field, and these are the fillable properties that we can set. So we can simply add a caption like, say, I love my cats so freaking much, and then add a user ID and another some field. So notice how very easy it is to create data in Eloquent. We would need to do something like insert into posts and then specify all the column names and then specify the values. We can simply use an array inside of PHP and call that static function create. And how do we query data inside of Eloquent ORM? Well, we could, for example, find post by its primary key. So we are using UUIDs as our primary keys. So we find a post by a specific UUID. We could also find all posts. So if we want to find all the posts that exists in the database, we can use the all function. And then we could perhaps loop over them and echo the name of the post or anything you might imagine. We can also do a bit more complex queries. Suppose we have our users here, we can filter them based on some field. So we can specify all users where some field equals 1337. We can add another one where votes equals 100 and the age is greater than 35. So we have three conditions here and they are ANDed together. So we have some field is 1337, votes is 100, and age is greater than 35. And then we get all users where these conditions are met. We can do even more fun queries than that. We could do something like where some field is 1337 or where votes is equal to 100. So it's either some field is 1337 or votes is 100. And then we can order them by the age. So we can order things based on another column inside of the table. And then we can take 3. So we can take at the most 3 users and store that inside of our users array. And let's say that we wanted to work with relationships. Let's say that we wanted to get all the comments and the users. So remember, they are actually stored in a different table, so they will not be accessible by default. We can just get posts and then access the comments or the user property and it will fetch them for us. But let's say we want to fetch that eagerly. We want to fetch all of the posts with comments and user already set inside of our class, inside of our object. Well, then we can specify with. So this will simply fetch all the comments and the specific user. So when we get these posts, we will have them fetched from the database already. So we will be able to get the first comment. We will do something like first comment posts comments at 0. We can get the first author posts 0 and get the user. So we can get all the comments and the user and get access to that relational data immediately. And of course, we can also update data in Eloquent, and that is very simple. We simply first need to get access to an object. So we need to find a specific object in our database, and then we can just set the property. We can set the caption of our posts. Maybe we changed our mind. We don't like cats anymore. We like dogs. We can just update that caption and then run the save function to save that to the database. So we simply work with the objects. We find objects and then we can update, mutate them, and run save when we want to push that data off to the database. So now it's time to actually write some code. Let's create these migrations inside of our project and let's also set up our models. Alrighty, so here we are inside of our social media project in VS Code. And we are going to go ahead now and create these migrations and models that we talked about. So I'll create a new terminal here. And in here, we are going to create migrations for all of these tables that I mentioned. So our 4 tables, our users, our posts, our comments, and our likes. So how can we generate this migration file? Well, we can actually use the PHP artisan make migration command. So let's do that. PHP artisan make migration. And then we can do create posts table. We can see that it will create a new migration for us. And if we then take a look inside of this migrations folder inside of our database, we can see that we have created this migration class that I was talking about. So how does this look? Well, we have our create posts and we have our ID, and this will be an auto incrementing integer, which I said we didn't really want to do. And notice here, when we have scaffolded a default project inside of Laravel, we will actually have some tables or migrations created for us by default. We also already have a model called user ready for us. But if we take a look inside of this create users table, it looks a little bit different from what we might know of. We can even see a bit more example of how a migration might look. We see we actually have this remember token that I didn't mention in the previous one, but we will have this as well. We'll have a remember token for when we want to stay logged in, for example. But if we take a look at this, this is pretty much exactly what I mentioned in the table schema. We have our ID, our string, name, email verified, password, remember token, and our created at and updated at timestamps. But this ID, we do not want to be an auto incrementing integer. We want this to be a UUID. So we can, in fact, change this out to be a UUID instead. And then we specify the column name for that. So we want this to be called ID. And then we want to make this a primary. So we'll make this a primary key. And then we also make sure that this is a unique key. So we can do UUID, ID, primary, and unique. So Laravel has actually ran these migrations already, but we will soon see a command where we can kind of reverse that and just create everything from scratch again. So no reason to worry, we will get rid of the old users table very soon. But if we now take a look, we have our create posts table migration. And in here, we want to also switch this out here to be a UUID. So let's make this a UUID instead, exactly the same procedure that we had for a user, so primary and unique. And then if you remember, we will have a caption on our posts. So we'll do something like string, which will be a varchar, and this will be the caption of our post. And then if you remember, we actually want to have a user ID. We want to create a foreign key for the user ID, the primary key inside of the users table. We want to have the author of this post. So we can actually do something like table foreign UUID. It will be a foreign UUID from a different table, and this column we will call user ID, and then we will add constraint, and this simply means that we will not be able to create a post with a user ID that doesn't exist. We won't be able to create a post that doesn't actually belong to a real user. We can't specify 1337 or a random UUID that doesn't exist. We need to have a user ID, so it gives us a bit more security. We can make sure that it actually exists. So we can add a constraint here and say this is constrained over the table users. We can see here that the default column is already ID. The primary key is going to be called ID, so no reason to change that. So we can have constrained users. And then let's create our comments table. So this will be the same procedure, create comments table, and it will look pretty much identical. But in here, we will just copy over this ID, which will also be a UUID. And for the comment, we also want to have a foreign UUID, and this will be 2 foreign UUIDs. We'll have both the user ID and the post ID that this comment belongs to. So we will add something like user ID. It will be exactly the same. So this will be the author of the comment. And then we will have a post ID. So this will be the post that it belongs to. And then of course we also want to have some context, some text to our comment. It would be boring to have a comment where you can't actually write anything. So we'll just do a string here. This will be the content of our comment. And that's pretty much it for our comments table. We can just copy this. The likes will be pretty similar. It will be even more rudimentary. So create the like table. This will actually be likes. So I didn't name that properly, but yeah, we can just copy this and we'll have only user ID and post ID. So this will simply be a simple like. Each like will have a single row inside of this table. It will have a user ID and a post ID, whoever liked it and what post they liked. And now since I actually named it improperly, we of course need to change this here. So in the down function, when we are reversing this migration, we want to drop the table likes, not the table like. So we need to make sure that this stays consistent with what we are doing up here and make sure that we clean up after ourselves down here. So that is all for our migrations. We have successfully now created our migrations. So let's go ahead and actually migrate our database. And we can do that with PHP artisan migrate. But we actually want to specify fresh here. So this will actually delete the whole database, delete all the tables and redo it from the beginning. So we'll have a clean slate to work with. So PHP artisan fresh. So PHP artisan migrate fresh. So it will drop all the tables and then run all of our migrations. And if we now take a look inside of our database.sqlite, we can see that we have created these tables. We have our users table, and this is how that looks. We have our posts table, we have our likes table, and a bunch of other tables that exist in here, and some other base Laravel tables that we don't really need to look at. So now we have migrated our database. We can actually start looking at the OOP side of things. We actually have our models here, our user model. This was also created by Laravel for us. So we have a users model, and this has a bunch of stuff that is for the default Laravel authentication. We can see that we have some terms here that we might not know. We have the authenticatable, and this is kind of a model that Laravel uses underneath the hood that has a lot of these traits, base traits for how a user normal is. It's a bit opinionated, you could say. You could of course write your auth completely from scratch without this opinionated way of doing it, but we might as well just use it because it's used very much in practice and it works very well. So we can just keep on using this user. We can see that it also has something known as a factory. This is not something we will be looking into in this video, but a factory is pretty much for testing. We can actually create fake data and things like that, generate users that aren't actually going to be stored in a database, for example. But we can also see this fillable property that I was talking about. These are the fillable properties. And we can see that not all of the properties on this user are fillable, but these are fillable. We're not really going to be creating a user from a HTTP request anyways, so it doesn't matter that the password is put in fillable. We also have some other properties that I did not mention. We have, for example, the hidden property. So this is when we are serializing, perhaps writing this into a JSON object. We are serializing it into a JSON string. We don't want to include that hashed password. Even if it's hashed, we don't want to show that to anyone when we are serializing it. So we can just add that to the hidden property. Is this array here of properties that we don't want to be part of the serialized string. There's also something known as a cast, so we can actually cast this. Since this is a datetime, we can actually cast these into different type. This is not something I will go too deeply into, but you can actually read upon this if you want to know more about it. You can also do things like enum casting if you wanted to do that, so it's really powerful. There are lots of properties that you can add to your models. But this is our user model. It's pretty nice, right? It looks pretty clean. So let's go ahead now and create models for our other tables that we created. And how do we do that? Well, it's very much similar. We can do something like PHP artisan make model. And what should the model be named? Well, we want it to be called post. And we can actually have all of these other features like a database seeder, factory, form request, migrations, but we have already created migration, so we skip that. Now we can see we have created this model. So now we can add some other properties to this post, for example. We could, for example, start adding some fillable properties. So we can do something like protected array fillable. And this will be the fillable properties of our post. We don't need to add ID. The ID will be created by default for us. But something that we do in fact want to do is to use has UUIDs. We actually want to do that for our user as well. I kind of forgot. We want to use UUIDs as our primary key. So we need to add that trait to our model class. So has UUIDs, but what else do we want to be fillable really? Well, we want the content to be fillable. So we will simply have our content added to our fillable. Our user ID will be set manually by us. So we don't want to let that be assignable by a HTTP request, for example. So we only keep that content in there. I just realized that this fillable property should also be called caption, of course, not content. So this will be the caption of the post, not the content. But then we will go ahead and add some of these relationships that I was talking about. We have the comments, the user, and the likes. So we can do something like user, public function user, it belongs to a user. And then we do this belongs to, and then we specify the class that it belongs to. And in this case, we have our user's model. So this is the user that has created this post. So in order to add the other ones, we of course need to create some models for them as well. So let's go ahead and do that very quickly. So let's do comment, skip that, and then we can do the same thing for like. And then we can add them in here. So we can do public function comments, and it has multiple comments. So we have has many, and then return this has many comment class. And then we can do exactly the same for likes. And for the comment model, we'll of course want has UUIDs as well. And then the fillable, well, in this case, we're not really going to be creating this from a HTTP request. So we might as well try just having this as fillable. So you can have a user ID, the content, and the post ID be set to fillable. We will use this internally inside of our application, but we won't really send in that data directly into the model. So this is not really a problem. It's not a security vulnerability. And here we also have a relationship. We have our belongs to relationship. So we have the user that has created this comment, but we also have the post that this comment belongs to. So we can do belongs to post. And we will have exactly the same thing for the likes. Okay, I actually realized I made a mistake when doing this. We don't want to actually specify the type of this fillable. We should not set this to be array. So here we want to make sure that we get rid of this array. Just like we have here in user, we do not want to specify the type hint that we want to have for these. So let's get rid of array here. So here I created a very simple route for showing all the posts that we have. So we created a simple get route / posts to just demonstrate how we can fetch all the posts that we have and return them as JSON. And we can see that this is an empty JSON array. So clearly we haven't created any posts yet. So let's add a route for that as well. So then I went ahead and defined this route for creating a new post. We can see instead of using something like post create, I'm using new post. And this is since we want to set that user ID property since it is not mass assignable. It's not fillable. So here we have the fillable properties. And in this case, it's only caption. So we create a new instance of this model, we set the user ID and then we save it. But do you think this will actually work? We're just setting a random user ID here. Let's go ahead and try that. So if I go ahead to create post, we can see integrity constraint violation. The foreign key constraint failed. We tried to create this post here, but this user ID that I specified doesn't actually exist in our database. If we take a look inside of users, we don't have any users yet, so we cannot create that post. This is what I mean. So we get an added layer of security when we have that constraint. So now I'm going to define a route for creating a user instead. So then we can create a user, which we will be able to set the user ID of down here. So here I defined a new route for creating a user, and here I used assignable fillable properties. I specify the name, email, and password, and that is what we have inside of our users. So we can see if now this will work. And I'm also using the default hashing function to make sure that we're not storing a plain text password for my user. So let's go ahead and create a new user and see what happens. Well, won't you look at that? We get the name coolkid, the email, the ID, which is a randomly generated UUID. We also have the updated at and created at properties. And if we take a look inside, we can not see the password anywhere. We cannot see the remember token. So we can clearly see that that also works. It doesn't include that in the JSON output. So now we have access to an actual user. Let's go ahead and copy this ID and move it into the create post. So let's see if I can actually create a post now. Create post. Boom, created post. And let's see if that posts route works as well. If I go to posts, boom, we can see an array of all the posts that exist in our database. Isn't that wonderful? And of course, we also want to be able to create comments in our social media. So I define a very simple route for that as well. Just create comment. And here, since we have these set to be fillable, we can include them directly here. So we have the post ID that I got from here and also the user ID that we have, and then the content of that post. So let's see if that works. If I go to create comment, boom, we can see that it has been inserted. And of course, this is persisted, so we can actually look inside the database. So in here, we can see we have our user store, we have our hashed password. It just doesn't exist in our, it doesn't only exist in our imagination, it's actually being stored inside of our SQLite database. We also have these comments that we just created. So now I want to show this eager loading that I was talking about. When we are fetching these posts, if we go here, you can see that we won't actually have access to the comments of the post. But of course we could do this. So we could get all the posts and then we could get the comments. So this will load these comments whenever we fetch it. So if we wanted to get a single comment, we want to get the comments for this posts, for this first post in this case, then we can do posts here and see that, well, yeah, we have an array of all the comments. So this is fetched whenever I call this attribute. But what if we wanted to load them eagerly? What if we wanted to include that inside of our response? Well, we can use the with function that I was talking about. And here we specify an array of the relations that we want to eagerly load. So we can have the comments and the user that has posted this post. JSON output that. We also need to call get here to actually get the values. So if I now go and reload here, we can see, boom, won't you look at that? We see the caption, but we also get a fat array of all the comments of this post. We can see that we have both these comments, but we also have the user. So the user is eagerly loaded now and is also part of the JSON response. And of course, we can also update posts. So I created a very simple route for that where we just pass in a request and a parameter. So we have the parameter be part of our route. We also have a query parameter for the caption that we want to update the post to be. So if I want to update this post, we can do update post, specify the ID inside of the route, and then add a query parameter for the caption. So cats are the best. Boom, you can see that we have now updated that, and of course this will work if I went ahead and access the posts route. We can now see that that has been updated. So of course, very straightforward to do that with the Eloquent ORM. Today we're going to build a REST API in Laravel for our social media platform. But why use Laravel for a REST API? I'm using it for its very clean and expressive syntax. We can really get up and running with a REST API in Laravel in such a short amount of time. It has a lot of built-in goodies that a lot of other smart developers have thought of during the years, and simply put in a really nice framework like Laravel. So we can really speed up our developer performance and become that 10x developer that we all dream of, right? But what is a REST API really? REST stands for Representational State Transfer, and that might not say a lot, but we are going to be working with resources. Everything in a REST API is pretty much a resource. And we're going to perform a CRUD action on such a resource. And CRUD stands for create, read, update, or delete. So we're going to either create resources or get a list of resources or update an existing resource or deleting and terminating a resource. So we have our HTTP methods to facilitate this process for us. We have our get, post, put, patch, delete. There are plenty more, but when we are creating something, we're going to be using a post request for the most part. And we can send data in a post request to create a child resource. And when we're going to be reading something, well, we're going to be using a get request. Obviously, we're going to be getting data from the server. And when we update something, we're going to be often using a put request because we're going to replace data in its entirety. So we're going to put new data and replace the existing data. So what are the resources of our social media application? Well, of course, we have users. What would a social media platform be without any users? We also have posts, of course, and we can also comment on those posts. We can like those posts. And we can also follow users. So those are pretty much our resources in the application. And when working with Laravel, we're going to be leveraging the model view controller pattern, the MVC pattern. And that's all about separating the data model from the view and controller. So you kind of want to have thin controllers. We're going to take some input data from a HTTP request and we're going to pass that on to our model. We want our model to be smart. In the model, we are going to be talking with the database. We're going to have loads of business logic in our models. And then we have our views, and the views are supposed to be very stupid, you know? You just want to send some data to the view and tell them, hey, render this. The view shouldn't have that much business logic. That should happen mostly in the model. So we want to separate that, and we can do that very nicely with Laravel. So we're going to start off by creating some controllers in our application. And we can do that with the artisan command make. So we can do PHP artisan make controller and then specify the name of the controller. I'm going to make a user controller, and then I will go ahead and run the same command but for all of the other resources that we have in our application. And we can see that they have been successfully created here in our controllers directory. So now we're going to set up API routing for our Laravel project, and we can do this with the help of the command php artisan install API. And this will also install Laravel Sanctum, which is an authentication library, and it actually uses access tokens, which you might be familiar with. So this will also install Laravel Sanctum, but it will also set up some API routes in our application. And we can see that it also created a new database migration, and we can go ahead and run that as well. So if we now take a look inside here, our routes directory, we can see that it also created this api.php file. And it also created a nice little route here. This in fact uses authentication, but we will not be covering authentication in this video. But let's go ahead and define our first route. And how do we do that? Well, we have already seen an example of that. But we can do something like route get, and then we can pass in the root route without any sub URL. And then we can pass in a simple closure, a simple callback function to run immediately here. And then we can get access to the request. So all of these handler methods actually get access to the resource by creating a parameter with the request type. So we can get access to that by creating a parameter here that's called request. And then we can return back some data in the response. So we can do return back this works. And of course, we want to have the right syntax here, make sure that we actually create a function in here. But if we try this out now with our favorite HTTP client, and then we run this, we can see this works. Isn't that beautiful? Now, a more common way to do this is by, of course, leveraging our controllers. That's what they are for. So this is how we set up a route that is mapped to a controller method. So here we specify the class of the controller, and then we specify the function that we want to run whenever we hit that route. So you can see this still works, and this is of course now separated in the controller. So let's see if it still works. If I go here, you can see, yeah, it still works. Isn't that nice? So here I went ahead and defined some of the routes for our application, for the resources that we have in our application. We can see that we are also going to be using something known as a parameter here. So this is dynamic content that we have in our route. It will actually exist as part of the URL. Well, how can we get access to this inside of our controller? Well, let's take a look here. We can see that we can get access to this by creating a new parameter and adding it to the function. And we just give it the same name as we name the parameter here. And of course, we also still get access to our request if we want. We could of course also remove this parameter request if we don't have any use for it. So if I now hit this put route instead, we can see that we get access to whatever we have up here in our URL. Isn't that really nice? We can also add some validation to these parameters actually. So we can make sure, for example, that this ID is in fact a UUID. So we're going to be using UUIDs for storing things uniquely. And then we can actually add some validation to that parameter. So we can do where UUID. And notice there are multiple validation rules. We can make sure that it's a number, or it's a alphanumeric or anything, but also UUIDs. So where UUID, we can have multiple parameters, of course, but since we only have one, we can just pass in that string ID. And now if we try to hit this route, we can see that we actually get method not allowed. And that is because this route doesn't actually exist. We are expecting here that we pass in a UUID, and this is not a UUID. So clearly this is not the right route. But what happens if I enter a proper UUID? Well, we can see that it works. Isn't that really nice built-in validation? But don't you think we have quite a lot of duplication here? We have posts here, and if we wanted to change this, we would have to change this in multiple places. Well, we can solve this with something known as grouping. So we can group together these routes with a prefix, and the prefix in this case will be posts. And this will look something like this. We specify a prefix, and then we run the group function. And all of the route functions that we run inside of this other callback function we have here will be grouped under this group. And we can see that if we run this request, it still works beautifully. But now it's time to actually get some data from the request. We want to be able to create a post, for example. So how are we going to do that? Well, we set up a handler for it, of course. And then let's take a look at this request. What can we get from this? Well, there's actually something known as input. And this function can actually get input from multiple sources. So we can get input from both query parameters, but also from JSON data. So let's try getting something like name from this request. And if we try to add this as a query parameter and set a name to test, we can see that we get back test beautifully. But if we now went ahead and changed this to a JSON request as well, and try that out, name JSON data, and then we get rid of the query parameter, and then we run this, boom, we can get the JSON data as well. Now, if you want to get specifically a query parameter always, then there is the query function for that. And then if we run this, clearly there was nothing to be found there. And the same thing applies if we do JSON here, we will get data from JSON. And you can see that it works now since we actually have that data in the JSON. Now, of course, we also want to make sure that this data always exists. We always want a name key to be part of our JSON. How can we do that with Laravel? Well, there's a really nice built-in validation framework for requests. So we can actually validate a request to make sure that all of the keys have the right format, for example. And we can do this with the validate function. So with this validate function, we pass in an object where we specify the keys and some validation rules. So let's say we wanted to validate this and get the name parameter. Well, we want this to be required always. We want the request to always contain this key. And then we get back an array with all of these keys and their values. So we can call this validated instead. And then we can get access to it like this. So if we try running this now, we can see that we still get access to our JSON data. But what would happen if we got rid of this name here? boom, we get redirected. Isn't that strange? Well, not really, because this is actually more user friendly. If we were in a browser and we tried to create a post, we would probably expect not to see some weird JSON pop up. We actually get redirected to a safe space. But how can we get access to that error? Well, we need to make sure that this is a proper JSON request. So we want to make sure that we do accept, and then we specify the content type application JSON. And if we now send this, we can see that we get back a proper error message. We see unprocessable content, the name field is required. Now there are loads and loads of different validation rules. I definitely recommend checking out the documentation for that. But if we wanted to make sure that this name, for example, always is an email or something, we can first specify a pipe to denote that this is another rule. So we have multiple chained rules. So we want it to be both required but also an email. So if we try to run this now, it's still gonna fail on required. We haven't specified anything. So if we specify test here and run this, we can see the name field must be a valid email address. And we can do test@gmail.com instead. And boom, now it went through, and now we actually keep running the rest of this controller function and actually get to this return. Well, so what are actually the required keys for this request? Well, if we take a look inside of our schema here, we can see that we have a caption. We also have an image, but we're not going to be touching on the image uploading in this video. Actually, that will be a separate video. So really the only thing that we want to get from this request is the caption. So let's go ahead and do that. We can get that with caption and then required, but we can also specify some other validation rules. Maybe we don't want to have super long a caption, so we can do something like max 100. I'm actually going to set this to max 10 now so that we can actually test this. So if I specify now the caption, we can see the caption field must not be greater than 10 characters. So if we set this now to 100, then it should go through beautifully. Well, of course, we also need to make sure to return caption and not name. And boom, now we can see that that works. Well, so now we want to pass on this data from the controller. Notice we're working with the MVC pattern. We're in the controller right now, so we have validated this. Now we want to pass this on to our data model. And this is where I would create a service. So the service will be for a lot of the business logic in our application, and that's also where we're going to be speaking with our database. So let's create a new folder in app called services. So here I just create a very simple post service clause. We just have a create post that takes in a caption, and now we're going to be using this from our controller. But how do we get access to that from our controller? Well, we can use a really neat feature in Laravel called dependency injection. So when we want to get access to a dependency in our application, we can actually inject it into our controllers and other things. So how do we do this? Well, we just pass it in as a parameter to our constructor. And then of course we can set up a field for this. So this is pretty much magic, right? So we can just get access to that post service, and then inside of our create post, we can just run that create post function. And now nothing really happens in here. We can return like test here to make sure that that actually works. So if I just return create post and try this out, we can see that we are actually speaking with our post service. So now let's go ahead and actually create a post inside of our post service. So this will look something like this. First, we need to create a user, because if we notice in this post table, we have actually constrained this user ID to the users table. So it actually needs to exist a user with the ID that we send in here. But other than that, we just send in a nice little caption that we get from this request, and then we create it with Eloquent. And we return this back. Let's see if it works. Won't you look at that? We have created our first post. We can see a nice little UUID has been automatically created for us. We also get these nice timestamps and the user ID and the caption that we actually provided in the body. Well, so how does this response actually work? Well, when we are returning an array, we will actually implicitly convert that into JSON. So if we return an array, return an object here, that will tell Laravel that, yeah, we expect this to be JSON. Of course, we can of course also just return a string. If we return test, Then we get back test, it will just be plain text. But of course we can also have a bit more control over that, and that's with the response object. So we can actually create a new response object just by doing response, and then we can run a couple of functions. Then we can run a couple of methods on this response. We could, for example, do response JSON and then pass in some JSON. So then of course we can also specify things like HTTP status codes for our responses. So we can send a funny little status code here. We also need to make sure that we change this email here to make sure that it's unique. And if we run this now, we get unknown status. It doesn't actually exist, but we can see that that works. So with this response object, we can of course also do things like setting headers or returning cookies. There are loads of different helper methods for that, so be sure to check out the documentation for that. So another really neat feature of Laravel that can help us reduce some boilerplate is by using resource controllers. So just like I mentioned, everything is a resource. We can actually define controllers automatically for this. So if we have a bunch of these methods like get posts, create post, update post, delete post, well, people have already thought about this. So we can actually do something like a route resource instead. Then we need to use some of these predefined names. So we need to make sure that we call the post, the create function store, and the read action is called index. So if I try to get posts, we can see that we get an array with another array inside of it. And of course, if we wanted to update something, we would create an update function for that. So if we try to put this now, we can see that that also works. So that's a really nice little feature called resource controllers. Now these resource controllers also contain front-end routes such as create and edit, and we might not want that. So there's actually a nice little helper for that as well. We can run API resource instead, and then we get that without those routes. We can also customize it even more if we, for example, wouldn't want to have a delete action. So if we don't want to have that delete route, we can just get rid of the destroy action with accept here. But I will actually keep my normal routes here because I kind of prefer the control that I get over defining them myself. There's also a concept known as a middleware in Laravel. And what is a middleware really? Well, it's a function that kind of runs before your actual routes. It's kind of a man in the middle that sits and looks at all the requests and maybe decides should they be passed on and should we continue to the actual route handler. So you can actually define a middleware and apply it to a route or apply it even to a prefixed group. So I'm just going to show how to create a very simple middleware. We can create a new middleware with PHP artisan make middleware. Here we can specify a name for what it does. Let's just call it test middleware for now. And you can see here that we have created a new test middleware. So here we are handling an incoming request. We can actually take a look at this request and maybe decide, do we want to let this request continue on? Maybe we don't. So for example, we could do something like request and maybe validate something. Maybe we want to make sure that we have a caption, or maybe we want to make sure that the query is something. So let's try doing that. We can just check the cool query. So if cool isn't super cool, then we want to return. So we are actually going to return early here. We're going to return a response. And here we can also specify a status. We can specify maybe you are not cool. And then we can specify a status 403 forbidden. And then how do we actually apply this to our routes? Well, if we go to API here.php, maybe we want to update a post, or let's do create post again. Then we can add that middleware with middleware, and then we specify a middleware. This can be a middleware string name or just the class name. In this case, we have a class, so test middleware class, and then we have applied that middleware. So this will run before our create post function. So if we now try to create a post again, we can see I am forbidden because I am not cool. But what happens if I were to add now that query parameter cool and set that to cool? It still doesn't work, but I set it to super cool. and boom, we get an internal server error. And that's because we renamed our create post to store. But if we change it back to create post again and run this, we can see that it still fails because we have a non-unique email. But the third time's the charm. There we go. Now we have created a post. And of course, these middlewares can also be applied to our groups. So for this prefix, we could, for example, set a middleware and chain that. So we can do test middleware class. And now if we try to run this without being super cool, we can see that we are still not any cooler. So another common scenario that you might run into when creating a REST API is that you have another server running your actual frontend. So in this case, I have localhost 8001. And in this case, we're actually gonna run into problems. I have a very simple fetch script here in JavaScript. And if I try to create this post, we can see that this actually fails. Access to fetch at the localhost has been blocked by CORS policy. And this is due to cross-origin resource sharing CORS. So what CORS does is that it actually prevents our browser from making this request since we are on a different origin. And this is done to make sure that we don't place malicious scripts that perform actions like maybe emptying your bank account. But I have convinced you to enter my page. Well, you just do a fetch request to that bank server where you are logged in. So when you click this button on my web page, all of a sudden you are withdrawing all of your money to me. So that is what CORS helps prevent, but it also prevents us now when we have a different origin. We want to be able to access this API from our other page that we have created here. So how can we do that in Laravel? Well, we can just go ahead and publish the CORS config. So Laravel, of course, has a built-in mechanism for CORS. We just need to configure it, set it up properly. So we just run php artisan config publish CORS, and this will create a config file for CORS. So if we look in our config and find our CORS.php, here we can see the paths that we have allowed CORS for and also allowed origins. Right now, this is a wildcard to match any origin, and that is not really good in production. That's not really recommended. So we could set this to be HTTP localhost 8001 to only include this specific origin. So now when we have configured that and set up that origin, let's try running it again. Create post, and boom, we get 419 our unknown status. But if we take a look at this response, we can see that we have now created a post. So that is how you set up CORS in Laravel. And of course, you can configure it even more here. For example, if you want to allow credentials and things like that. We will look at that in future videos as well when we do authentication. So there is actually a way to separate this even more. Maybe we don't want to have this cluttering up our controllers. We can actually create a separate request class, something known as a form request in Laravel. So we can create a set of validation rules completely encapsulated in a class. So how do we do that? Well, we just need to create a form request. In order to do this, we can just do php artisan make request, and then let's call this create post request. You'll see that it has created a new little class for us, a create post request, and we can see extends form request. So here we have our rules. Just like we have our rules here, we can specify exactly the same array here, and that will tell Laravel how to validate this request. We can also set rules for authentication. So we can actually make sure that the user is authenticated, perhaps has a specific role and is allowed to access this resource, for example. But we're not going to be dealing with authentication in this video. So I'm just going to get rid of this function. We can do that safely. So now we have our create post request. We can actually substitute here the request for a create post request. This will actually make sure that the request is validated before even running the controller method. Now in order to get access to these keys, we can just use the validated function. Let's try running this again, and we can see that we can now create them again. So now I went ahead and defined most of the functionality that we actually want to have implemented in our REST API. We can get all of the posts. We just do post service get posts. Here we find all posts with Eloquent. We can also create posts. Here we just specify the user ID and the caption, and that works since this is fillable. We also have update post. We first find the post with the ID and the matching user ID. If the post does not exist, we return a null, and then we just set the caption and save the post. And here in the controller, we specify this hard-coded user ID. And you would normally get this from the authenticated user in the Laravel Auth module. But here we can just update the post. If the post is null, then the post is not found, and we can just return that as an error. Otherwise, we return the post. And it looks pretty similar for all of these resources. For example, deleting a post, we just send in this same user ID. We find this post where the user ID matches and the ID matches, and then we try to delete it. Here, in fact, we actually want to check first. If post is null, then we return false. But we do very similar here. We check if the like isn't null, then we return false, and we just create things. Getting follows from, we can also get all the follows from a specific user. So if we try this out very quickly here in Insomnia, we can create posts with this hard-coded user and get back an ID. And we can delete this post if we were not happy with it. We can see that we get 200. If we try again, then the post no longer exists. We can also create a new post here and maybe update it. If we wanted to change to some different content, we can see that that works as well. And here we can create a like on a post, and we set this post ID. If this post ID does not exist, then we will actually get an SQL error. This is something we probably want to handle in the application as well, and return the right error message in the response. So that's all for setting up our REST API in Laravel. There are of course other tweaks we're going to have to make in the future when we expand on this social media platform, but this is the basics of how to create a REST API in Laravel. Today we're going to look at authentication in Laravel for our social media platform. But what solutions are already available for authentication in Laravel? Well, Laravel already features a built-in session authentication with the help of cookies. And here, a session ID is stored as a cookie. So since HTTP requests are stateless by default, it's like we're starting all over again when we send a new request. But with the help of cookies, we can have a persistent session ID so that Laravel knows which user is authenticated. And like I said, this is already built in Laravel with the Auth facades. There are also more fully featured solutions like Laravel Breeze and Laravel Jetstream. So what is the difference between these two? Well, Laravel Breeze actually scaffolds code for you. It generates a front end and a back end routes and puts this code in your project. So you can have full control over the code. You can edit it, make changes, make it work for your solution, while also letting you understand some of the best practices when dealing with authentication in Laravel. There is also Laravel Jetstream, which is even more fully featured. It has even two-factor authentication and all kinds of things thought out for you. But this is actually packaged, so you don't even get to see the code. It's all abstracted away. You can just plug in Laravel Jetstream, and then you have a fully functioning authentication system. There's also Laravel Fortify, and this is the backend routes for authentication. So this is a package with backend routes used commonly with authentication. And this is what Jetstream is built upon as well. Jetstream also adds its own frontend, but it uses Fortify to generate these backend routes, such as login or register and things like that. There's also Laravel Passport, which is a full Auth implementation. And Auth, if you don't know, is a protocol for authentication, but it's often used when you have external clients, maybe even developers who want to access parts of your application and authenticate them. You can set things like scopes and grants, and it's pretty complicated. So this is not really something you would use unless you have other external clients wanting to use authentication, perhaps creating your own APIs and things like that. And then we have a Laravel Sanctum, and that is what we are going to be using. It's a token-based authentication library. It's pretty featherweight. It doesn't have any front-end implementation. It doesn't have any back-end routes. We just get access to some code for authentication. And it's mainly used for token-based authentication. So you can create personal access tokens, perhaps in a mobile application, and then let Laravel Sanctum authenticate requests based on these tokens. You would traditionally have an authorization header that you send in the HTTP request to say, hey, this is my token. And then Laravel Sanctum will check that token in the backend and see that, yeah, you are actually authenticated and allowed to access this resource. But we are going to be building a single page application where the client is separated from the server. So we will also be using Laravel Sanctum, but they actually recommend that you use the traditional session-based authentication, but with the help of Laravel Sanctum as well. So you can just use cookies with Laravel Sanctum as well. So why does Sanctum prefer cookies when we're dealing with an SPA? Well, we get access to a token, so we need to store that token somewhere. And since we are in a browser, well, what options do we really have? We can store it perhaps in a local storage, but that will open up a vulnerability. So if our application is vulnerable to something known as XSS, cross-site scripting, then a malicious user could potentially inject a script tag on our page and steal these tokens from local storage, since they are available to JavaScript. But what is not available to JavaScript? A HTTP only cookie. So if we have a HTTP only cookie, then we will not have that exposed to JavaScript. So we would not be vulnerable to that kind of attack. So we will still leverage the features of Laravel Sanctum, but we will be using some form of session-based authentication where the server sets a cookie that is then sent by the browser in subsequent requests. But when using Laravel Sanctum with an SPA, we also need to look into two other terms known as CSRF and CORS. So if you don't know, CSRF stands for Cross-Site Request Forgery. And that simply means that we have actions on a server. Let's say we have a bank server and we have actions like withdrawing money or transferring money. Well, of course, we want to be able to do these actions for an authenticated user. So we set up a route like transfer or withdraw. But what happens if we now create a form on a different page? We create a page that looks exactly like our page, and it performs an actual request to our backend. So we lure our victims onto this page. It looks exactly the same, but we make a request to the actual bank backend. So this would allow an attacker to potentially withdraw money from an account or perform otherwise destructive actions on behalf of authenticated users. And that's not really something we want. So how do we solve this? Well, we generate a token. We generate something known as a CSRF token from the server. So the server will know, yes, this is a valid CSRF token that I generated. And this will be generated when we visit the page. So we will get access to this token. So the server will know that this is a valid request that comes from a trusted origin and not some random hacker site. We also need to look into the concept of CORS, which stands for Cross-Origin Resource Sharing. It's more about letting JavaScript get access to potentially sensitive information. Let's say you have like some journaling service or you have like secret notes or something. Then you can also lure a victim onto your page where you make a request to our backend with an authenticated user's token. And this is not something we want, right? We don't want hackers on different origins being able to fetch notes from our secure server, right? So this is actually a protection built in the browser. The browser will not let JavaScript read data from a different origin. So this is where we need to set up some settings. Since we have our front-end SPA running on a different origin, we need to tell Laravel that, hey, this is actually a trusted origin. We should actually be able to get data. And this also helps with CSRF, because otherwise, well, a malicious attacker could just call our CSRF endpoint and get a token, a CSRF token. So, well, if we would be on a different origin, we wouldn't be able to read that CSRF token from our backend. Well, so here we are in our social media project, and now we're going to install Laravel Sanctum. But if you remember, if you watched the previous video, you know that we have actually already installed Laravel Sanctum. So since Laravel Sanctum is so often used with these APIs, since we made a REST API in the previous video, we have actually already installed the Laravel Sanctum. If you haven't watched the previous video, I definitely recommend checking it out. So here we have our beloved API posts route. Where is this actually defined? If we take a look, it's actually defined in our api.php file. And this is actually going to become a problem now, since we are dealing with session-based authentication in the Laravel. We won't really be able to do that if we place it in the API routes. These API routes are more for personal access tokens if you have things like a mobile application trying to authenticate. So we actually want to place these in our web.php. So web.php actually uses this session-based authentication. So we need to actually move all of these routes over to web.php. This might not make a lot of sense, and I personally feel like it's quite a weird decision by Laravel, but that's something we're going to have to accept. So what we actually got from that api.php was that API prefix. But we can just add another prefixed group to get that API prefix for all of these routes as well. So we can just create another group and just group them all with this API prefix. It will look something like this, and if we reload, we can see that it works exactly the same way as before. So if you remember, this is actually what our SPA looked like in the previous video. We just had a very simple fetch request here where we create a post, and this is what we actually want to authenticate. So let's try creating a post here. What will happen? This will actually fail now with page expired. So since we have placed our routes in this web.php, we actually get CSRF protection by default. So when we want to perform actions like this, where we have data, we won't be able to do that because we don't have a CSRF token. Well, so how do we solve this? There are actually multiple components to this. First, we need to make a HTTP request to Sanctum CSRF token. So if we take a look inside our course configuration, we can see that this is actually the route that we want to access, Sanctum CSRF cookie. And what this will do is that it will send back a cookie from the server to store a cookie in the browser with the value of our CSRF token. So in order to get access to this CSRF token that I'm talking about, we need to make a GET request to this route here, Sanctum/CSRF cookie. We also need to provide this option here, credentials include. And what this will do is that it will both send cookies that we already have stored in the browser, but it will also allow the server to set new cookies, which is needed because the server will set the CSRF token as a cookie. And we also need to configure our course here to support credentials true. So this is not a default set to true, so we need to set that to true for it to work. So let's try running this create post now. We can see that we set CSRF token, and if we take a look here in the response headers, we actually set this CSRF token. But it's not actually enough that we have this cookie in the browser. We also need to set this exact value in the header of all of the subsequent requests. And this is not a HTTP only cookie, so we can access it from JavaScript. And sadly, there is still no way of getting a cookie by the name in the browser. It is 2024 after all, but all browsers don't actually have support for the latest cookies API. But we can use something like this, that we can find on Stack Overflow. Let's take one that looks good. This one perhaps looks pretty good with regex, so we can try creating this so we can try copying this function, get cookie value. I think we also need to here do decode URI component. So since this cookie will contain some special characters, we need to make sure that we decode those properly. So get cookie value, then we need to actually set this as a header. And this header is called XXSRF token. And then we need to get this cookie value. And that is called XSRF token. So if we try running this create post now, we can see that things look a bit more green. So we first set this cookie, and then we get the cookie value, send it in the header of this API posts route. We can see that we are also sending this cookie in the request, but we are also setting it as a header in the request. If we take a look at the response, we can see that now we are successfully creating a post again. So what we want to do now is actually authenticate this result. We don't want users to be able to create posts if they don't have an actual account. So how do we do this in Laravel? Well, we need to go back to our route here, web.php, and we're in fact going to be using a middleware. So if I actually mentioned middlewares in the last video, I also recommend checking it out if you haven't seen it. So we actually need to attach a middleware. It will run before this post request. It will run before the actual route handler and make sure that the user is authenticated. If the user is not authenticated, we will simply abort the request. So how do we do this? We just add middleware and then we do auth sanctum. And this is actually specifying that we want to use the Sanctum guard. So there are actually multiple guards that you can potentially use. Let's say that you want to use session authentication for some API routes, but maybe for another route you want to use JWT authentication or some other form of authentication. So you can actually have multiple guards for different ways of authenticating a user. But for this route, we want to use Sanctum. So if we try to create a post again, we can see we actually get a status 500. And it says route login not defined. This is kind of weird, right? But we're actually getting redirected because we are not logged in. If we are not logged in, we actually get redirected. And this is because we haven't actually set this to be a proper JSON request. If we instead set this accept here to be application JSON, we will make sure that it will always return JSON. So if we do this now instead, we can see that we get back unauthenticated. So if we were in the browser and we try to make like a post request with a form, we would get redirected to the login page. And we haven't actually defined a login page, so that's why we got that server error. So now it's time to actually allow the user to log in. So first, I think we should actually create a function for registering an account, and then we should also create one for logging in. So I'm actually going to define a new route group here for authentication purposes. So we're going to be calling this Auth instead. So in here, we're going to create two routes. We're going to do login, and this will be in the user controller class that we haven't utilized yet. And we will also do a register route. So here in my user controller, I will just create two very simple methods, login and register. And I'll also create a user service where we actually will perform those model actions. So for logging in and registering, we're gonna have to get access to the username and the password. So we're gonna use our beloved validation in Laravel. So rec validate, then we specify an array of rules. We're gonna have email that is required, and we're gonna also have a password that is required. So here in our user controller, we're just gonna be calling the register function with these validated values. If that failed, then the account will already have existed. We just return a bad request. Otherwise, we return status 200. And this is how our register function will look. We will first be normalizing the email so that it's actually lowercase, and we check if a user already exists with this email. If it does, then we just return false. Here, of course, we also want to use the normalized email. So we just create a new user, we register a new user, and we hash their password. And since it And since that went successfully, we just return true. So now let's go ahead and define this in our front-end application. We're gonna have to do the same thing here with the CSRF token. So in a future video, when we actually implement the client, we're gonna streamline this process so that we don't have a lot of code duplication. But for now, I'm just gonna copy paste what we have here. So we just get this CSRF token, and then we just make another fetch request to register the users. We'll do auth register instead. We're gonna have pretty much the same, but we're gonna have an email. Let's do test@gmail.com, or maybe let's make it unique. And then let's add a password. So let's try registering an account. Is this successful? No, it's not actually successful since our course failed. So we want to make sure that our course works for this as well. So we need to configure that in our course config. So we just configure course to be allowed for our auth routes as well. Let's try it again. If we try to register, we are failing again. Let's take a look at our logs. Yeah, this should be app services, of course. And here we have the problem. Now we need to actually import the model's namespace. So I think it was actually successful, but we did not provide any content, so it was not able to do that. Let's try this again. So now the account already exists. Let's try switching out our email here in our front end. If we do 1338 instead and try to register, boom, now we can see that we have registered this account. But as you can see, if we try to create a post, it will still fail because we haven't actually logged into our newly created account. So let's just copy paste this register function and make a login function instead. So it will look exactly the same. We just switch out register for login. Of course, we're gonna deal with this code duplication later. Now for logging in, how do we log in? Well, we're gonna do pretty much the same thing here. So we're gonna be calling login instead on our user service. And here we will just say incorrect password or email. And then we can specify status 401 instead. But what will happen here inside our login function? We will actually be using the auth facade here to log in with these credentials. So the auth facade will actually handle all of the session authentication for us. And since we are using the default user model that is provided by Laravel, we can just do this immediately. So you can just do something like auth attempt to authenticate, and then we specify the credentials, and this will just be the email and the password. So what we're gonna do with this is just return it back to our controller. If we are able to log in successfully, we also want to regenerate the session. So we can do something like session and then regenerate with the new values. So let's try this. Of course, we also need to add a button for logging in. So let's just copy paste this register button. And let's see if we can log in. It seems we can, right? But if we try to change the password and try logging in, we can see we get back here incorrect password or email. So that is clearly working. And if we try logging in now, and if we try actually creating a post, won't you look at that? We're actually able to create a post. Isn't it beautiful? One of the things that I mentioned in the previous video is that we actually have hard coded the user ID everywhere. Everywhere here in our controllers, we are hard coding a user ID. But now when we have an authenticated user, we can actually get access to the ID of that user. So instead of this user ID here, we can do auth using the same facade. We can do auth ID, and this will return the ID of the authenticated user. So now if we try to create this post again, boom, we can see that we have a different ID. So this is something we want to go ahead and do for all of these places where we have a hard-coded UUID. Of course, we also want to support logging out, and that is equally straightforward in Laravel. So we just need a very simple controller function for this. So we can do a logout, and then we can just do auth and log out. Isn't it beautiful? It doesn't get more easy than that, right? So we can just create a very simple little post route for that as well for logging out. And we just have a very simple logout function. We just make a simple post request here. So let's try this. We can still create a post, of course, because we are still logged in. It's still persisted as a cookie. But if we try to log out first and then try to create a post, boom, won't you look at that? We get back unauthenticated since we are no longer logged in. Today we're going to learn how to set up Google sign-in for our social media project. So we are going to let our users log in with Google instead of perhaps creating a user account. They no longer would need to come up with a new password, one less password to remember and one less account to create, really. So it's a pretty convenient experience for users to just be able to click that sign in with Google. They're most likely already signed in with Google, so they will just simply be sent right into our application, and that is a really good way to convert new users. So the protocol that Google and a lot of these other remote providers use is the Auth, Open Authentication protocol. It's pretty commonly used when you want to have another provider tell us the identity of a user. They will be using their existing Google account to identify on our platform. And of course, Laravel already provides a really neat library for this called Laravel Socialite. So Laravel Socialite is an authentication library for authenticating with remote providers and getting information about the users. So it has a lot of built-in providers already. It has Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Google, GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, and Slack by default. But you can also just install another provider if you have another platform. Maybe you want to authenticate with, I don't know, Discord or anything else, then most likely someone has already written a provider for that. So we will go ahead and install Laravel Socialite into our social media project. So we're just going to do composer require Laravel Socialite, just like usual. Let that install. So now when Socialite has installed, we need to set up the credentials for this platform that we are adding. So we're going to be adding the Google provider. Then we need to have a client ID and a client secret for an application in the Google Cloud Console. So let's go over to the Google Cloud Console. So we'll just go to the Google Cloud platform and log in here. So now we're here in Google Cloud. Let's go ahead and create a new Google Cloud project. So we can press create or select a project, and then we can make a new project. And I will just call this social media. And now that I've created this project, I will go to APIs and services and credentials here. So this is where we want to create new credentials for our Auth application. So before we can create any credentials, we need to configure a consent screen. So this is when Google asks the user, do you want to allow social media to access this and this about you, such as accessing the email of the user or even more sensitive data. We're not going to be dealing with any more sensitive data than just the email, but this is where you configure that. So configure consent screen we need to do before we set up a credential. And since we're not in a Google workspace, we have to select here externals, since this will be a front-facing application. So let's create that, and then we can specify here the name of the application. I'm just going to call this social media. So social media wants access to your Google account. And then you specify your email. You can upload a logo if you want, and you can provide things like your homepage, your privacy policy, and stuff like that. So now we have created that OAuth consent screen. So now we have scopes, and the scopes are what we want to get access to in terms of user data. What do we actually want to get from Google? What do we want to know about the user? And we just want to know the basic user information. So we just want to see the primary Google account email address. In fact, we don't even need to show the personal info or the public profile of the user. We just want to get access to the email of the user. That is how we will identify that user. So we just want to get access to to the Google account email. And now we press update here, and that's pretty much it. So let's save and continue. And since we are in testing mode right now, we also need to add our own email as a test user so that we can access this and try it out. So let's just write our own email here. So now that we have set up the Auth consent screen, we can go back to the credentials and actually create some credentials for our application. So let's create some credentials, and what we want here is an Auth client ID. So this is how we will be able to access the user's data. So if we do this, we need to also specify what kind of application we are developing, and we are developing a web application, of course. We can just rename this to social media if we want. And then we need to actually set up an authorized redirect URI. So we need to specify which URIs are actually safe, which URIs we actually use in our application. And currently we are just using localhost. We don't have an actual domain set up, so we will just set up our own Laravel localhost instance here, which is on localhost 8000. But we also need to specify the full URI. So where do we want to redirect the user when they have successfully authenticated with Google? Well, we currently have an auth prefix, so we have like auth login, register, logout. So it makes sense to start with auth, and then we will simply specify auth callback. So this is just a callback to our server when the user has authenticated, and then we just specify the name of the provider. This is not strict by any means. You can come up with any URI you want. You could have localhost 8000/banana or something. We will just be creating our own route handler for it anyways, so we get to decide completely on our own what we want to name this, but I'm just gonna call it auth callback Google. If we have more providers in the future, we'll just have another one for maybe Twitter or whatever. So this is just gonna be the name of the provider. Let's add that and create. And there we go, our Auth client has been created. We get back the client ID and the client secret. And this is what we now want to provide to Laravel Socialites. We have here the client ID, client secret, and redirect. But first, as you can see, this is stored as an environment variable. We don't want to store this in plain text in the services file, since we might be publishing that to version control such as GitHub. So let's go ahead and go to our .env file here and set that up. So let's just call this Google client ID and copy this client ID that we got back from Google. And there we go, that's all we need. And then we can go here and configure the services. So let's go to services and let's just add a new one for Google. So we just simply add this Google key to this services, and we specify the client ID, client secret, and we use these environment variables that we set up, and of course use the redirect URL that we have configured as well. So let's actually create that callback route. So let's do a route, and this will be, both of these will be get routes. And this will be a get route. So we will do auth, and then we want to have callback, and then the name of the provider. And then we want to actually create a new controller. So we're going to create a new controller for when the user has authenticated with Google. We could put this in the user controller, but I feel like we could separate it even further so that each of these providers would hypothetically have their own controller. So let's just create a new controller for Google Authentication. So here I just created a new class called Google Auth Controller with a method called callback inside of it. So now we can use this. So now we can use this here in our routes, Google Auth Controller class, and then callback. Now we also need a way to actually send the user to Google. We need to have a way to redirect the user to the actual URL that they are supposed to be on to authenticate. So we are also going to be creating a redirect route. So this will be redirect Google, and this will send the user to Google to first authenticate, and then when they have authenticated, they will be sent back to our callback route. Now we have a redirect and callback, and let's look how we implement this. Well, won't you look at that? Isn't it more straightforward than one single line of code? So we have redirect and callback. So let's just copy paste this. So for the redirect, we simply call social ID driver, then we specify the platform that we are trying to authenticate with, and then we just call redirect. And for the callback, we will just get back some user data. So we will call the user function. Let's just var dump the user and see what we get back from Google when we are authenticating. So that should be everything that we need to do to set up Laravel Socialize. So let's go ahead and run this with PHP artisan serve, and then let's try to redirect to Google to authenticate. So auth redirect Google, and we can see that we get sent to Google to sign in with Google. Choose an account to continue to social media. There you can see before it will share your name, email address, and then we can continue. And boom, won't you look at that? We get back some really nice information about ourselves. So we get back the data from Google that we have. We have the ID, nickname, name, email, avatar. If you ever try to set up some Auth yourself, you would know that it's pretty painful, especially with some providers. But here with Google and with the help of Laravel Socialize, we just had to write like pretty much 2 lines of code and just set up some credentials, and then we're just up and running. And it's very beautiful how straightforward and convenient that was. So now we can see that we get access to the email, and that is exactly what we want to use to identify the user. So now that we have authenticated with Google, we also want to start talking with the user servers. We actually want to log in the user. So for signing in with Google, we're going to be doing things a bit differently. You know, normally we would have a register route where we would let the user register with a username and password, and then after that they would have to log in after they have registered. But in the case of authenticating with Google, instead we are going to be logging them in directly. So if the account doesn't exist when we try to authenticate with Google, we will simply create a new account and then log them in directly. But first we need to have a way to differentiate between accounts that have been authenticated with Google and accounts that have been authenticated with just plain old password. So we need to know if this is a Google account or an account that has been registered on our platform. So for that, we're going to be adding a new column to our users table, an auth type column. So this will specify if this is a password login or a Google login. So let's go ahead and add a new migration for that. So let's do PHP artisan make migration, and then we will do add auth type to users. Oh, I misspelled that a little bit, but we can just rename this migration if we like. So add that to users, and of course this should be the users table. Then we will just add a new column to our users table, and this will be a string column which will be called auth type. We will actually provide a default value here, since we actually have values in our database previously that don't have an auth type. So if we try to create this without a default value, it would fail, since it wouldn't know what values to give those rows. So we're just going to add a default value of password. So this will be password authenticated type for all of the existing users in our database. So how do we reverse this migration? Well, we simply drop that column that we just added. So we just drop column auth type. So let's go ahead and run this migration. PHP artisan migrate. And that seemed to go through successfully. Now let's also add this as a fillable property to our users. So we'll just add that auth type column that we just created. So now in our register method, we will also be specifying an auth type. So this will just be registering normally. As you can see, we are hashing a password, so we have an actual password to work with. So we'll just set the auth type here to be password. So I will actually define a new method here called on third party callback, and this is when we get a callback from a third party provider, just like Google. So first we're going to be specifying the provider name. In this case, this will be Google. Then we will specify the email of the user that has been authenticated, And then we will specify the avatar that we have gotten back from the provider. So now we have those two methods. What we can see here is that we have some common logic that we actually don't want to duplicate. So let's create two new functions, one for normalizing an email and one for getting a user by their email. So in our register function, we will just start out by normalizing the email. So get the user by, so normalize email of that user, and then we want to get the user by that normalized email. Then here we do like normal, we check if the user already exists, then we return false. But in this case, on third-party callback, we'll do something very similar. But in this case, if the user does exist, then we'll have to have some custom logic for that. So we'll need to check if the user isn't null and if their existing auth type does not match the provider, then we have a problem. So this could happen if the user first registered an account with an email and password and then tried to log in with a Google account with the same email. And that's not something that we really want to support. If they have already created an account with a password, we do not want to let them log in with Google. And this could almost even be a vulnerability, especially with other providers. Say we have another remote provider which doesn't even verify emails. Maybe we could register an account there and try to impersonate a user just by using their email on this other platform. So that's not something that we want to support. If there already exists an account and they are trying to log in with a different provider, we do not want to continue. So we'll just return false here. Otherwise, we will check if the user is null. Here we will try to register an account. Otherwise, we will log them in. Here, in fact, we also need to provide the provider since we want to set that auth type field. So this is how this registered third party will look. We will just send in the email. And setting the username, we will also set it to the email of the user. So in the future, when we actually implement the front end of our application, we will have to rewrite this a bit because we want to let the user actually set their own username when they register with a third party as well. So we're going to have to add another step before we actually create the user. But for now, we're just going to set it to the email that they authenticated with. Then we use the provider that we have authenticated with. In this case, it will be Google. The password here will just be set to an empty string. Since we don't have a password, the user simply cannot authenticate with a password anymore. Oh, I just realized that this get user by email is a little bit stupid. So we just want to send in the email that the provider, not normalizing it first. So we have a separate method for that. So when we have registered a third-party account, we just want to log in that user. So actually we can just do this in a neater fashion. We can just set that, we can overwrite that user variable to be the newly registered one, and then simply call auth login. So this auth login will actually authenticate the user in our system, set the session cookies and everything when we have a user object. And in this case, we have found the user object that we want to authenticate in our system. We can just call auth login and then that user will be authenticated for us. So now we also need to add a little extra support to our login method here. So we only want to authenticate users here that actually have the auth type password. We do not want to let a user log in with a password if they have logged in with Google first. So let's make sure that we're actually trying to find an account that is registered with a password. So let's go ahead and spin up our front end and see what we are dealing with. And now we have our register login and logout that we looked at in the previous episode. Let's see if we can still log in without any problem. Let's see if that works. Okay, something else is failing now. I guess the CSRF. Let's try again. Let's try to log in here. Is that successful? It seems it is. Okay, cool. So we can still log in. We didn't break that completely. But now we also want to be able to log in with a remote provider. So we want to be able to log in with Google. So let's go ahead and add a login with Google link. We can even make this a link. We can even make this a link. We don't really need to have any JavaScript tied to it. So let's just specify that redirect route that we created. So auth redirect Google, login with Google. Let's see if it works. Yes, we get sent back and we have our callback, but we aren't really doing anything in our Google Auth controller, right? So the information that we want to get from the user that authenticated is their email and their avatar. So we can do that with the methods get email and get avatar. And then we want to handle this in our user service. So we can do user service, this user service on third-party callback. And in this case, the provider will be Google. We have the email and their avatar. We can also refactor this since we have this Google provider name used everywhere. We can just create a constant for that. We do not want to var dump the user anymore, but we do want to call on the third-party callback. So let's see what happens now if I try to log in with Google. We get sent back and we seem to get logged into the system. We're not actually redirecting anywhere, interestingly. I guess after we have called this, we could actually redirect the user to a completely different origin, but that's fine. We will have it on the same origin in the future. But let's go back to our front end and try to log in with Google again. Yeah, we get sent back here. So let's see if we can actually create a post. Is that possible? It seems like we were able to create a new post. I will actually have to look in the database to see if this was created with the right account. So if we take a look inside our database, we have a lot of these users, but we can see that we in fact have myself here with my Gmail account. And somewhere around here, we can see that the auth type is set to Google, but apparently we have also set a password here for some reason. I'm not too sure about that. Let's take a look in our user service again. Yeah, so it actually seems that this users here actually defines a cast. So we can actually do casting in these Eloquent models, and we can see that we are casting this password to be hashed. So even if we are not sending in a hashed password here, it will actually be hashed for us. So this will just be the hash of an empty password. So this is not something that I really want to have. We don't really want this to always be hashed. In this case, I feel like it would make more sense that it was just an empty password. So I think I'll actually go ahead and delete this user. So let's try to do this again. Let's try to log in with Google again. We should be creating a new account. Let's see if we take a look at this user now. And yeah, we can see that the password is now completely empty, and that's more what I wanted. So now let's try registering this account first with a traditional password and then try to log in with Google. So let's try to just register here, and that was successful. If I try to do this again, it will fail. And now if I try to log in with Google with this same email that I provided here, login with Google, this should actually fail. It should actually not succeed. But the problem here is actually that we don't really care what the outcome of this is, right? So we don't actually care what happens if this fails. So I think it makes sense that if this thing returns false, then we will also notify the user about that. So if this was unsuccessful, then we want to, of course, let the user know. So now if I try to log in with Google, this should actually fail. So you can see account already exists. Since the user's auth type, which is a traditional password, does not match the provider, this will fail. And today we're going to take a look at file uploads in Laravel. So what are we going to use file uploads for? Well, we want to be able to attach images to our posts, right? What would a social media be if we can't post funny cat pictures or maybe flex our biceps and attach that to a post? And we also want to be able to add profile pictures so that users can show off themselves in their profiles. So we want to let users upload images which we then can serve and show on our page. So here we are in our demo front end, and this is where we are going to start implementing a file upload. And what we are going to be doing is adding an input type file so that we can actually upload a file by using the native file picker. So let's do input type file, and this will render an input element where we can browse and select a file. And we're also going to attach an ID to this so that we can access this from JavaScript so that we can get the files that they have uploaded and then send them off to the backend. So I'm just going to call this post image. And then we need to access this element to get the file. So we can do document get element by ID, get that by the ID post image, which we just defined. I guess we could also check if post image element is null. That shouldn't really occur, but it's always good to make sure that it does exist on the page. And then we can access the files of this element. So if this is an input type file element, it also has a property called files. So we can do something like if post image element dot files dot length equals isn't 1. So we want to check if they have uploaded either no files at all or if they have uploaded multiple files. I don't think it's actually possible to upload multiple files if we don't specify that. I think by default you can only select one file, but in this case we return early if that doesn't match the expected amount of files. And now we're back here, we can also make sure that we only accept images. So we don't want to let them upload like a JSON file or any other kind of a file for that matter. Of course, you can just bypass this and just send whatever you like. So when we show this native file picker, it would be nice to filter out everything else and just show the images to the user. So in here, we're just going to specify the MIME type, image PNG and image JPEG, since these are the images that we want to support. And then we can access this image here in the first, as the first element of this files property. So let's try this out first and see if it actually works. So here I selected a nice little image, and let's try pressing this create post. And we can see that we get back a file and we get some name and some information about it. So it seems to be working right. And if I try to send nothing, we can see that it's failing because we did not select a file. So that seems to be working fine. So now we're actually going to send off this file to our backend server, and we need to actually change the way that we are sending this. We're not going to be sending the file in the JSON. We are instead going to be using something known as a multi-part request. So since we have more complex data, such as a file, we can no longer just send it in the JSON string. That would get pretty messy, right? So we want to instead send it like a traditional form. So in order to do that, there's actually an object in JavaScript known as form data, and a class called form data that we can create a new instance of and add fields to. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's create a new form data first. So we create a new form data, and then we want to just start out like we did before, appending the caption of the post that we are creating. I'm just going to set it to some dummy value for now. And then we want to attach the actual file. So in here, we can actually attach our file object and then send it off to the server. So here we're going to do post image element files at index 0. So now we have constructed this form data object. We can replace our JSON stringify with this form data. So instead of sending a string in our body, we're going to be sending a multi-part form data. So let's go ahead and try this out. Let's actually start by logging into the server and see if that is successful. It seems to be the case. So then we have selected a file, and I try to create a post. And will this work? Well, won't you look at that? We have now created a post. So as you can see, this no longer looks like that JSON that we are used to. This is a little bit more complex than that. So we can see all of the fields and also their types and such. So clearly we were able to create this, but on the backend we are not actually handling anything. The only thing that we're really doing on the backend is creating a new post with the caption that we provided, but we haven't actually handled anything regarding the file upload. So let's go ahead and do that now. So here we are in our post controller class. The first thing we're actually going to do here is take a look at our create post requests. So we actually want to add a rule here to make sure that we're uploading a proper file, and also specifying how large we want this file to be as a maximum. So we can specify this here. If we specify file, and then we're not going to be making this required. So when we create a post, we're not going to require that the user uploads an image. They can create a post just without an image. That is totally fine. But we do want to make sure that this is actually a file. So we can make sure that it is a file. We want to specify the supported MIME types for this file. So we want to support only PNG and JPEG. And then we want to specify the maximum file size. And here I'm just going to specify a maximum of 1 megabyte. So we're not really going to be supporting any larger files than that. It isn't really necessary for a profile picture or a post picture. If it is too large, then they will simply have to compress it or something. We don't want to be able to let them upload their full computer onto our backend. So these are the validation rules that we're going to have for this create post request now. So going back to our post controller, now we can actually start getting access to this file that we have uploaded. So we can do something like file, and then we can do request file, and then we specify this file name. I think we actually call it image on the front end, right? So if we go back to the create post request, let's actually call this image. File is a bit too generic maybe. So caption and image, and if we go back here, we can get access to this file. And now remember, we did not make this required. So if the user did not upload a file, then this will just be null. So we want to actually check if file isn't null. And we can also check something like file is valid, I think. And this will make sure that this is a valid file according to the specification. So then we actually want to store this file to our file system. So when working with file uploads in Laravel, we can actually specify to upload these files somewhere else. We might have a remote storage provider, for example. We might be dealing with something like Amazon S3 or something, which is actually pretty much a recommended practice if you are working with a more serious project. So from a security standpoint, it's more recommended to have them in block storages and keep them away from the server, just in case the user would upload something malicious to the server. We wouldn't want to have our backend server, which might have a database and other important services running. We would probably want to have that more isolated, just have an isolated provider where we store our files. Since we are dealing with just a small little pet project here, we are just going to be storing it where the server is active and running as well. So how do we do this? Well, we can do something like file store, right? So since the file isn't null, we can store this file. And where are we going to be storing it? Well, we're going to be storing it in uploads. And here you can also specify, I think, that we want this to be a public or private upload. So in Laravel, you can actually have private directories as well if you don't want to be able to access them. So we're actually going to make this a public upload so that we can serve it later. So I'm just going to specify that I want this to be public. So if it was successfully stored, then we will be able to get access to the hash of the file. So we're actually gonna be dealing with hashes instead of just the file name that the user provided. That is also from a security standpoint. We don't really want to let them upload arbitrary extensions to our backend either. So we want to use a more random file name for associating with this file. So in order to do that, we're just going to be calling the hash name function, which will return the hash name that Laravel has generated for us. So we're just going to set this image to null since we're not going to require files. So if they have uploaded a file and it is valid and we are able to store it, then we set this image variable. So let's try this out and let's var dump this image and see if we get anything when we try to upload something. So here I'm going to try to create a post again, create post. It doesn't seem like it caused any issues in the dev tools. So let's see if we actually upload something. Let's actually look here and see if we get back anything. So looking at this, we can actually see that this is set to null. So I think something failed. If we take a look in how we're sending this again, I think we named it improperly. Yeah. So we call this file, but we expected it to be image. So let's try that again. So if I try to create a post, oh, now it's actually failing for some reason. So the image field must not be greater than 1024 kilobytes. So it actually seemed to work. The image that I tried to upload was actually larger. So it's just above 1 megabyte. So let's change this to 2048 so that we can allow 2 megabytes. That should definitely be enough. So let's try creating this again and boom, now we created that. And let's see if we can now see the hash name here. And now we can actually see that we have a hash name returned. So that should mean that the file has been uploaded successfully. So I think this should be under storage. So if we take a look in storage and then apps and then public and then uploads, and boom, won't you look at that? We have actually uploaded our file here. And won't you look at this cute little cat? Yes, indeed, we were able to upload a file now successfully. That is great. So now that this image has been uploaded, we're also going to send this into our create post method so that we can attach it to the post and then be able to render it in the future. So I'm just going to add a new parameter here to create post, which will be the image that we want to have associated with this post. And this might be null. It's not going to be required by any means, but if it is not null, then we will have an image for the post. This also means that we need to make this fillable, so let's make it fillable. I'm not really sure if we actually have this added to our post model just yet. Let's take a look here in our database and see if we actually have any images on these posts already. So yeah, we actually have an image column already for this, so that should hopefully work. So let's try running this again, trying to create a new post, and let's take a look inside our database, see if we get a post here. Yes, we can now see that we have this file hash name stored in our database. So now the question comes, how do we actually serve this file to the user? Currently, we're just letting them upload these images, but we're not actually providing a way for the user to get access to them. We can't really show them in any way. And that is of course good. We wouldn't want it to be public by default so that the user would wreak havoc in our file system. But we do want to be able to serve them somehow. And there are multiple ways we can do this. If we want to be a bit more picky with what we actually provide to the user, we could actually write our own route for returning a file. So let's try doing that. Let's try writing a route where we just get this specific cat image. So we can do something like this, route get cat, and then we can do storage download and then specify the path to the file that we want to download to the browser. So in this case, this starts here. So I think we want to do public uploads, and then we can use this hash name here. So storage download, let's try that. So if we just return storage download and then we go and access localhost 8000 cat, and boom, we can see that it's actually downloading this file. Now, if we wanted to render this in the browser, just like we do with some files, perhaps you have like a PDF or something, you want to render it instead of just downloading it immediately, we can first specify null here. We don't want to have a name, and then we specify a header that is called content disposition, and we set this to inline. So I'm going to be inlining this, which will make the browser render it if it is supported, which should be the case if we have an image. So if we now try to access this cat again, localhost 8000 and cat, and won't you look at this, beautiful little kitten is now being shown again. And you can see that this works. So this would work for any kind of upload that we would have, or any kind of file that we have in our storage. Now, this would perhaps be a bit wasteful now. If we wanted to get a post image, then we would have to first fetch maybe a post ID from a database and then fetch the hash and then call this download function. So another way to do this is actually giving access to all of the files that we have in our public folder. So since we are dealing with PHP, we can actually just serve these files with our web server. So we can actually specify that we want all of the files underneath our public directory here to be accessible. So in order to do this, we just need to run a simple command with artisan. So we just do php artisan storage link, and this will link our directory and make it accessible from the web. So now in order to access this, we can just visit localhost 8000 storage, and then we just specify the path, which is underneath this public directory. So we have the path called uploads, and then we specify the name of the file that we want to serve. So in this case, should be the cat as well, and boom, won't you look at that, we have now served that, and it seems to work pretty fine, right? So now all that we need to do is just have access to this hash, and then all of the files that we have underneath this directory will be accessible from the browser. So now let's try to be a bit more fun and actually render these posts here so that we can see if this new image functionality is working. So I'm just gonna define a new function here called render posts. This will of course also just be for demo purposes. When we actually implement the front end with something like React, we're gonna do things a bit differently, but this is just a demo of our single page application. So here we're just gonna do something very similar to everything else that we've done. We just set the CSRF cookie, and then we call our API/posts endpoint with credentials include. And then we try to parse the JSON that we get back. So we're actually going to be calling this directly when the document has been loaded. So I'm going to do window at event listener load, and then do render posts in here. So in here now, let's try also logging these posts to the console. And boom, won't you look at that, we get back an array. And if we now take a look at this, we can also see that we now have access to the image here. So we have an image property, which we can now see on some of these posts. And for the other ones, we see that the image is simply null. So I'm just going to create a new divider called posts, and this is where we will render our posts. I'll do something very simple here. So for let post of JSON, since we get back an array of posts, then we're going to be appending to this posts divider, and this is something that is definitely not a recommended practice. So if we do something like document get element by ID posts, then we can actually set HTML directly with inner HTML, and this is definitely not recommended since this is vulnerable to XSS attacks. So if we were to have a script tag stored inside our caption, for example, then a malicious user could potentially run JavaScript in other clients' browsers and get their cookies and things like that. So we definitely do not want to use this normally, but this is just for illustrative purposes, so that we can simply add an image tag very easily without having to construct it in JavaScript first. So for each post, we're just gonna be like rendering a h3 tag or something. Let's also make this a template string, so we can do like h3 post. Let's just show the caption here in this h3, and then we can do an image source, And this source now, we will actually be using the storage URL. So I think we actually need to specify an absolute path here since we're on a different origin. So localhost 8000 storage, this should be uploads, and then we can use the post dot image, right? Let's also add a couple of BR tags so that we can separate them a little bit. Let's try rendering this. Boom, you can see, of course, these are failing since we don't actually have an image. But if we go down further here, boom, we can look at that. See this cat, it's actually quite large. So I'm not surprised it was like 2 megabytes or something. Styling of this image tag, maybe we can do with 600 pixels. Let's see if that looks any better. Yeah, we can see that looks much better. So now we can actually see this. But the point here is now that since we have linked our storage, all we really need is the image hash. And then we can just derive it since we know that this will always be the URL where we can access the files. We can just use the image hash to download, or in this case, render this image. So let's now also implement the ability to set the user profile picture. I'm just going to add a button for this set avatar and do something very similar to what we did in our create post function. I'm just going to define a new route here, API user avatar, and just use a form data and send this image that we selected. I also created a nice little helper function, get file, that we call in both create and set avatar, which just makes sure that the user has actually selected a file. Otherwise, they return null. So let's go ahead and define this route in our web as well. So we have API. I don't think we actually have a user group here. So let's make one. And we're of course also going to attach the middleware Auth Sanctum to make sure that we only allow authenticated requests. We do not want to set the avatar for a non-existent user. We need to know which user is trying to update their avatar. So then let's do post avatar and then user controller. I think I call it set avatar, right? So in here we also do something very similar. We used, instead of having a form request class for it, we just do it directly with just the request. But here we also make sure that this is required. So we do not want to upload, we do not want to let any requests through which have not selected a file. So just require files and then the same MIME types and the same maximum file size. Check that it's valid, and instead of storing it in the uploads directory, I store it in the avatars directory. And then we get the hash name, and then we call set user avatar. And this is very simple. We get the user by their ID and then set their avatar. I, however, don't think we have defined this avatar column on the user table. So we're gonna start off by doing that. So let's make a migration, PHP artisan make migration. Add avatar to users, I guess. And then let's go to database migrations, add avatar to users, and then let's do table. And this will just be a string, right? This will be a string of the hash name of the file. So string avatar. And when we reverse the migration, we just want to drop the column avatar. And then let's just run PHP artisan migrate to run this. Okay, this actually failed for some reason. Cannot add non-null. Okay, it needs to have a default. Well, this is actually nullable, so let's migrate that. Yeah, now it works. Great. So let's go ahead and see if we can set our avatar. If we do try to run this set avatar, unprocessable content. Why is that? Let's see, the image field is required. Maybe I didn't call it image. We did actually call it image, so something is failing. So I think the issue is here actually that we had a put request. For some reason, it doesn't seem that Laravel supports multi-part requests with put. That is something maybe I will have to look into, but we need to make sure that this is a post request for some reason. I think also we defined this a bit incorrectly. This should be separated by a comma. So let's try this again, set avatar, and now it went through successfully. So let's take a look inside our database and see if we have set our avatar now. Not even sure which user I'm logged in as, but let's find out. Yeah, we can see, boom, this coolest kid now actually has an avatar set here. And if we take a look inside our storage, which is somewhere, storage app, public, and boom, won't you look at that, we have our avatar also now stored in our storage. And of course, since we have linked this with PHP Artisan storage link, we can now access this from within our browser as well. So that is all that I wanted to cover regarding file uploads in Laravel. As usual, there's much more to learn. You can definitely check out the documentation if you have a specific use case for your file uploads, or you can just drop a comment or join my Discord if you have any issues, and I will gladly help you out. Today we're going to look at pagination and infinite scrolling in Laravel. And why do we want to do this? Well, we don't really want to return all data from our post's endpoint, because it gets pretty messy, right? If we have like 1,000 posts, it would take quite a long time to fetch that, but it would also be really inefficient to just render all of that in the browser. There's really no need to fetch that amount of data. Most users would probably not scroll down a mile-long page to view all posts. It's just much nicer to load them as they are needed, or just have a page system where you can go to the next page if you want to continue on viewing the posts. So that is what we are going to implement today in Laravel. And that is of course already built in Laravel, and we can just use the pagination methods that are provided by Eloquent. So this is our current demo page. It doesn't look that great right now. We haven't actually started working on the single page application for the social media, but that is coming very soon. But just for this demo purposes, we have this page, and currently we are loading all of these posts, and they don't really look that great anyways right now because we don't have any images to show here. So I think we're even going to change up our code here a little bit in render posts. So we have this HTML with inner HTML. Like I said in the previous video, this is not recommended to do. This will most likely lead to a security vulnerability. So in the future, when we are using something like React, we won't even have to worry about this. But this is just for demo purposes. But what we want to do here is just, if there is no image, we just don't want to append that HTML. So we can start off with the caption of the post that will always exist. But if post.image isn't null, that is the only case where we want to have an image. So if there is an image, then we can append that image. So let's see if it works. And once you look at that, we just get a caption, but if we scroll down, we get this nice little kitten since that image has been attached to that post. So now I want to render some buttons for my pagination. So we're going to be starting off with just having some pages on the bottom. That is probably traditionally how you would do this. You would have pages and you could go to the next page perhaps and go to the first page and last page or something like that. But we're also going to be implementing infinite scrolling after that. So in a social media application, it's more common to have this kind of infinite scrolling where we scroll and then we will load more data. In this case, it won't really be infinite scrolling because we're not going to be like looping around and start showing the same posts again. If we simply have ran out of pages to show, we will just stop there. But it's infinite in the sense that the user doesn't really know how many pages there are. So they can just keep on scrolling. Maybe they will reach the end if they are doom scrolling enough, but otherwise they will just keep on scrolling and getting more posts loaded. So we're going to be starting off by rendering some buttons down here so you can go to the next page, for example. So here I just create a very simple function for this, which will create a button element. So just create a button element, set the inner text to the page that we specify, and then when we click this button, we will just alert the page. So I'm also going to add a little divider here underneath all the posts, or maybe we'll put it at the top because it's kind of annoying to have to scroll down all of these posts, right? So let's just do some pagination divider here. And then we will get this pagination element by its ID. Let's also clear it, I think, since we might update this in the future when we are rendering posts to update and reflect on what kind of page we currently are on. So we're just going to empty that for now. And then we are going to try to add just one button to this. So let's just create one button with the page 1. And let's see if that works. Yeah, it doesn't seem to work since I'm not actually returning the button that we created. Let's try it again. And there we go. Now you can see this nice little 1 button. If I press it, we can see that we alert 1. So how do we actually do pagination in Laravel? If we go now to our post service, this is where we handle fetching all the posts. We just do post all, which will give us all of the posts. But now we want to paginate. And how would you do that? Well, you can just switch out this all here with paginate. And the first argument here will be the number of items per page. So in this case, maybe let's do 5 items per page. So this is the traditional way of doing pagination. This is the normal pagination way. We just offset in the database. We just run the offset command in the SQL query to offset by a specific amount. But you can also do something known as cursor pagination. And this is where you make it depend on a specific column in the database. Perhaps you have an ID and you have it sorted by an ID. Then you can paginate with a cursor over the ID. So if the ID is greater than something, you can show those elements to the user. So if you use cursor pagination, you won't really know how many pages are left. We can just kind of check, will there be a next page and can we go to the next page and try to paginate, but you can't really see how many total pages there will be. And it can also lead to some duplicates being shown. If you have a lot of writes to your post, if there are people posting all the time, then when you go to a different page, it might be possible that you can see a post again that you have already seen on a different page. But cursor pagination can definitely be more efficient if you have a lot of data and if you perhaps have indices on the data that you are trying to sort over, such as the ID. But for our purposes, we're just going to be using this normal pagination. So what this paginate does is that it actually returns a length-aware paginator. So this is what you can access from this paginator. You can access the count, the current page, first item, fetching all items. There's a lot of good stuff that you can read from this paginator that we get back. But since this also implements the JSON-able interface, we can just simply return this from our post service. We can just simply return this back to our controller. So when we serialize it with JSON, we will get back some of this interesting data. So let's try running this now and see what we actually get here in the network tab. If we look at these posts now, you can see this is no longer just a JSON array. We get a lot of more interesting stuff here. We get current page, the from, last page, per page, and the total amount of items. And we also have the data. So this is the data for the current page, and that is what we actually want to use to render on our page. So now we can switch out our front end to instead loop over json.data. And now it should hopefully work. Yeah, you can see we get now only back 5 items, since that is what we specified in the count here for the pagination. But this data also lets us now create these pagination buttons. So now we also know what the last page will be. We will know what the current page is, for example. So what I want to do here is probably just render all of the available pages from the current page. So if we are on page perhaps 3, I guess we will show also the previous page. So we will show page 2, 3, and then all of the remaining pages. So we loop through this from the current page to the last page, really. So that's what we're gonna be doing. And I guess we also want to show the first page. So if the current page perhaps is greater than 2, then we will add the button for the first page. And if current page isn't the first page at least, then we want to show the page for the previous page. But other than that, we will just render from the current page to the last page. So we will do let I equals current page, and we want to have the condition if I is less than max pages. So we can see that the last page here is 5. So JSON.last page append 1 here. So when it is less than 6, then we want to increment that integer, and then we want to just append a button for this specific page. So let's see if that works. Yeah, we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and these are the pages that we have. Now, how do we actually paginate? How do we actually render a specific page? How does Laravel know what page we are on? Well, it knows that through the query parameter page that we send into this route. So in this case, we aren't really sending in, but it just defaults that to 1. But you can also see this here. Last page URL is this API/posts with the query parameter 5, and this is the first page with query parameter 1. So we can paginate by using the query parameter page. So we can just specify this here when we make the fetch request to fetch a different page. Now, if you want to do this programmatically, you can also do that. So I think maybe the 4th argument to this paginate function. So if we take a look at the code documentation here, we can see that the first argument here is per page. We can also specify a specific page that we want to render. So if you do not want to use the query parameter, maybe you want to fetch it from perhaps JSON or something else, you can also specify a different query parameter that you might want to fetch from, and some other options. But you can definitely change this behavior if you don't want to use that page query parameter. But we are going to be using it, so let's just add here the page. So I think we're going to send in then in render post what page we want to render it for. So I'm just going to send in the page that I wish to fetch. And then when we load this, I guess we will also make sure to load with the first page in mind. Let's see if that works. So it will fetch posts page 1. And yeah, that's pretty much how we are going to be doing it. So instead of alerting here, we can just do render posts and specify the page instead. Let's see if that works. If I press 2, press 3, 4, and now we can see that we are no longer showing the second button, since we don't want to show like way too many. If I go to page 5, we only show the previous page as well. So we can go back here and go back to the first, and we can see that, yeah, we're kind of moving through these pages. And if we go to the last page where we previously had the kitten, this was the last post that we have. So this is the last post that we have created, which we always showed here at the bottom of the page. So we can now see that this is on page 5, which definitely makes sense then. I guess it would also make sense to show which the current page is on this button. You can't really tell what the current page is. So let's just send in current. So if current, then we'll do button style, background color, set that to an obnoxious little red color there. So create button, I guess maybe we even want to keep track of the current page somewhere else. So you can just do current page, set that to 1, and then we can set the current page whenever we render this. We can check if the page equals the current page, then we can render it with that background color. Or I guess we already have a current page down here. So maybe we can just set this whenever we render this here, so we don't need to set it here. Let's try that instead. Yeah, now we can see that this is a beautiful red color. If I switch to page 2, you can see that this now changes accordingly. And yeah, it seems to work. So clearly it now shows what the current page is as well. So now it's time to actually implement the scrolling functionality so that we can go to the next page when we scroll down the page. I guess we'll move over some of this functionality into a separate function, which we will simply no longer call. So for this, we also need to know what the last page is. We need to know if we have reached the bottom and if we should stop trying to fetch more posts. Let's just make a variable called last page, and I'll set it to 0 for now, but when we have rendered this, we can do last page and set JSON.last page. I think that should work. And then we simply don't call render pagination anymore. So clearly now when I try to scroll, I can not really see any more posts. I'm kind of stuck here. So we are going to be changing this now and start listening to the scroll event. I guess we can do this here as well. So document add event listener scroll, and this will be called whenever we are scrolling. So let's try logging to the console first and see if it reacts when I try to scroll here. So yeah, we can see that whenever I scroll, we can see that we get a lot of these console log statements running. So now we want to determine if we should render more posts. I guess a common way to check would be to see if the scroll bar has reached a specific threshold. So if we have perhaps moved down more than 70% of the page height, then we know that it's time to load more posts. So we need to know what the current scroll position is and also what the max position is. So current scroll, I think we can access this from window.scroll y, right? And then we need to know the max scroll height. And we can access this from document element scroll height minus window dot inner height. This is the inner height of the window that we don't want to take into account. So that should give us everything we need for our ratio. So if we can, then we can check if current scroll divided by max scroll height is more than perhaps 70% is a good little ratio for that. So then we want to fetch the more posts. And we can see now, since we don't really have a lot of wiggle room when we try to scroll, it will always do that. So something you also need to do here is make sure that we don't try to fetch more than we really need. We need to kind of lock it in place. So if we had an async function that we awaited here, we would still bypass that, since this scroll events would still keep on coming through even though we are currently fetching data. That is the whole point. We do not want to block the main thread. We do not want to block the UI just because we are fetching something from the backend. So let's make this async, since we are going to await fetching more posts. But we will also need to make sure then that we are checking if we are fetching. So if we are fetching, then we want to return. We just kind of a lock here. So when we start fetching, which is here, we set this to true. Then we do the actual fetching, and then we set fetching back to false, and then we can start fetching more if that is necessary. So in here, we will simply increment the page, and then we will fetch more posts. So we just do render posts with the new page count. So we will just increment page and then render the new page. And something that we need to do here then is also make sure that we are appending instead of just setting the HTML. I think we are actually appending anyways right now, so it doesn't really matter. But if we were just setting the HTML, we would just be rendering a single page and keep on overwriting it. But since we are now appending to the HTML, we'll just keep on adding more pages down at the bottom. So let's see if this works. Does this work? No, page is not defined. And where's this called? I guess we don't even have the current page stored somewhere. So we have the current page variable. I suppose we could use that instead. So let's do current page, Wait, so now it does actually seem to be overwriting it. Let's see how this looks. I think we are setting, yeah, we're setting the inner HTML to an empty string. So if I try now instead, boom, there we go. Now we actually start scrolling. And now we can see that our scroll bar kind of jumps back up here since we are adding more elements at the bottom. And if we scroll now to the bottom, we can see that we are no longer showing anything else. I think, are we making sure? No, we're not making sure that we are not fetching more than we should. So that's what this last page is for. So we need to make sure in our scroll handler, if the current page is the last page, then we simply have reached the bottom and we don't want to fetch any more posts. Let's see if that works. If I go down now, you see we go to page 5 and that is the last page. If I scroll back up, we won't try to fetch page 6 anymore since that does not exist. So this is also an interesting case that we need to handle. We only have now 5 posts per page and they are not using up enough height. So we don't actually get into a state where the scroll bar is kind of at the bottom and we need to fetch more. No, we are rendering. There is enough space to render all of these posts. And that's kind of a problem, right? Since we need to be able to know if we should fetch more posts. Yes, we don't actually have a scroll bar that we can scroll. I guess maybe one way to solve this would be to use the wheel event instead. So this will always be called when we scroll the wheel, but I think this max scroll height will then still be 0. So let's see if this solves it. If we set max scroll height, set this condition, check if max scroll height is 0, yeah, then we start fetching posts again. So I guess that is kind of bad user interface design because the user doesn't really believe that there are more posts to show. I guess the most clean way to do this would be to check if these posts are not using up enough space and if we can add more pages below. Another way to do this would of course just be to paginate with a greater item count here. So if we try to render more, now you can clearly see that it will work a bit more smoothly. So I guess the easiest way to solve this would just be to have a larger page height and maybe do something like this where you check the wheel and still do it even if the user can't really see that there are more posts available. Maybe a common user action would be to try to scroll anyways, and then they will see that more posts start to pop up. So you can definitely play around with this and find a nice middle ground that suits your needs, where it feels smooth to fetch the posts. But for my purposes, I feel like this is pretty good. You know, we can just scroll down and we will fetch more posts. Now we don't really have that many posts. If I were to create like 1,000 posts, then the effect would be a bit more clear that definitely we have some sort of infinite scrolling going on, but it definitely works for our purposes, right? When we scroll down, we start showing more posts and we just keep on rendering. It doesn't take that long either to fetch these posts. If it did take long, then they would probably reach the bottom and it wouldn't look that good. But now it kind of just looks like we're infinitely scrolling and it just keeps on popping up more items. And today we're going to start looking at integrating React with our Laravel application. So far we have just been working on the backend side of things mostly, and we had this very simple proof of concept for a single page application. But now we're ready to start implementing the proper single page application, and we are going to be using React for that. So in this first video, we will just get React up and running with our Laravel backend and also set up the development environment with Vite so that we can comfortably develop with React. So in order to get started with React, we of course need to install React. So let's get a terminal up and running, and then we're going to install React and React DOM. So these are the basic React packages. And if you notice, we already have a Node.js project running. When we ran the Laravel installer for the first time, Laravel already created a Node.js project for us. So we already have a Vite server running here. We already have a Vite config for bundling everything, and we also have the Laravel Vite plugin, which helps us develop very conveniently with a development server that will automatically reload whenever we make changes, so that we don't have to rebuild and restart the server and things like that. But that means that it's already installed. We already have a Node.js project here, so we can just go ahead and install React and React DOM. But we are also going to be using TypeScript for this project, so let's also install the types for React. So what we're installing is React, React DOM, types React, and types React DOM. And we also need to have the Vite plugin for React. Since we're going to be using Vite, we need to set that up as well. So Vite.js plugin React, and that should be everything that we need to install right now. So there we go, now we have that installed. So now that we have this Vite.js plugin React, let's go ahead and set this up here as a plugin in our Vite config. So Laravel is not biased by any means. You can use Laravel with something like Vue perhaps, or even Svelte, or any other front-end framework of your choice. So since we're running with Vite, we just need to set up the plugin for the specific front-end framework that we want to use. So in this case, that will be React. So we're going to import the React plugin from Vite.js plugin React. And then we're going to be using that, add that to our plugins array. And that should be everything that we need to touch here in our Vite config. And since we are using TypeScript, we also need to be creating a TypeScript config. And I think the easiest way to do this is just to run the normal create React app and copy over that TS config that we get from there. This is kind of difficult since we're now going to be adding TypeScript to an existing project with React. If we want to have those optimal settings for React, well, we probably should just create a dummy project that we can then delete, but just copy over the contents of the TS config file. So I'm just going to create a new React app with npx create React app dummy app. So here I've opened this tsconfig.json file. So let's just go ahead and copy over this. So let's just make a new file called tsconfig, and then we'll just copy all of that content. And after we have done that, we can just safely delete that project that we just created. We're not going to be using it for anything. So I'm just going to get rid of this dummy app that I created. So something worth noting here is that we have this include property here, and we want to set this to the path of where our TypeScript files will be. And that is a bit different now since we're running this inside a Laravel project. So in this case, this will be inside resources/js instead. So let's just switch out source with resources.js. And then let's go ahead and actually create our React components. So let's start with the main React file where we will set up the root element. So we'll call this main.tsx. And then we can just go ahead and fetch the root element. So we'll just do something like root element, document, get element by ID. We'll call it root. And then we will also create the root with React DOM, which we installed. So React DOM create root for this root element. And then we need to import this React DOM. So let's import React DOM, and we should import this from React DOM/client like this. And we also need to make sure this is not null, but we will always expect there to be a root element. So we can just safely ignore that. And then we can render our main component. We haven't actually created a main component yet, so let's make one. So app.tsx, let's make a functional component. And let's just render a h2 tag. Like that. And then we can just do root.render and then send in this app component that we just created. Well, so how do we test this now in Laravel? Well, we need to have some form of view where we start rendering our single page application. So this is in fact going to be a single page application because we will have a single page that starts rendering our React app. And we might have things like routes inside of this React app, but everything will stem from this root index view that we will have. So let's go ahead and create a view, and I don't think we actually have created many views in this tutorial series yet, but we're going to be using the blade syntax here as well, and it actually has a syntax built in for the Vite development server. So we can just do something like, I guess, index.blade.php, which will be our index file, and then let's create first our root element, which we called root. So we will use this Vite React refresh directive, which will automatically refresh when we have updated our components. And then we'll also do Vite and point that to the entry point of our application. And in this case, that is main.tsx. So we'll just put the path of that here. So Vite resources js main.tsx. So all that we really need to do now is just point to this blade view somehow, and we already have that somewhere here. We have this index route which is currently mapped to this welcome route that we have. So let's instead switch this out here to render index instead. So let's try this out first by just building our front-end applications. Let's do npm run build to build that. And then we can serve our normal Laravel backend. So PHP artisan serve, and this actually failed. I think the reason here is that we have not specified this in here. So it kind of expects this to be the normal JS implementation. So instead of doing that, let's switch this out to be the same entry point that we have. So resources JS main.tsx. And then let's try this process once more and try serving it again. And boom, won't you look at that? Now we are rendering our React application. You see that we're also rendering our first component. In fact, we have this app component with the h2 tag, and we can see that being rendered beautifully here. So I also want to install Tailwind CSS for this project. If you don't know, Tailwind CSS is a really nice front-end library with loads of different utility classes for building your UIs. So if you wanted to create a large text, you would do something like text to XL, and then you would set like text red 400 and specify a color, and so on. So you declare your whole UI through the classes. So you don't really have isolated CSS in a style sheet. And that kind of makes a lot of sense if we are dealing with these sorts of components. When we write React, we kind of want to keep small components, keep components that focus only on what they are responsible for. And in that case, it kind of makes sense to put the styles alongside all of the other component logic and all of the other component structure. So we don't have to come up with loads of different class names and just clutter up a big fat file of CSS. We can just open up this app.tsx component and see directly in here how this component will look. So it's a really nice and convenient way of writing styles for your application. And since we are using Vite, that is the guide that we're going to be following. So install Tailwind CSS with Vite. Let's just go ahead and install these dependencies. And this will also create the config files, which we need to modify now. So we have this tailwind config.js. And in here, we actually want to add a reference to the paths that we want to have Tailwind styling for. So in our case, that will be our resources/js files. So all the components underneath this directory should have Tailwind styling. So let's add that. Let's do resources. Let's do resources.js and then all other files underneath that structure. So let's just copy the documentation here. So JSX and TSX, and that should be everything for configuring that. And after that, we just need to add it to our main style sheet. So let's just copy these directives over into our app.css file, which is currently empty. This will just put all of the Tailwind styles directly in this CSS file. And then we also need to import this. So let's just import this inside of our main entry point tsx file. So let's just import CSS and app.css. Yes. And I think that should be everything. So now let's also try running the Vite development server. We can actually run this very easily with the Laravel Vite plugin. So first we need to make sure that our actual backend is running. So let's do PHP artisan serve. And then let's run the Vite development server. So let's do that with npm run dev. And then to access this, we will actually access it from the actual Laravel URL. Normally, when you have a Vite development server, you would access it from the actual Vite server. But in this case, since we're dealing with the Laravel plugin, it actually runs directly on the same origin. So in this case, we're going to be using our normal way of accessing our Laravel backend. So let's try and see if that works. And boom, won't you look at that? We even have Tailwind CSS working. In fact, as you can see, this text here is red 500. If I make this red 800, we can see we get a bit darker color there, and we can also increase the size of it by just changing that. And you can see that as soon as I save this file, it will immediately update here. I don't even have to press the reload button. Isn't that really convenient? So now we have React and Tailwind CSS up and running. In fact, let's just try this out a little bit more by creating our first component. It's a little dummy component for rendering posts. So I'm just going to create a very simple React component for this. And I'm just going to call this posts. So in here, I will just create a little empty element here, and then we'll have a state for this. So we'll have like posts and set posts. We're going to do use state of an empty array initially. And since we are actually using TypeScript, why not create a little interface for a post? So I think we have more properties than just ID and caption, but I'm just going to use that for now, since that is all that I'm going to be using right now. So we have a state of a post array. So we have a list here of posts. And then inside this element, we will just loop over those posts and render something. So posts map, and for each of these posts, we are going to be rendering some JSX, right? So let's just do h2 and then do p.caption. And since this is a list now, we need to add a key. Let's do p.id, which is the unique identifier for our posts. And then let's actually fetch these posts from our backend. So we're just gonna be creating a simple effect for that. So use effect that will run when we mount this component. It will run an async function. So we need to create it a bit separately here. And I think we're just gonna go ahead and copy whatever we have in our dummy front end here. So we have this render posts, and we're just gonna copy this for now. So in the future, we'll make sure to create a proper class for this, which will handle all of the CSRF stuff for us. So we don't need to duplicate that every time we do a fetching. But for now, we're just gonna have a little test here. And so in that case, we just need to set the CSRF cookie, and then we can fetch it from the backend route. So let's just copy in that. So we should get back a JSON. And if you watched the previous video, you know that this is now a paginated request. And actually, as you can see, we have this page which we have not defined. Let's just get rid of that for now. It will be the first page by default. But we have this JSON here, so we can't directly get the posts from here. We need to do actually items, I believe. So set posts JSON.items. And let's see if that works. Well, of course, we also need to add this component. So let's make this a divider instead, perhaps. And get rid of these styles for now. And then we can render this component in here. Let's see if that works. No, it actually failed for some reason. So maybe it's not called items, I guess maybe it's called data. And boom, won't you look at that? It worked now immediately when I changed that. So you can see what a beautiful little list of posts there. So I guess we can also play around with rendering an image. So in this map, let's make this a divider instead as the root element. And then let's check if the image has a, and then let's check if the post has an image. So let's define this now in our data model. We'll set this to string or null if the post does not have an image. And then we can check that. So if p.image isn't null, we can render an image. So if the image isn't null, let's render it, or we will just set that to null. And in that case, we'll set the source here, and we need to use this storage URL, which I covered in a previous video. So this is just wrap this here in curly braces so that we can use a template string. And let's see if that works. I don't think it actually worked. So if p.image isn't null. And yeah, of course, we also need to make sure that we set this key now on the outermost element. I think the reason here is actually that we are not rendering enough posts so that we can see it, since it's probably on a different page. So let's just quickly change the pagination here in our post service. Let's just paginate 25. I think that's the maximum amount of posts that we have. And boom, now the kitten appeared once again. I think this is in fact the absolute last post that we have available. Of course, we can now style this with Tailwind CSS, maybe with 96 if that suits us better. But as you can see, we now have React running with our Laravel application. And it was kind of a breeze, right? We just needed to install a couple of things and set up some things regarding the TypeScript config and configure the Vite config as well, but it was pretty straightforward, right? So now we're up and running with our React application inside Laravel, and we can start working on the front end for our social media project. Today we're going to take a look on how to do authentication. So we already have looked at authentication in Laravel, but now we're going to set it up together with React as well. So we need to manage the authentication state somehow. And we're also going to start structuring up our React application and start designing the UI a little bit in this video. So we're going to start off by installing a router. We actually need to have a way to route to different pages in our application. And since we are building a single page application, this will behave a bit differently from a normal route. You know, this is our single page application that is served from the index route, the root route. If I were to go to another random endpoint, we can see that Laravel now says 404 not found. So we are going to be leveraging a hash-based router, which will simply take advantage of this hash functionality that exists in browsers. So if you don't know, with this hash you can actually link to different sections on a page. Maybe you want to jump to a specific interesting headline or something, then you could use this hash. But we are instead going to take advantage of this. So when we change something here, we don't actually make any new requests to the server. We're not actually hitting this sfddf route on the backend. We are just changing a simple value, and JavaScript can listen to that. So we are going to be using this router library, and I chose it because it's very lightweight and straightforward to use. There are other alternatives, of course, such as React Router and TanStack Router and everything, but this is pretty good for our purposes. It's pretty minimalist and lightweight, and we don't really need any fancy features more than just some basic hash routing. So This is perfect for that. We can install this very easily with npm install router. So I think I'm going to set a very subtle background color of the page. I'm just going to do bg gray 100, and then I'm going to do min height screens. So this will just stretch the page to fill up the whole screen height. So if we don't have enough elements, or if they're not using up enough height, then this will just make sure that we always at least have a minimum height of the screen height. And then inside of this divider, I'm gonna create this router component from the router package. And then in fact, I'm going to be using a hook. So I'm gonna be doing hook, and then I'm setting this to use hash router. And this is what actually allows us to use a hash-based router. So this should actually be use hash location. So we want to use this one instead of the vanilla hook, because we want to use hash-based routing. And since we're doing this with a Laravel backend as well, we want to use hash-based routing. So we can just import this use hash location from router use hash location, and that should work. And then we're gonna start adding the routes of our application. So let's do a switch component. This will just exhaustively match these routes. And then we can start writing the routes. So we can do something like route, and then we specify the path of the route. This will be the index route. And we already have a component. In fact, we have our beautiful little posts component. So let's map the index route to the posts component. And then we can also add a fallback route. So if there is no matching route, we're just going to be showing 404 not found. And let's get rid of that and see if it works. So everything broke because we're not running the development server. Let's try again. And there we go, 404 not found. If I go to the index route now, boom, won't you look at that? We now see our beloved posts again. So now I'm gonna start structuring this a little bit. We're actually gonna be creating a little folder for this. So a views folder, and in here we will keep all of the views in the application. So we're gonna have the posts view, and we're also gonna add a login view. So login.tsx. Let's create a component for that. And then I'm just gonna add a route for that in our router here. So now if we try to visit the login route, we can see we get nothing. So now we're also gonna create a bit more structure in our application by creating a bunch of services. So we're gonna have some services for the various entities and concerns of our application. So we're going to have, for example, an auth service for authentication, but also a post service for things like fetching all posts or creating a new post. But I'm just going to go ahead and define now a new class here called auth service. So here I will define a login with password, and we'll send in an email and a password to login. And for making these HTTP requests, I'm actually going to be using a different package known as KY. So this is a tiny and elegant JavaScript HTTP client based on the Fetch API. So we were already using the built-in Fetch API when we were fetching posts, for example, but we're just going to be using this very simple wrapper because we want to do some other fancy stuff. So we can, for example, extend this to always set a specific header. And that is exactly what we want to do. So if you remember in our index.html, we had to set this XSRF token. So that's one of the things that we want to avoid having to do in every single request. So we can just apply that with before request. And it also provides some other nice amenities for example, sending JSON is very straightforward. We don't have to set the content type and doing JSON stringify. And yeah, it's pretty lightweight. Create a new folder called util, and in here I'm gonna create a http.ts file. And then I'm gonna go ahead and install this KY library with npm install. So this is how I will define this HTTP function. So this will actually create a new KY instance, a new instance of our HTTP client, so to speak. And this is the one that we are going to be using throughout our application for making HTTP requests. So as you can notice here, we set a prefix URL. This prefix URL will be part of all of these requests. So all of the requests will start with localhost 8000, and then I'm actually going to send in a different prefix. So for example, we have things like API/posts or /auth or API/follows. Pretty much all of these groups here that we have defined in web.php, we will have a corresponding prefix for, or a corresponding HTTP client for. And then we just said that we want to include the credentials in all requests, and then we also do this thing that I talked about, setting the XSRF token. So with this, we just use this get cookie value that we had copied from the index.html. So now we can start leveraging this in our auth service. We can create a new instance here. So private HTTP client, this will be a KY instance, and then we can do HTTP/auth. So in here, we will make the HTTP request to authenticate. We'll just do something like await this HTTP client, make a post request to the login endpoint. And then we're going to send in a JSON object with the email and the password that we provided. And yeah, that's pretty much it. But I think we also want to do a try catch here. So we'll actually throw a HTTP error if there is a problem with our request, if it was not successful. So we actually want to catch this error to make sure that we can proceed without having any issues. So I think we also want to have another endpoint. I think we're going to define a new endpoint in our backend for getting user details. So we want to know if the user is authenticated or not. And we can't really know that since we don't have access to any tokens. We don't have access to any of the cookies. The only way we can really find out if we are logged in or not is by making a request and asking, hey, are we actually logged in? So that's what we're going to do. We're actually going to define a new route here in web.php for getting some user details. So we'll do /auth/user, and we'll call the user controller with like get user details, which we're going to define in here. So we can get the authenticated user with auth user, I believe. And if this user now is null, then we are not authenticated. So then we want to return an empty response with a status code here set to 401 unauthorized. If that is not the case, we're gonna actually return a JSON object. So response JSON email, and then we'll do user email and get the email of the user. So that should be everything that we need. Now we can also define a new little function here for that. So we can do async load user. I think I'm gonna define a new interface for this. So we're gonna have user details, email, which will be a string. So we load the user, we want to return a promise of user details or null. And yeah, we're pretty much gonna be doing something similar here. So we try to get the user from the auth endpoint, and we're not going to be sending in any information whatsoever. But we do in fact want to parse this as JSON, so we can actually use this very nice JSON method on top here. And I guess we can return it. Or maybe let's even store it in the auth service, I think. So I think I'm gonna define this on the auth service to user details or null. The default value will be null. And then we're gonna assign user to that response there. And if there was an error, we will just return null. So I think I will cascade this a little bit. So when we log in, we will also try to fetch the user details of the newly logged in user to make sure that they are actually logged in. So let's just do return await load user and return null if there was any issues with the login. So yeah, that looks pretty good for our authentication service, I would say. So now I think I'm also going to define a new context for our authentication. So we kind of want to have a state regarding the authenticated user. We kind of want to let components know when the authentication status changes. So I think it's a pretty good use case for context, for the use context hook in React, so that we can share that state with multiple components globally. So I'm going to create a new folder here for context, and then I'm going to define auth.ts inside of there. Or rather, this will actually be a TSX, since we're also going to have a provider component for that. So I'm just going to define a new interface for this context. In here, we will have the authenticated user, but also a function for logging in. And then I'm going to create a new context for that. So export const auth context. Let's create a new context, auth context, and okay, well, we're not really gonna have a default value for this, so I'm just gonna pass in an empty object. Since we will always use this provider, we always expect it to provide the correct values. And then I'm gonna create a new component for this, so an auth provider component. So we want to have the children of this component that will actually use the context that we provide. So this will be a React node, I believe, and then we can just create an anonymous function, and in here we're actually going to define some state. So yeah, let's just do const authenticated user, set authenticated user, and then we'll do use state. This will be user details or null if they are not logged in. Default value will be null. Then we also need to provide this login function that I was talking about. So this will be async. So in here we will also set the user. So const user await auth service. Yeah, we actually need to have a way to access that auth service. I'm not really sure where I'm gonna put all of that, but for now I'm just gonna create like some bootstrap, and this is where we'll just define all of these services for now. I think this is pretty bad practice, but we're gonna have to look into how we're gonna inject our dependencies in the future. But I'm just gonna put everything globally here in this bootstrap thing, and then we can access this with auth service then. To log in with password, email, password. So then I guess we'll just set the authenticated user to be that value. And yeah, well, we can also return if user is null, or it's not null rather. And yeah, that should be everything, I think. So let's do auth context.provider. And we'll provide the value, which will be authenticated user and login. So in here, we will just render the children that we have sent in. And then I'm also going to be using a use effect hook to load the authenticated user when we mount this. So whenever we visit the page for the first time, really. So let's just do use effect. So I'm just going to create another anonymous function here for loading the authenticated user, and then we'll just do const user is await, should be async, and await the user's auth service load user, and then we can set the authenticated user to whatever we get back from that. And if you remember, we also need to set the CSRF cookie, so I feel like this is a pretty good spot to do this. So previously, for all of the requests we made, we kind of just set it beforehand, but now we can just run this whenever we load the page. So since we're dealing with a single page application, we only really need to do this once per page load. We don't need to do it for every single request. The CSRF cookie will be set. We just need to make sure that it is set. So let's do this in here, I think, as well. So load authenticated user will also handle this. And let's just call load authenticated user inside of this use effect. So now that we have our nice little auth provider, let's start utilizing it in our app as well. So I think I will put this here at the top of everything. So we have our auth provider, which will provide authentication for every single component pretty much. Let's see if that works. Let's see if anything happens. So we do make this request to the user endpoint. And we can see that we are currently unauthorized. And we also make this CSRF cookie request. So that seems to work pretty nice. It also makes sense to start defining the post service a little bit more nicely. So let's create a new post service class. And this will just follow the same principle that we had for the auth service. We're just going to have a HTTP client in here, which will instead call the API/posts endpoint. And in here, we're just going to define a function called getPosts, which will be promise. And we have to remember now, since this is paginated data, we can't just return a post array here. I think we're going to define like an interface for the paginated data in the future, but for now I'm just going to put it directly here. So we're just going to have data as the property, and then we need to have the type of the post. So I'm just going to define a new folder for that as well, or a new file rather. So a new file here called post in the model directory. Just going to create a new interface for that. Don't we have this already? I think we have defined it here. Yeah. So we have this post interface. Let's just export that again. And then we can start using it in the post service. So this will be an object that has a property called data, which is an array of posts. And then we'll just call return this HTTP client get an empty string here, since we're going to be calling the root route or the index route of this API/posts group. And then we're just going to parse that from JSON. Then I will also define this post service in our bootstrap file. So now instead in our post component, we don't need any of this anymore. We can just start using the post service for this. So let's import the right interface. But other than that, we can instead do, set posts. We can just do await post service get posts. Okay, it was not happy about that. So we actually get the paginated data here, of course. So let's just do wait.data. And won't you look at that? We actually get back our posts immediately now. Isn't that beautiful? So I think it's time to start designing the application a little bit. It looks a bit rough around the edges right now. It would be nicer if we had a bit more styling going on. So let's actually spend a couple of minutes trying to come up with something for that. I think for the most part, we're going to have like a centered kind of layout. So we'll have everything in the middle of the page. We're not going to be utilizing all of the available width, since that simply doesn't look that good. So I think I'll actually go into my CSS file and define something here. So if you don't know, you can actually apply Tailwind styles to a class as well. You do not have to set them directly on the HTML elements themselves. You can still create reusable classes that you can use that simply use Tailwind styles. So we can do something like a main center. This will be used for layout purposes. So this will be used, for example, the nav bar, but also for the content of the page, so that all of them have the same width. So I'm just going to apply here with 3/5, so this will be like 60%, and then MX Auto to center it horizontally on the screen. So I think I'll also then define a navbar component. So let's also create a folder for that. Let's create components and navbar.tsx. So inside of this navbar, we're just going to have a divider. Let's make this bg white py4 for some. Let's see how this looks. So let's put this navbar component on every single page. We can in fact do that very easily with just placing it outside the router, or no, never mind. We actually want to place it inside of the router since we need to access the links. So let's place it directly underneath the router. It will still be rendered on every single page. As you can see, if we go to the login page, we can see it still renders. And then I'm gonna utilize this new class that we created, main center, and then we'll just put like another divider here and do text XL, and we want the font bold. Let's make the text dark blue. Let's call this vibe share, and won't you look at that? Doesn't that look beautiful? So I think we're gonna have the title here of the page to the left, and then like a login button here maybe, and then some links next to it. So this outer here, this outer main center, let's do flex and center the items vertically and then justify between. So the first divider here will be the item to the left, and the next divider will be the item to the right. So let's just put something there, see that works. And then we'll do exactly the same here actually. I'm a Flexbox lover if you couldn't tell. So let's do item center gap 4. And then let's actually start using the router. So we can actually use these link components. So they will automatically take into consideration the hash routing, and maybe if you have like nested routes and things like that. So we want to use this link component instead of a normal a tag or button or whatever. We want to use this link component for linking. So let's just do slash the index route. Let's just call this feed. And maybe we can have like a, I'm not sure yet. I'm not really sure what we're gonna have, but maybe a following page or something. So we can click that. Feed following doesn't exist, but yeah, it kind of works. I guess we'll do the same here for this title. So when we press this vibe share now, we get sent to the index page. So now I'm actually gonna start using this context that we defined. We're actually gonna use this context to know if the user is authenticated or not. So let's do auth context, use context, auth context. Okay, that's not what we want to do. Let's just call it auth then. And let's check if auth authenticated user isn't null. Then we want to render something. So let's render logged in, and if they are not logged in, we want to render a link to login, and that should of course be /login, and then we put the text in here. So login, yeah, now we can see, you can clearly see we are not logged in. So let's also make this a little button. I think I'm gonna follow the same thing that I did here before. So we want to be able to apply this to other things that maybe are not normal HTML buttons, such as this link component. So let's create a CSS class for this button here as well. So let's make a blue button. We kind of have a blue theme going on our site. So bg blue 500. Let's make the text bold. Let's do px4 maybe and py2, so it's a bit more horizontally weighted, so to speak. Let's also make it rounded, of course, so a rounded MD. Let's see how that looks. Let's add this now with class name. So class name button. Okay, it looks horrendous because the text is not white. Let's make it white. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Let's also add some pliancy. So let's do hover bg blue 600. So this is, if you don't know, with Tailwind, you can actually add these states. So whenever I hover over this button, we want to apply a different color. And as you can see, that works. So when I hover over that, we get a bit more darker nuance. And yeah, it looks pretty good, right? So I'm also going to be using this main center now on the posts page. Looks pretty ugly right now when it's centered, when it's aligned to the left there. So let's do main center to center align it. And that looks much better. So now that we've done that, let's actually add the functionality of logging in on the page so that we can see if it works. Yeah, so I think we'll do something very similar here. We're gonna have a divider. This divider here is gonna have main center. Then we're gonna put another divider inside of that one, which will be BG white. Let's make this with 20 rem maybe. P4. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, and of course we also need to make this centered. Let's make it with 30 rem, I think. Looks pretty good. Let's also add a border and some margin top. Yeah, there we go. Some rounded corners, of course, we can't go without them. Let's add a title. Log into vibe share. Text to Excel font bold. Maybe center it. Maybe a bit more padding. I'm not sure. I kind of like a bit more padding here. Padding 6 perhaps. And then we're gonna add a bunch of input fields. So for the email, and that currently looks horrendous because Tailwind CSS actually clears these styles for us. So we get a clean slate to work with, which is really nice. So we don't have to get rid of the biased browser settings. Everything's just kind of cleared out for us. So we can just apply whatever we like. So let's do input, make this full width, and then give it a border and padding to rounded medium. Yeah, that looks pretty decent to me, I would say. And then let's give this margin top 2 or margin top 4. Here we're gonna do margin top 2. Maybe even more, margin top 6, I guess. I guess we can also add a bit more margin top to the whole container. It's getting a bit anxious over there. Yeah, that looks much better to my eyes. Then we're gonna have a button for actually signing in. So let's do class name button. Let's make this width full and log in. Of course, some margin top for that as well. And then for the future, we also need to be a bit future proof. We're gonna implement resetting of the password. So let's also add a link to that. So let's just do a link. href reset password. I'm gonna wrap this in a flex container so that we can align it to the left. So justify end. Forgot your password. Let's add some margin. And let's also de-emphasize it a bit. So BG or text gray 400 maybe. Or 500. Yeah, that looks pretty good to me. So now we actually want to bind these input fields so that they update the values accordingly. So let's create some state for this. And then we make them controlled by actually creating event listeners for this. So whenever we type something into it, we need to update this value. Otherwise we won't be able to type anything. So on change, let's do on email change and on password change. And yeah, that should hopefully work. So in order to log into the page then, we'll use this context that we created. So we created a context for authentication. We're now going to be calling this a login function on that. So let's just do const auth is use context, auth context. And let's define an async function login. And here we can do auth login. Let's do let OK with auth login. And let's see, what is it complaining about here? yeah, of course, we need to provide the email and password. So if that is not okay, I guess we'll just return. In the future, we're gonna set like an error message or something, but I'm kind of lazy, so I'm just gonna do like alert, login failed. Not the best user experience, perhaps. So yeah, and then we're gonna bind that to the button. So on click, login. And let's go ahead and try this out. So let's log into the page now. Let's see if this works, and boom, won't you look at that, it actually updated the state now. So whenever I call this, we sent the request to authenticate, and then we also updated the state here of our authenticated user state, so that could be re-rendered in our navbar when that updated. But yeah, it felt kind of weird when I pressed this login button and nothing happened. So we're also going to send the user to the feed page. So in order to do that, we can also use the hook from the router library. So we can use the use location hook. So here we will have access to the value, but also the ability to set a new location. So use location, and then we can do set location to the index page. Let's try that again. If I try to log in, and boom, I get sent back to the posts page. Isn't that beautiful? So now if I try to clear my cookies, we should also see that this is now a login button. So clearly that worked. I guess it would be fun if we could also create a post now. So let's just add that very quickly to our post service. So let's just make a function, create post. And in here we want to create a form data. We're still gonna be dealing with form data since we want to support images. So form data set, or not set, it's append, caption, hello world. And then we can send that off with our KY HTTP client as well. But in this case, we're just gonna put this in the body property. And yeah, that should be pretty much everything that we need to do, I think. Let's also then define a button for this in our posts component. So I'm just gonna put a button here for that, create post. I guess we'll also make sure that then the user is authenticated, so we won't show this button if they are not authenticated. And how do we solve that? Well, we just use our context for checking if the user is authenticated or not. Auth authenticated user isn't null. Then we'll render that, or we will render nothing. So we can clearly see that works now. Since we are not logged in, we can't see this button. Let's try to log in again. So let's log in, and boom, won't you look at that. Now we can see this create post button, and that's only because we are logged in. So what happens if I try to press this then? We don't get any errors. Let's try reloading the page, and we get back nothing. Okay, it's not actually connected to anything. So let's bind this to create post. Then let's do await post service, create post. Let's try again, create post. Boom, that was successful. If I reload now, won't you look at that? Hello world, isn't it beautiful? But yeah, that is all that I wanted to show you guys in this video. We got some really nice structure of the application set up now, and some authentication so that we don't have to do all of this CSRF cookie and setting the token and this whole mess. We can actually get a bit more structure in our application and start working on this. We also got started a bit with the UI design, so it definitely looks way more interesting than it did before when we just had a plain old page of text. We have an actual navbar now with a reactive little logged in section. Today we're going to start designing the UI even more. We currently have this really boring UI with just a bunch of text elements showing the caption of the post, but instead we're actually going to create a postcard component which will show these posts in a more interesting fashion. So let's go ahead and create a new component for that. We're going to create a new postcard component. And which are the props that we want to send into this postcard? Well, we want to send in the post that we are actively rendering for, the post that is associated with this postcard. So I'm going to send in a post, and this will be of the type post, which we have defined here in our model directory. So then we'll have a divider as the outer element, which we are going to make white. We're going to give it some padding. Let's also throw a border on there, and of course some rounded corners. Where could you go without them? And after that, I think we want to start rendering maybe an avatar. It would be pretty nice to render the avatar, like at the top left of the card, show the avatar and maybe the name of the author of the post. Whoever posted this post want to maybe show their name and their username. Let's just see how this will look. So we're gonna send in a post. Let's go to our posts view, and let's go here and switch out this divider that we have to a postcard instead. And we are still gonna keep this key, of course, since we are looping over it. React needs to know how to uniquely match these elements. But then we can add this post prop that we just defined. So we're gonna send in the P. So we're gonna send in this P that we get from our posts loop. And then we have no children, so we're not going to have any children. We can just get rid of all of this, really. And as you can see, we are now rendering loads of tests. We aren't actually rendering the caption anymore. We're just rendering hard-coded text. And here is where I want to render an avatar. So I'm going to create a new component for an avatar, actually. So this is just going to be a round circle with an image inside of it. So let's create a new component called avatar. And what do we want to pass in as props here? Well, we're going to have an image, and we're also going to have a custom class. So I'm also going to have a custom class, which we might set if we want to have different dimensions on this avatar, but I'm going to set the default value here to width and height of 14, and then I'm going to define the TypeScript types. So the image will be a string, and the custom class will be actually nullable or optional. So if it's not defined, we will set the default value to this here. And we're not going to return a divider, we are going to return an image element with the source set to this image that we pass in. And then we're going to render this class here. So I'm going to render first and foremost the custom class. And then we're going to have a rounded full, which will make it a circle. We're going to give it a border. I'm going to make this border blue 400, I think. And I'm also going to put object cover here to try to fit this image as well as possible with CSS. So yeah, that's all I think we're going to have for our avatar here. And yeah, then we actually want to render an avatar here. So I'm just going to go ahead and render some random avatar. But in the future, we're going to use the associated user to find their avatar URL. Let's just go and pick a random avatar that we have here. And there we go, there we have our cute little kitten. Yeah, so I'm gonna make a flex container here actually. So first we're gonna have the image, and next to the image we're gonna have the name of the author. So we're gonna have the avatar, and then we're gonna put another divider, and I'm gonna do just hard code these values for now. So this will be a large text with the name of the author. And then I'm gonna do a small text with like the username of the author, you could say. So test author and author 1337. And yeah, I think I'm also going to add a bit of gap between the image and the author name. And yeah, I think that's all that I want to have here. So beneath this avatar, I'm going to place the image of the post. So if there exists an image associated with this post, we want to render it as well. So post.image isn't null, and then we want to render an image element. So we're going to do height 52, and we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to do object cover to try to fit it as well as possible. We're going to do width full and also margin top 2. And then we're going to place the source of this post image. So this will just use the image that we have stored inside. So let's do storage uploads and then the image that is stored in the post object. So post.image, and that should hopefully work. And if there is no image, we just want to show nothing at all. Let's see if that works. If I scroll down, yeah, look at that. There we have our cute kitten once more. So in our posts component, let's also make this a flex container so that we can have some gap between these posts. So let's do some margin top as well. Also add some spacing at the bottom. And of course, beneath this image, we want to put the actual caption of the post. So let's do that. Let's add some margin first, and then we can do post.caption. And there we go. Now we have the caption of the post again. So I'm also going to be using the auth context here. So I want to check here if the user is authenticated or not. So if they are authenticated, then we want to show a like and comment button as well. So we only want to show these buttons if they are logged in. Otherwise, there's no point in trying to comment or like on a post if you are not authenticated. So let's do that. So let's check if authenticated user isn't null. Then we want to render these buttons. So here I'm just going to do another flex container. Let's make it item center, margin top. And then we will have some buttons as well. So I'm going to create a new comment button for this. So let's do px2 border rounded medium, flex gap to item center maybe. We're going to make this a white button. So let's do hover bg gray 100. We definitely need to create a button component in the future. So right now we are just going to be duplicating loads of this code everywhere. But yeah, we definitely need to create a proper component for this in the future. So then we want to render an actual icon here, and I'm actually going to use a library known as Font Awesome. It is indeed a really awesome library for icons. They have loads of different free icons which you can just use in your project. And luckily they also have a React component which makes it a real breeze to use. So let's go ahead and install this. You can just follow this guide here and install these packages. And after that we get access to this really nice Font Awesome icon component. So we're just gonna put an icon here. It will be a FA comment icon. So you can see we even get proper types for this. We're just gonna import the FA comment button from Font Awesome. So yeah, let's see how that works. We can't even see how it works because we're not logged in. So clearly that works. So let's go ahead and log in. So now we see absolutely nothing. I think that's because we don't have any text. So let's do comment. And boom, won't you look at that? What a beautiful icon. Let's in fact make this blue so we can add a class name to this. Let's just make it this text blue 400. And yeah, that looks pretty good. Then I'm just gonna do the same here, copy paste this for a like button. I'm gonna make it thumbs up instead. And yeah, there we have our comment and like buttons. So something that I noticed is that we haven't actually re-implemented that infinite scrolling that we had in our demo. We had this nice way of not showing too many posts. Currently we're just rendering like 50 posts or something, just a random hard-coded amount. But we had this infinite scrolling solution that we implemented for our demo application before. So let's go ahead and migrate this over into our React application so that we can just scroll down and start rendering more posts. So the basis of this is this event listener that we have here. We have this wheel event listener. So we listen for whenever the user moves their scroll wheel. And that's something we still want to do in our posts component. But how do we do this in React? Well, we can actually do this whenever the component is mounted, but we just need to make sure that we also unregister that event listener when we unmount the component. So otherwise we would kind of have a ghost event listener just lying around, and we don't want that. But we can just add a new event listener. So document add event listener wheel, and we're gonna bind that to an onScroll function that we're gonna define just down here. So we just need to make sure that we get rid of this event listener when the component unmounts. And how can we do that? Well, we just have to return a destructor here. So we just return a callback function that is ran whenever this component is unmounted. And inside of here, we're going to do remove event listener wheel and also pass in the same callback function. And there we go. And after that, let's just copy paste this code that we have. It worked pretty well, right? So let's just copy this and see what we need to modify. So we have the current page, last page, and fetching. Let's copy over these variables as well. Kind of seems to work here, except for this render posts call. So let's just get rid of that for now. You can see it still works now. Yeah, in fact, let's just make this function again from scratch. So let's do render posts. We're gonna send in the page number that we want to render for. Then we need to tell our post service to render a specific page. So we haven't really done that here. We actually need to define a TypeScript model for this as well. We currently have an array of posts. It would be nicer to have a proper type where we actually expect to have this data property. So I'm actually going to define a new model for this. I'm going to call this HTTP, and I'm just going to make a new interface for a paginated response. And we're actually going to make this generic. We're going to give it a type parameter. So we want to make this extensible for other different types of data that we might fetch in a paginated matter in the future. So we're just going to have a property here then, which is the data, which will be an array of this type parameter t that we pass in. So this might be a post, but it might also be a comment or something else maybe that we might have paginated. And yeah, other properties that we want to fetch here then is current page, which will be a number, and also last page. So a paginated response. And yeah, that's what we want to return here instead from our promise. So let's do a paginated response, and this will be a paginated response of a post. Then we're also going to pass in what page we want to render. So we're just going to set page here as a parameter, and then we're going to send in as a query parameter page equals page that we send in. We can see now we're probably sending in undefined or something. Yeah, let's just set that to 1 for now. It still works fine. But the point now is that we can fetch the posts for a specific page. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's do response await post service get posts for this page. And then we can also set current page to be response.currentPage and last page response.last page. And then we want to set the actual posts. But first and foremost, let's actually go back to our Laravel project and change out our post service. So currently we're paginating 50. So we won't really see any difference now if we just paginate pretty much all posts that we have. But we will definitely see a difference if we just paginate 5. So as you can see now, we only show 5, and we can't even tell that there are more posts to be loaded. So let's instead here of this load function call render posts for the page 1, and we just get rid of this load function. But now we can also go back here to our scroll function and add await render posts for that current page that we are on. Let's also make this an async function, of course. And now we can see that absolutely nothing happens because we're not actually doing anything inside of render posts. So now we actually need to append to our posts array. So just like we did here in our HTML, we were clearly appending to an existing HTML string. We need to append to the existing posts array and start adding more posts. Otherwise, we're just going to be overwriting the post. So we could even try this. So we could even see this. If we just do set posts with response.data, we will see that we get 5 posts and we can scroll through them, but clearly they are all overwriting each other. So we actually want to get the previous state and append to that array. And how do we do that? We can actually do that with a callback function. So we can get the previous state here, which will be this p variable. So we'll get the previous posts, and then at the end of that array, we're gonna spread this array to create a new array. Then we're gonna spread also the response data. So at the bottom, we will start rendering more posts. And won't you look at that? Works beautifully. So something worth noting is that we can't actually use this posts variable like you might have thought. We can't actually use this together with set posts here because this event listener is added when the component is mounted. It won't actually have the most recent state. When this on scroll is called, we won't be able to access the current state of the posts variable. We could use things like references in React as well, but we might as well just use this callback function here to get the previous value. So this works equally fine. So yeah, there we go. Now we have our infinite scrolling re-implemented in React. So now I would say that it's time to add a create post component. So we need to be able to create a post instead of having this boring button which just creates a hard-coded post. Let's actually add a component for creating a post where the user can write a caption and such. And we are going to be placing this component up here. So let's do this right away. Let's just show this create post component instead of this button. Otherwise we return null. So we still check if the user is authenticated, and only then we show this create post component. So how do we want this to look? Well, we're going to have a background color of white, of course. Let's also add padding 4 and border. Maybe some rounded corners. Now I'm gonna do something very similar to this layout that we have here. We have like an image first, and then we have some text. I'm gonna do it very similar to Facebook, which has an image here to the left and then a text area to the right. So let's do that with Flexbox, of course. What else? Flex gap 2, and yeah, so here we're gonna have an avatar. I'm just gonna go ahead and copy this avatar that we have from within our post card. I'm also going to make this a little bit larger so that we can tell them apart. So yeah, this will be the avatar of the current user. So we'll show the user avatar that is trying to create a new post. Another divider here, which will give flex 1 to make it stretch the full width. And then we're gonna add a caption text area. So this will be BG Gray 100. Let's emphasize it a bit inside of this divider. Let's make it full width, some padding, fixed height, and also some rounded corners, of course. And let's also add a really original placeholder text that is definitely not copied from Facebook as well. So what's on your mind? Yeah, looks beautiful, right? So now we have the text area, and yeah, beneath that I think we want to have like some buttons. So I'm gonna have a button here which will be for attaching an image to the post, and then to the right here I will have a post button, a create post button to actually create the post. So I'm gonna create a divider, and this will be, yeah, beneath this text area that we have. Let's just do justify between. So we'll have some content to the left and some content to the right. Let's give it some margin top. Let's make a divider here, and then we'll make a button here. Let's in fact actually use our button component that we already have. We kind of have a button component. We just have a button class that is pretty hard coded, but yeah, we're gonna find a proper button component in the future. So let's just do flex here, item center gap 2. So we're gonna have the name, post, and then we're also going to be using Font Awesome for a little nice paper plane icon. And won't you look at that? That is actually beautiful. So you have a nice little paper plane there and saying post. So yeah, to the left here, I want to have an add image button. So let's create that. So let's see how that looks. Yeah, I pretty much have exactly the same classes that I had for these buttons here. We also just show then a Font Awesome icon instead with this beautiful image icon. So that is great. Now they have that button implemented. Let's hook this button up now so that whenever we press it, we will show a modal where the user can pick a new file from their computer and upload an image, or at least add an image. We're not actually going to be uploading it directly. We're not actually going to be uploading it immediately. We will be uploading it whenever we send the post, but it will look like they have uploaded something. So for that, I'm gonna have to create a modal component. You kind of want to have a more reusable modal component that we can keep using for different modals in our application. So let's do that. So there we have our modal component. What I'm gonna send in here is going to be open. So this will be a variable denoting if this modal is open or not. So we're gonna have open. We're also gonna have children. So we want to be able to send in like arbitrary JSX into this modal so that we can have it actually be reusable for different purposes. And then we're also going to add an onClose callback function. So this onClose will be called whenever we click like outside of the modal, so that we can kind of tell the parent component that, hey, you should probably close this modal because the user is not interested in seeing it anymore. So yeah. Let's define the types for that. So open will be a boolean, children will be a React node, and this onClose here will just be an empty callback function like that. And then I'm actually going to use a fancy shiny new HTML component that is called dialog. So this dialog can be used for rendering these sorts of modals. Instead of having to fiddle around with CSS and write all kinds of position absolute and the set index and everything, we can actually use this dialog component from that is actually supported in most browsers right now. So we just use this component instead, which will have stuff like a backdrop and things like that. So yeah, let's add a dialog here, and we're actually going to be using a ref for this as well, so that we can keep track of this dialog, so that we know which element is the dialog and what is the backdrop. So let's create a new ref, which will be a HTML dialog element or null. Default value will be null. I'm gonna set this ref here to the modal ref. So we're gonna define then also an event listener for on mouse down. So we're gonna have a mouse event on our dialog element. What I want to use this now is for checking if we have clicked on the backdrop. So if we have clicked somewhere inside of the modal, like actually on the content of the modal, we don't want to close it. But if we click somewhere else, such as outside of it, then that will also count as a click on the modal. So yeah, let's just bind this on mouse down and import the mouse event from React as well. And then we can check if e.target equals modal ref.current. So the current HTML element that we have in the reference, then we want to close this modal. So let's just call on close. And yeah, then inside of this, we can also add some default padding, would be nice. And inside of that, let's render the children that we have passed in here. So everything is great. We just need to be able to open this modal. This HTML dialog element is not actually open by default. We need to call the open function on it, or the show modal function on it. So we're going to be using a use effect for that, so we can actually listen to the state that we have. So let's create a new side effect where we will listen for this open variable that we send in as a property. And then we can access our modal element. So modal element, modal ref current. So if the modal element isn't null, then we want to check if it is open or not. So if it is open, then we want to do modal element dot show modal. If it is not open, then we just want to close it. And that should be everything needed for our modal component. But let's also create a component for the specific modal that we have here. So let's have an upload image modal. And we're going to do something similar here. We're going to have open and also on close. But this on close will be a bit different. So open will just be open boolean. But on close will also have a callback function which will return a file if the user has added one. So we will do file, which will be a file or null. And this will of course be null if we click the backdrop. If we click the backdrop, then the user has simply not selected a file. So yeah, we're gonna have open and close, and then we're gonna use our newly created modal component where we just pass in open and then also pass in on close. And now, since we have used children, we can actually show something here. We can show upload file. Okay, I don't think it likes that since we have a different signature for that. Let's just do on close null. And then let's try rendering this. So let's just put this modal in here somewhere. Upload image modal. Let's set open to true, and on close, let's not do anything with that for now. And boom, won't you look at that, since it's now true, it will open by default. Now we can see that. Nice. So let's create some state for this. Let's create an image upload modal, I think. Set image upload modal. This will be a use state, which is false by default. And in here, we're just gonna be using that. So image upload modal. So when we try to add an image with this button, we're gonna be setting that. So on click, we just want to open that. So set image upload modal to true. Let's try clicking this now. Add image. Boom. Won't you see this upload file come up? This also means that when we close this modal, we can also set this to set image upload modal false. Let's see if this works. If I click this and click the backdrop, boom, it disappears as well. Beautiful. So let's style this a bit. Let's give this some larger font size. Let's also make it bold, upload file. And then we're just gonna put a big fat plus button, I think, in the middle to show that the user can select the file there. Of course, we're gonna be using some flexbox for that. So justify center, item center, and then we're gonna have a button with a plus inside of it. Let's make this rounded Excel, giving it some padding. I'm also gonna give it a fixed width and height, I feel like, so 52 should be enough. Let's also do 3XL. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, looks pretty decent, I would say. Let's also give it some margin top. Now we also need to have a way to open the native file picker in the user's operating system. So we can actually do this by creating a hidden file element. So we can create an input type file. Let's just show how this works. We just put an input type file that will have something like this, but we can make it hidden. So we can do class name hidden, and it won't use up any width or height either. And then we're going to use a ref so that you can get access to it inside of React. So use ref HTML input element or null. Then I'm just going to create a function open file picker. And here I'm just going to do file input.current, which might be null. We assume that it's not null. And then we just do click, so we can just programmatically click this hidden input element in JavaScript. Kind of funky, right? So then let's also bind to that ref open file picker and also bind on click here. And of course this should be file input, not open file picker. And yeah, now I can select the file. Nice. So now we also want to listen for whenever the user has selected a file. So we can do that with on change. So let's do on change on file change. Then we can access this within the files property. I think we've done this in the previous video as well. So let's try doing this. Let's do files equals file input current dot files. If files is null, we just return. But if it's not null, then we can call this on close function that we created. So we're just gonna send in the first selected file. We can also check, I guess, if files.length is less than 1, we can also return. But if we have gotten a file from the user, we will call this on close function. And now we can also handle this here in create post. So let's do on file close. We will start by setting image upload modal to false to hide it. Then we can check if the file isn't null. Then we're gonna have some state for this. So we're gonna have an image file state. So set image file as well. This will be a new state for file or null. Default value will be null. And yeah, I guess we can start showing this here as well. So instead of showing add image, we could show the name of the file that they have selected. So we can do image file isn't null, then we show image file.name, otherwise we show add image. So if the file isn't null, we do set image file to that file. And boom, I just selected this random file on my computer called dashboard.png, and I would update that. Isn't that lovely? I guess it would make sense to also be able to remove this image. So let's do that as well. Let's do a flex container so that we can have like an icon for that here, an icon button. So here is check if the image file is not null, then we have set an image, and then we show this button where we can just remove the image. So let's try it again. Now I have this dashboard. If I press this times button, boom, it gets rid of it. Beautiful. So all that is left now is just to hook this component up to actually create a post on the back end. So let's do that. Let's create a function called post, which will just send in the values that we have. So we also need to create some state for that. Let's create some state here for the caption, which we will set the text area to be, and also listen for on change like usual. And then let's create a function called post where we try to create this post. So I'm not sure what we have in our post service currently. We just have some really hard-coded data, but let's instead send in the caption and send in an optional file. So file will be a file or null. And here we can just use the caption. If the file is not null, then we will set it here. So we just append the file if it exists. And in our post service, we're actually returning the post that we have created. So even in this controller, we are returning back the JSON of the post that we created. And that is really useful because we want to add this now to the feed. So let's actually parse the JSON that we get back. So let's just do .json to parse it, return this, and we can do a promise of a post, since that is what is being returned. Now we can create a variable for that, so that's post, and then we can send in the caption and the file. So the image, wait, this is the wrong file. We should do this in create post. Yeah, right. So we have here, let post is await post service. dot create post, caption, and image file. Then after we have posted, we can just clear all of the inputs. So we can set image file to null, set caption to empty. And then I guess all that remains is telling the parent component that we have created a post. So we also need to send that over to posts.tsx. So let's create a callback function for that. So on post created, which will be a callback function, just like that. And then let's just call it. So on post created with the post that we got back from the backend. And then let's also bind this button to the function that we created. And we can also use this now in create post. So on post created, you can do p post, and we might actually have to reverse the order here. We're actually currently showing these in ascending order from the date that they were posted. So the first post that we see here is the oldest post, and that is not really usual, right? That is not really the usual case for social media. You just have your feed. When you open it, you kind of expect to see the latest post at the beginning. So we're gonna have to change our logic here in post service, but that is really straightforward with Laravel, of course. We just do post and instead do order by, specify that we order by created at. Want to make this in descending order, and then let's just paginate that result. So we should get a bit different result now. If we try to reload, yeah, we can see this cat, which we had in the bottom previously. It now got much higher up in the ranking, so to speak. But yeah, if we go back now to on post created, we can also set the post to add the post that we created. So set post, and here we can use that post state. So posts, and yeah, we want to render this in the beginning actually. So let's just do p and then spread the existing posts values. So yeah, let's see if this actually works. Let's see if I can create a post. Boom, won't you look at that? We actually created a post. Hello world. We can actually write our own captions. We're not held hostage by this annoying create post function that just sets like testing a million times. Let's try an image as well. And it failed miserably. Okay, why is that? I think the reason is actually that we have this file here. It's actually called image in the backend, if I am not mistaken. And boom, there you can see. Now we have the image functionality working as well. And this really cool video by a really cool YouTuber, right? And we still have our infinite scrolling working as usual, of course. So that is all that I wanted to implement in today's video. We kind of got a really nice head start here with the feed. So now we can show posts in a pretty nice manner, if I may say so myself. We also have some image support. We can upload images with this add image button. So we are also going to, of course, implement the comment and like button. I think we might do that in the next video. But yeah, we got a really nice start here on our social media feed. Today we are actually going to go ahead and implement these two buttons here, the comment and the like button. Because what would a social media really be if we can't have celebrities create posts and farm people for likes, right? That's what it's all about when you create a social media. So we're going to be implementing this comment and like button. So when we like this, we're going to increment and create a new like. And we're also going to be able to create comments underneath our posts. Now we're going to be using some caching for this as well. We don't really want to fetch all of the likes for each of these posts whenever we render them every single time. That would be pretty expensive, right? We would have to search the likes table and check for this post ID the amount of likes that it has. And we would also have to check if the currently logged in user has liked this post or not. And that is also pretty expensive to be doing, especially if you have this sort of feed where you have a lot of posts that you keep on scrolling through. It will get pretty expensive quickly to do a lot of these SQL queries every time. So we're going to be using a key value database known as Redis, and it's a really popular database that is used, and it's often used in these scenarios where we need to have very quick access and we're not really interested in persistent storage by any means. We're just catching it and we want to set a key and then map it to a value, for example. And we're not really interested in persisting that for long, but we want to be able to ask Redis, hey, what is the value of this key, without having to make any request to the database whatsoever. And of course, Laravel already has an interface built in for communicating with Redis. But you do need, of course, to install the Redis server and have an actual Redis server running somewhere. You might have it running on an actual server, or you might have it running on your personal development machine. And this might get a bit tricky if you are using Windows, since Redis doesn't natively support Windows. If you want to set up a Redis server on Windows, you would first have to install Windows subsystem for Linux and set up a Linux server running inside of Windows, where you can then install Redis. So it's pretty complicated to set up if you have Windows, but there are definitely loads of guides out there to set that up. And after you have set up a Redis server, we also need to install a PHP extension to communicate with this. So we have this PHP Redis extension that you can install. And in order to do this, you also need to have a Pickle installed, which is just for packages. But once you have that installed, it's very straightforward. All you have to do is Pickle install Redis, and you have to modify your PHP config to enable this Redis extension. So this is not something that I will cover in this video, but you can find loads of different tutorials out there for how to set up a Redis with PHP. And another alternative, if you don't want to install this extension, is to use the predis package. So this is written entirely in PHP. The other one is written in C, so it is of course a little bit faster. But if you don't need that extreme performance, then you might also use this predis package that you can install with Composer, and then you don't need to set up any extensions. And if you do use this predis, you also have to configure this Redis client to instead say predis. So now we're going to actually go ahead and make these requests to the database. So we need to have some initial data that we fetch from the database. Of course, our database is really our single source of truth. That is where we have the most up-to-date information. It's just that we don't want to keep on asking the database for every single request. But we, of course, need to populate the initial value, because that might not exist in Redis, and then we might incorrectly return that this post has 0 likes when in fact it has 1 billion likes because it's super popular, right? So we need to make these initial requests to the database to fetch these various different counts that we need to have. So let's go into our like service, because that is where we will write these first requests for communicating with the database. So we're going to have this function getLikeCount, where we just pass in a post ID and we will return an integer of the like count for that post ID. And that is of course very easy to fetch with Eloquent. We can just do like where post ID equals post ID, and then we count all of these rows. So this will effectively give us the like count. So this is how we would do this if we did not use any catching whatsoever. So let's start off by doing it this way. We're just gonna be hitting the database every single time and not do any catching whatsoever. And then we'll add catching after we have verified that it actually shows a proper value. We also need to have a way of knowing if a user has liked the post. So when we are scrolling through this feed here, we want to be able to see that I have liked this post so that I don't attempt to like it again. So we need to emphasize that, so we need to emphasize that on the front end, and then of course the front end needs to know from the back end if the post has been liked or not. So I'm going to be creating a function here called userLikesPost, where we pass in a user ID and post ID, and we fetch this from the database. So where the post So where the post ID equals this post ID and where the user ID equals this user ID. Now we're gonna attempt to fetch the like ID, the actual ID of the like. So if the like isn't null, then we get it from this ID property. And the reason that we are gonna be doing this is because we want to return this to the front end. So when we perhaps want to unlike a post, we need to know the ID of that post. As you can see here, we have this delete like function where we pass in a like ID. So the front end also needs to know what the ID of the post is if they have liked the post. So now we have these two, get like count and user likes post. And now we're gonna start using them. Actually, we have our post service. And currently all that we really do is just return this paginator, right? We have this paginate method that we are calling, and what this gives us is actually a paginator. It has all of this information, such as current page and the data and the last page, which is what we are using. But we are actually going to be modifying this data now. We're not going to be just returning this plain data with the post. We're also going to be returning things such as the like count, maybe the comment count, and also if the user has liked the post or not, or specifically the like ID of the post. So we're going to have to modify this. We're going to have a paginator instead, which is what we had previously, but now we're also going to be transforming all of this into a new form of response. So I'm actually going to go ahead and create a new folder for this. We're going to create a new responses folder where we're going to have a post response class. And that will look something like this, post response. So what do we have here? We have the post. This is the normal information that we had previously, just the ID, the caption, everything like that. But we also have some more interesting data now as well. We also append the like count, the comments count, and also this like ID that I was talking about. So this is what we're actually going to be returning. So we're going to transform our list of posts to also include this data. So this is what we're going to do. We get back this paginator, and this has a bunch of really useful methods such as items. So we can loop over all of the items in the current page. So we can loop over these and then transform each of these posts into a new post response instead. So we set first this post that we get from our paginator iterator, but then we also append the like count. So we fetch the like count from our like service. So we do like service get like count for the specific post ID. And then we also, of course, into this method, we pass now in the user ID of whoever is trying to fetch these posts. So this should be string or null, since the user does not have to be logged in to view all the posts. So if the user ID is not null, then we attempt to also check if they like this specific post, and then we append that to this post response. So I also added, of course, this like service here with some dependency injection. We just pass in the like service into the constructor and set it as a property, and Laravel will actually handle this dependency injection for us. We don't have to set up anything for that. But what are we going to be returning from this get post? What we had previously was actually some of this stuff as well. We also had the current page and the last page, which we were using on the front. And so we need to, of course, include that as well now. So we're going to be creating a new class for that as well. So I'm going to create a paginated response class. And this will be very simple. We're just going to have an array of random arbitrary data and the current page and the last page. So now we can start using this here and instead return a new paginated response with the data as post. Current page will be paginator, current page, and last page here will just be the last page of the paginator. Now this means that we need to modify our front end a little bit. This is not what we expect to get on the front end. So let's go ahead and go back into our front end and remodel it a bit. So we also need to model here our post response object that we created. We are not going to be returning a simple post array anymore. We are in fact going to be having these post responses on the front end as well. So we just have the post and then this information that I was talking about. So when we return from our services, we're not going to be returning a post, simple post. It will actually be a post response instead. And the same actually applies to when we try to create a post. So we're actually going to have to handle that. When we try to create a post, we also need to return. So when we try to create a post, we also need to return a post response. So we'll just create a new post response with a post. And then we're going to have the comments, which will be 0. And liked here will just be set to null. And likes will be set to 0. So that looks fine for our post service, but then we need to modify now our posts view that we have. So we're not going to be sending in just a simple post anymore. So what we have here is now a use state of a post array, and this will in fact instead now be a post response array. Now we can no longer send in the post with just a simple p. We're going to have to send it in as p.post, since that is now nested inside of this object. And the key here will of course be p.post.id. And as you can see, this is failing now, since in our constructor we also now have to send in the ID of the user that is attempting to fetch these posts. And this will also fail now because we are returning this arbitrary random paginated response object, and Laravel does not know what to do about it. So we're going to have to do a response and then make sure that Laravel understands that it should return this as JSON. And we actually need to do the same thing when we attempt to create a post, because that is the same response that we are returning. So now you can see that we're kind of back to normal and it seems to be working pretty fine. So this will also no longer be post, it will be a post response. We're going to have to modify in the chain here a little bit to make sure that we update the types everywhere. So now I'm actually going to start sending in this data that we have in our post response into the postcard as props. So let's send in likes, liked, and comment count. This will just be a number, this will be a string or null, and the comment count will be a number. And we can send this in here. So we can do like will be p.like, likes, p.likes, comment count will be p.comments. And that should be everything, I think. So now we can start showing how many likes that a post has by just rendering it here. So likes, let's see if any of these have likes. I think some of the first do. So yeah, you can see this first post here has. You see this first post actually has a like. So of course, if we want to implement likes, we also need to have the ability to add likes. We need to be able to click this button and have something happen. So let's bind this here on click to like. So then we have to create a new like service, which will be responsible for speaking with the like API. So it will look something like this. Is the like service. It follows exactly the same format as we had for the post service. The difference here is that we also have this like object now that I just created. This is very simple. Like, all that we're really interested in knowing is the ID of this like. And then we just send in the post ID to the post that we want to like. And when we try to delete it, we just send in the like ID that we wish to delete. So pretty straightforward, right? All we need to do here is then check if liked isn't null, which means that a like exists. Rather, let's do if liked is null. If the liked is null, then we can do a wait like service, which doesn't exist. Let's create it here. Wait like service like post, and we send in the post ID. Otherwise, if the like does exist, then we try to unlike the post. So looking at this, it doesn't seem that we actually check if this like exists, right? So we need to check if this like already exists before attempting to create it. So I'm first gonna query and check if the like does exist already. So if the user ID equals the user ID and post ID equals post ID, and if we can find a like there, then we're going to be returning null here. So we're not going to be returning just a simple like, we will return like or null. And if this is null, then that simply means that a like already exists. So if the like is null, then we will just return to the client that the like already exists. Otherwise, we just return the JSON of the like that we just created. So let's go ahead and try this out. If I try to like this here, you can see that we get back this like. If I try to like it again, then it fails because it already existed. Nice. And we can also see that now if we reload the page, we will see an updated like count. So now it should also be theoretically possible to unlike it. Since we have this liked now set to the ID, let's try clicking this and see if it works. So now it should delete this like. Doesn't seem to work though. Yeah, so we're trying to send in post.id. This should be liked, of course. Let's try this again. If I try deleting it again, then it doesn't exist, and now it shows 0. Cool. So now it's time to actually start catching some of these values. We're going to be catching the like count and also this user likes post data that we have. So we're going to create 2 new functions that just generate the keys. So as I mentioned, Redis is a key value data store where we map a specific key to a value. So we need to specify a key, which in this case will consist of maybe the like or the post ID and perhaps the post ID and the user ID together. So I'm just gonna create get like count catch key and get like users catch key, which will just create new strings for these keys. So when we try to create a new like, let's first create a variable so that we can get the ID, but let's just call Redis and then do incr, and this will increment a number value that we have in Redis. So it will also set this to 1 if it doesn't already exist. So what we're just going to do is increment this counter, which will be this get like count catch key for this post ID. And then we're going to set this get like users catch key because now this user has liked this post. So we can just directly store that. So we can do Redis set this get like users catch key. So for this post ID and this specific user has now liked this post. So we're going to be storing the like ID like I mentioned so that we can delete it when we click the like button on the front end. And then let's just return the like. And of course we also need to handle this when we try to fetch it from the database. So when we try to fetch get like count or user likes post, we'll first check if it is catched and then return the catched value. Otherwise, we will talk with the database. But when we have talked with the database, we will also set it in the catch, of course, because then we know the most up-to-date value, so we can just store it now directly in the catch. So it will look something like this. I just create a new temporary catch key variable, and then we try to get the actual catched value from the database. And if this exists, then we just return the catched value. We don't go and speak with the actual database. But otherwise, we just do this fetch that we had previously, and then we set this new value for this catch key to be this like count, and then we just return the like count. And of course, when we try to delete a like, we also need to decrement this like count. So we can just do Redis decor get like count catch key, and then it should just decrement this counter. So now we're going to be doing something similarly for user likes post. We'll first check if it is catched, and if it's not, we talk with the database and then we set it in the catch. So what I'm going to do is actually store these null values as strings instead. So we could, of course, not do anything at all. If we just set this to null, then it would simply not have a value, and then when we try to fetch it from the catch, it would say that it doesn't exist. But we actually store that the user has not liked the post. It's important because otherwise, if the user has not liked the post, we would still just make these SQL statements and query the database unnecessarily. So when we know that the user has not liked the post, we also save that as a null, just the string null. Otherwise, we just store the like ID of the like that the user has created. So just like that. If like ID isn't null, we set it to the like ID, otherwise we set it to the string null. So let's see if it still works now when I have added this catching. If I try to like this post, we can now see that this has been incremented and I can probably dislike it as well. Yeah, so that clearly seems to work. Let's also emphasize, I guess, that the user has liked this post. Let's just make it blue or something. So I'm just gonna create this get like button color here, which will just return from this liked value class name that we're gonna have. So we're just gonna be setting this here. We have to make this proper JavaScript value then, something like this, where we can call get like button color. Ooh, that is interesting. So clearly we noticed the bug here. We're not deleting this key when we delete the like. So we also need to set this to null. So set this get like users catch key to be this null value that I was talking about. So let's try that again. If I like it and I reload and I dislike it, and of course this should be the user ID and then we set it to null. So of course we should not send in the null as the user ID. It should be the user ID and then we set that to null. So let's try that again. If I try liking it and then I try disliking it, and boom, now that is also cleared from Redis. So there we pretty much have likes implemented. We can also make these a bit more reactive so that when we click it, it will immediately change color and things like that. And I will actually solve this by speaking with the parent component. So I'm just going to send in two callback functions like on like and on unlike, so that we can tell the parent component that it should update this posts array that we have so that we can update the state. We could of course be managing the state inside of the post card, but that would be pretty cumbersome because then we would perhaps not have this update properly. If we just set the value and manage the state, then we kind of would have duplicate state and it's pretty hard to sync that. So it's better to just move the state up and tell the parent component that it has been updated. So I'm just going to make on like and on unlike. So this will be on like with a specific like, since that is what we get back. We want to set this liked parameter to be that new like ID. And then we can have on unlike, which will just be a void callback function. And then we can set this let like, and then we can do on like and on unlike. So let's bind these here on like. Let's do on post like. Let's also take in this like, of course, and then let's just do p and like, since we need to get the previous likes, right? So yeah, this should be L on post like. And this should be a post response, and then we have the like here, which would be a like. And then we also have on post unlike. So something like that. And then we're just going to be modifying our post state. I think I might even create a helper function for this, since we'll be doing this in multiple places. So I'm just going to define a new helper here, update post, which will just set this post. We're going to be mapping over this post and check if this previous value equals the post that we're trying to update. Then we will spread this. We're going to spread the previous value with some new props. So with this, we can just send in the update. So we can just send in the properties of this object that we want to update. So we want to update the liked to be the new like ID. And then we want to increment the likes. And when we unlike it, we just set it to null and we just decrement the previous likes that we had. So let's check if it works. If I press this now, boom, it now shows like. If I press it again, it will go away. So clearly that seems to work. Cool. So now I feel like it's time to also implement this comment button. And yeah, I guess we first need to have a way to open this. I think we're gonna have like a closed comment section that is not shown directly on the post, and then we will just fetch the comments from the API or from the database directly when we try to load the comment section. I think that makes the most sense for this kind of app. I don't really want to load like a bunch of comments here. I think it's just nicer to, if they want to see the comments, they can press it, and then they will just get the most up to date. Of course, you could be catching this as well and showing like a specific cherry pick of all the comments that might be interesting or something like that. But I'm just gonna show all comments and fetch all comments when we press this when we press this comment button. So I'm just gonna create some new state for this, a comment section state, and this will be for if the comment section is opened or not. And then I'm also gonna create a new component for this. I'm gonna create a new comment section component. Then I think I'll also manage the state of the loaded comments inside of this postcard. We could be loading it in the comment section, but yeah, I think it makes more sense to have it in the postcard. It will be easier to handle it that way. So let's just do const comments like that. So we have the state for the comments, and then we also need to define a comments model. I think this is from like some DOM API or something. So I'm going to create a new comment model. All that we're interested in now is the ID and the content. Then we need to use this import preferably. So then I'm just going to define toggle comment section, which will be used for toggling that. And I'm going to bind this button here to that. So I'll click toggle comment section. Now let's try to render something just for the fun of it. It will be shown, maybe not. It doesn't work. Yeah, of course, you also need to have a comment section. So let's place comment section here. So if comment section, then we can render a comment section. Otherwise, we render nothing. So now we can see that this comment section is showing conditionally. So yeah, I'm going to be sending in the comments that we have. So we have this comments state. We should probably also have the post ID so that we know when we try to create a post. Or maybe we can even handle or send like a callback that is create comment. Yeah, so let's do create comment callback. And this will just be taking in a comment object. So we're gonna send in these props. The comments will just be comments, and then we have on or create comments, right? So this will just be an array of comments, and then create comment will be a callback function where we send in a specific comment that we want to create. Or rather, we can just send in the string that we want to create. We don't even send in the comment because we don't have an actual ID yet. So let's just have a string for the content of a comment. Like that. So now when we try to toggle this comment section, let's also try to fetch the comments. So if the comment section is not currently opened and it will be opened, then we're gonna be fetching the comments. I'm actually gonna be defining this on our post service. Since we have API/posts, I think it makes more sense to have API/posts/ID of post and then /comments rather than have like /comments/post ID, because it feels more like you're trying to fetch a specific comment by its ID that way. Otherwise, we have /posts/comments feels a bit nicer or cleaner. So we're just gonna do get post comments, so /post ID/comments, and we will be returning comment array, but this should be the right type as well. This is in fact something that we'll have to define for our posts routes as well. So we're gonna have to define get ID/comments, and then we're actually gonna be delegating this to the comment controller instead. So let's just do get post comments, and this will just delegate to the comment service get post comments, exactly the same parameters. This will be just a very simple Eloquent query where we fetch post ID equals post ID, and then we're going to be ordered by created at descending so that the first or the latest comment shows up at the top here. So I just started designing a little comment section here. So we're just going to have like an input field here. We check first if the user is authenticated. We only show this input then. We just have a very simple layout where we have the avatar, and then we have the input box, and then we have a button with this nice paper plane icon. So let's just go ahead and bind this value. So we have a caption, and then we're gonna have like on change, reset the caption to e.target.value like usual, or rather it's more content of the comment rather than the caption. It's not really a post, so content, set content, and then when we press this button down here, we're just gonna send create comment with the content, or never mind, let's create an actual function for this. So let's do create. So here we'll do create comment content, and then we'll set the content so that we can empty it. So if we go back to the postcard, we have create comment with the specific content. Then we should just probably create a comment service as well to handle that. Exactly the same code that we have written a million times before. We have API/comments, and we just send in the post ID and the content of the comment that we wish to create. And let's also define a comment service here. Wait, comment service, create comment. We should also send in post ID. And then I guess we also should tell the parent component that we have created a comment. So on like, and let's also do an on comment. Here I think I'll actually return the list of the comments. So let's do a comment array to void. And of course we also need to define it. We don't just define the type, we also define on comment, and that should hopefully work. Well, it won't really, and nothing will really happen. But let's see if we can actually create a comment whatsoever. It seems like it actually returns a single comment, and that's not really what I want. So I wanted to return all of the comments. So let's just create a comment and then return get post comments for that post ID. So yeah, now it returns all of the comments for this post. Let's also start rendering these comments so that we can see them show up. I'm gonna create a component for that. So like a comment card.tsx component. So a very simple design, just an avatar next to the comment content, using exactly the same avatar that we've been using for every profile in the whole application. And in the comment section, we're just gonna have a simple flex with a column direction and loop over all of these comments. So let's see if this works. And boom, won't you look at that? We can see these comments that I created. If I just try to create one again, it won't reactively show that. But if I show here again, we can see that it's there. So let's also handle this now in our postcard, right? So we have already, wait, did we even bind this? We did bind create comment. So this is now calling the parent. So on comment, on post comment, p comments. So here we're just gonna set the comment count to be exactly the same as the length of this array that we get back. And in here actually, where are we? We are just sending this on directly to create comment. So on comment comments, then we can just do set comments to that array that we get back. So let's see if this works now. And yes, it does. Beautiful. So yeah, we're gonna do something very similar that we had for our like count, but for the comment count as well. Let's just render here this comment count that we have. It's not actually hooked up on the back end, I believe, so we're gonna have to implement that as well. Or it worked now temporarily, but the actual value is just set to 0 if I recall correctly. So we just set comments here to 0. So I think we're gonna have to add support for that in the comment service. So exactly the same way that we did the like count, we just get comment count, or we have a catch key here, which will be comment count post ID. We check if the catch value exists, and then we return that. Otherwise, we fetch from the database the comment count, and then we set it in the cache. So yeah, when we create a comment, we should probably also increment this. So let's do redis incr get comment count catch key for this post ID, and that should be everything. And then we just need to hook it up in post service as well. So we can just call this comment service get comment count for that post ID. like that. Let's see if it works. And boom, would you look at that, now it says 4 here. If I try to create a new comment, it will update to 5 reactively. And if I reload, you can see it still works, right? So yeah, it seems to be working. So yeah, that is all that I wanted to cover in today's video. I hope you guys enjoyed it. We got some nice comments and likes. So you can start comment wars, or you can start farming likes, whatever you wish to do. I feel like this is really important functionality to have for this kind of project. Alright, so now it's time to implement the following system for our social media. What would our social media be if we couldn't farm follows, right? So we're going to implement a system where we can follow other users. Pretty simple, right? So one thing that I noticed is that we actually have this follow button show up if we are logged out. And that is actually not possible. We cannot follow a user if we are not authenticated, if we don't have an account. So we need to make sure that if it's not the self user and auth dot authenticated user isn't null. So we need to make sure that the user is actually logged in before they attempt to follow someone. So then let's implement this action. Let's bind to this follow button. We're going to create a follow function, or even a toggle follow function, since this will also be for unfollowing a user if we are already following them. So toggle follow. I guess we will check if the user is null. This should never happen since we are not rendering anything if the user is null, but we can always make sure to make all the linting happy. And then, yeah, I guess we're going to actually follow the user. I guess we'll start with just a simple following. So we would probably need to create a follow service. We don't have that currently, so let's make a follow service. Just like usual, we just use our KY API with this specific endpoint. And then we're going to create a function for following a user. So follow user, user ID, and this will return a follow. We haven't actually defined that model yet, so let's go ahead and do that. So it will look something like this. You just have an ID and a from ID and to ID, which are user IDs. And then we're just going to do the usual HTTP client post, and we're going to send in a JSON payload with 2 IDs. So this is what we have in our JSON request in our backend. We listen, or we try to fetch this to ID property, which will be the user ID of the person we are trying to follow. Then let's define this as usual in our bootstrap like that. And then we can go ahead and do await follow service dot follow user. So let's go ahead and log in and see if this works. So let's try following this cool kid guy. Can we do it? No, we cannot. We get a 500 internal server error. Right, so we get a very interesting problem here. I think there's something wrong with how we defined our foreign keys here. I might have made a mistake. So let's check in the create follows table. Yeah, we can see that this is actually constrained on the posts table. So we're trying to follow a post, and that is not what I had in mind. So this should actually say users, but we can't really change this now since this is part of the past really. So we would have to write a new migration. We could of course nuke the whole database and edit this file. That is one possibility. We can also just make a new migration that will change out this foreign key. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and run PHP artisan make migration change follows foreign key like that. So we're gonna work on the follows table, and what we're gonna do is actually drop the previous foreign key. So I'm gonna specify this in an array. So by specifying this in an array, then Laravel will actually convert this into the conventional map key name for this foreign key. That is for the toID, since that is the toID column that is actually not working, or it has the wrong constraint. So instead we're gonna create a new foreign key on the same column again. So toID, but it's gonna reference ID. And this time we're gonna reference it on the right table, the users table. So this doesn't really make sense, but we actually do need to reverse this migration. So what happens when we try to reverse it? Well, we're just gonna do this stupid thing again. We're actually gonna drop the foreign key and we're gonna add it on post. So if we go back and reverse this migration, we would get back the state that we had before. So I think that should work. Let's try doing PHP artisan migrate, and then we should be able to follow this user. Let's see if that works. Of course, we need to run the server as well. If we try to follow this user, yes, then we create a new follow. If I try to follow him again, it's actually possible to do that. Maybe I haven't even been a good boy and checked that. So we can actually create multiple follows. That's not good. So I guess we need to find the follow first to make sure that we're not creating any duplicate follows. So yeah, I guess we'll just do exactly the same thing from ID and to ID. So we're gonna check if this already exists. So if existing isn't null, then we are going to be returning null here, since that follow already existed. So when we create a follow here, then we will make sure that this follow doesn't exist. So if the follow is null here, we will return some JSON and let the user know that you are already following this user. That will be status 400 bad request. Otherwise, we will just return actually this model as JSON. So let's try doing this again. It still works for some reason. Right, so it actually seems that syntax is for finding one by its ID. So I was actually using the wrong syntax down here previously as well. When we try to delete a follow, I don't think we are going to be able to find it that way. So instead we're going to be using where to do the matching. So follow where, and now it should hopefully work. So if I try to follow the same user again, yeah, now I can see you are already following this user. And I guess we could wrap this in an actual object. Looks kind of weird to just have a string lying around there. So something like this instead. Yeah, definitely looks better. Okay, so I just deleted that follow. So let's go ahead and see if we can actually use the post ID that we get back from this. So I'm gonna create some new state which will denote a follow ID. So this will be, we will check when we load this profile if we have followed that user, and then we will get the ID of that follow so that we can delete this follow ID or delete the entity with that ID when we attempt to unfollow the user. So this will be a string or null. What we get back here is a follow, and then we're going to do set follow ID follow.id. And down here we can actually check if follow ID isn't null. We will show it as unfollow instead. So when we attempt to toggle the follow, we will first check if follow ID isn't null, or we can do it the other way around. So if follow ID is null, then we try to create a follow. Otherwise, we will attempt to delete the follow by that ID. So follow service delete follow by that follow ID. And then we'll set the follow ID to be null again. And that is indeed a very simple API. We just do http client.delete with that ID, since we have a parameter after API/follows with the ID. So yeah, that should hopefully work. So now if I try to follow this guy and then unfollow him, we will attempt to delete it. Method not allowed. I guess I made some other mistake here. So yeah, we're doing a post here. It should be, or a put rather, it should be a delete. So yeah, now we're gonna attempt to follow them again. I will just clear this from the database once more. So if we try this again, follow, then it shows unfollow. If I press that, you are not following this user. Yes, I am. So I think this API might be a bit broken. We are actually sending in the ID here as toID. But this is actually a follow ID, so this should not be toID, but rather ID. So this will be the ID of the follow. So this will be a follow ID. All right, so third time's the charm here. Let's try following and then unfollowing. And then we get internal server error. unknown named parameter, of course. Okay, should be follow ID now. Okay, please work. Follow and then unfollow. Yes, now we are able to delete it. Then we can press this follow button once more and we are able to unfollow them. So that works nice. So that works nicely. So now we need to have a way of knowing if a user follows another user. So I'm going to implement that. I'm going to implement a new route which will let us look up if we are following a specific user. And in that case, it will return the follow ID. Otherwise, maybe it will return 404 or maybe an empty string or something like that. So let's make a new route here, which will be following. And then we're going to have toUser as the parameter for the follow controller. And we're attempting to get a follow to a specific user. So this follow ID, we're going to have something in the follow service for this. So maybe user follows user. We're going to send in the ID of the authenticated user to the user that we specify. And I guess if the follow ID is null, we're just going to return an 404 status code. Otherwise, we will return just a string of the follow ID. So let's define user follows user. So this is something that I'm also going to be using Redis catching for. So you want to save this in the catch whenever we have looked up if a user is following another user. When we are browsing these profiles, we don't want to continuously make these SQL queries. We can just save that result in the database. And in that case, I guess we'll also fetch this as a follow ID. So yeah, I created a new function here for follows catch key, which will just be follows this user, this other specific user ID. Then we will attempt to fetch this from our Redis catch. And if it exists in the catch, I guess we will also store if they are not following the user. So we will have this as the null key. We have done this before. So if the catch isn't the string null, then we return the follow ID. Otherwise, we return null. And otherwise, oops, there we go. Otherwise, we will just fetch this from the database. So we just query the database from ID for this specific user to another specific user. And then we save the result in the Redis catch. And if there is no such follow, then we set a null string. And then we return that back to the controller. So of course, when we create a follow and a user starts following another user, we're going to save that they are now following this user in the catch. And I guess also when we delete a follow, we want to make sure that we set it to be null. So when we delete it, we just set it to the null string as well. And this should be everything that we need here. So I'm just going to define a new function, which will be get following for another user. I guess we'll wrap this in try catch then. So if we get a status 400 exception or something, we will just return null. And then we just get this ID. So HTTP client get template string following this ID. And we await result.text. So now inside of our profile, when we are loading this user, I guess we'll start by checking if the user is null, then we return. But if is self, then we want to set this follow ID to be whatever we get from the backend. So we will make a request to the backend and ask, do we follow this user? So get following for this user ID. And then we save that in the state. And something that we also need to do here now, since we're using is self, we actually need to make sure that we have loaded the authenticated user. So whenever the authenticated user has changed, since we are fetching the auth endpoint, this user endpoint, this might actually take some time. So it might have not loaded when we are rendering this component. So we want to make sure that this effect runs whenever we change the authentication context. So we'll do auth.authenticated user and listen for that as well. So let's see now if we try to get this. Here we just return 404. So let's try following this user and see if it works. yeah, I want you to look at that. Now when I reload this page, we will see it show the unfollow button instead, since this actually returned a follow ID. So if I try to unfollow this user now, we can see that it goes back to follow. And if I try following again, yeah, now we can see that that is saved, and it's also should also be fetching this from the Redis cache. So now it's also time to implement this following page as well. And this is just going to be a very simple page where we just list all of the users that the currently logged in user is following. It's just a list of all the users that they follow so that they can see who they follow, and they can click in on their profile and things like that. So hopefully pretty simple to implement. So I'm just going to create a new view for that, following.tsx. So there we go, is the simple empty component, and we added this to app.tsx as well. So I guess what we need now is a way to actually fetch the follows from the database to know if this, to get all the users that this user is following. So we're gonna have to implement that in our Laravel backend as well. We do in fact already have a get follows function, so this gets follow from user ID. So I think we can just tweak this. All I wanted to add to this function would be to also fetch the meta of the user, so fetching, you know, their avatar and their name so that we can show it nicely on the page. So I'm gonna go ahead and add a user service as a dependency to this follow controller so that we can use this here. So we're just gonna do follows equals, and then we're gonna have another result array, which we will return in the end. And then we're gonna loop over all of these follows. And then I guess we'll also create a follow response, which will just contain a follow, but also a user meta object. So something like that. And then we can use this here. So array push new follow response. And this user here will just be get user or get user meta. This user service get user meta by ID, and it will be to ID, so the meta of the user that is being followed. And that should hopefully be everything for that. So we have already created a route for that, so hopefully we can just plug this in here and add a get follows function. Then I'm just gonna define a follow response as well, so just the usual with a user meta and a follow. So now that we have that implemented, let's start using it here in our following page. And yeah, this should of course be an array of follow response. But then we do something very similar to what we have in profile.tsx. We just add an effect. So we are also going to be listening for authenticated user to make sure that it has been authenticated first. But then we just attempt to fetch the follows. So let's see if that works. If I reload now, do I get some nice follows? Yes, I do. So I get this cool kid guy that I was following, and I get this follow as well. Nice. So now we can start rendering something for that. So I'm just gonna start by rendering a little text, users you follow, and then I guess we'll check to make sure that the user is authenticated. So this view will be available. I guess we could hide it from the nav bar, but they would be able to visit this view anyways. So we'll render a divider here if they are logged in. Otherwise, you will return a p tag which says you need to log in to see your followed users. And we can see that that works because it flashes by when we are awaiting this user request. When we load it, it hasn't been loaded, so we can see that that conditional rendering is working. So then I'm actually gonna use a grid here. We're gonna have a grid of 3 columns. So we're gonna do grid calls 3 and the gap 4. And I guess we'll also check if there are any follows. So follows.length is greater than 0. Then we will map them. So follows.map. I'm just gonna render the follow ID for now. But otherwise, we'll just show a p tag that says you don't follow anyone yet. So that works terribly well. If we render that, yeah, now we can see that this follow ID has popped up. So now I'm also just going to create a card for this, a component for following card. So let's make a new little directory here, and then we're gonna have a following card.tsx. So I'm gonna start like this, just a nice little container with a civic set width, some rounded corners, some border added, some border color to it, and then we're just gonna be rendering an avatar on that. So let's see how this will look if we render it instead of a boring p tag. Let's also be sure to add a key to it, so follow.id, and then we're gonna pass in the user as f.user. And boom, once you look at that, we are now rendering the avatar of this user that we are following. So that seemed to work. So beneath this avatar, we're just gonna have some link to this user's profile. So profile/user.username. Give this a little class name as well. So make it large, margin top 4, and let's make it blue as well. And inside here, we're just gonna show the name of the user. There we go, coolest kid. If I press that, we get sent to their profile. Underneath that, we just rendered their actual username with an @ symbol. And beneath all of this, I guess we'll just place a button to unfollow the user if they feel like they made a wrong choice. We need to be able to let them unfollow that user as well. So margin top 4. And I guess we'll just send that on to the parent component. So on unfollow, we're gonna define that as a callback function to this component. So on unfollow, and then we will just handle this in our following.tsx file. So we're gonna define on unfollow. This will just send in an ID. Gonna delete that follow, and then we will update this follows array that we have, or our follows state. So we'll do follows.filter, follow where the IDs are not matching this ID. So yeah, this should be f.follow since it's nested. And then we can do on unfollow f.follow.id. And let's see if this works. If I try to unfollow this user, it says you don't follow anyone yet. And now that's gone. Let's also see here, if we click this profile, we see that it's changed. If I try to follow them again and go back here, now they show up here. I can unfollow them again. And yeah, it actually seems to be working. So there we have it. There we have some nice following system implemented. And of course you can take this to next level by perhaps having a feed and only showing posts by followed users and things like that. There's definitely loads of ways you can improve your social media, but I felt like we just needed to have a way to follow users, even if it's just a very simple system right now. You can definitely build upon this if you want. Today we will be implementing the registration for our platform. So we're gonna set up the registration. We don't currently have a way to actually register users. We can only log in. We're also going to be adding back sign in with Google. We had that for our demo index.html, a dummy application, but we don't actually have this in our React version. So we're going to create a component for that as well. We're also going to be looking at how to send emails in Laravel so that we can confirm the email of a user who has registered, and also do things like resetting password. We haven't currently implemented that. And we're also going to be implementing a quick little settings page where you can just change your password if you want to change your password, or perhaps log out and things like that. And finally, we will also be doing some finishing touches for this application. So this will be the last video in this series where we just finish up everything, and then we will be done with this project. So let's go ahead and start implementing the registration functionality. So we're going to be creating a new route for registration. So let's go into our app and create a new file. We actually have a register.tsx already, but it's just empty. So I'm going to create a new component here. So I just created a very simple registration page. Let's go ahead and add this to our route so that we can visit it as well. Our register route. So let's go in here and see register account. Looks pretty similar to how we did the login page. So let's go ahead and start implementing this as well. We're going to have to create some state for this, for the password and confirm password. So I'm going to create a new state for that. like so. And then we're just going to add some on-change event handlers and update this state. So now our state updates whenever we type something in. I'm also going to be creating an actual function for this. So we're going to be calling the register function. And we don't actually have a way to register currently in our Auth context. So we have our Auth service. In fact, let's go ahead and implement the registration method here before we look at the context. So we will have the username or the email and the password. I think I'll just do a promise of a boolean if this was successful or not. So we're just going to be hitting the register endpoint that we have already defined with the email and the password that we provided. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look inside our auth context. So this is where we're going to implement that as well. So we're going to have a register function where we have email, password, promise boolean. That will be the same thing really. So we'll have an async function that takes in an email and a password. Let's also pass this into the provider. And all that we're going to do here is just return await auth service register with that email and the password. And then we can start utilizing this inside of our component. So let's grab the context, so our auth context, and let's make it async as well. And then we can just do await auth.register with this email and password. I'm also going to add a little text here for saying perhaps things like passwords aren't matching. So if the password and the confirmed password are not matching, we'll show a little text here. And we're going to do this completely on the client side. No need to send that off to the server. We're just going to handle it in the React client. So I'm just going to create a new p tag where we will be showing this error. So something like this, we're just going to have a state for this as well, which will be an empty string by default. So we won't actually show anything right now. But if the confirm isn't the password, then we want to return here and set an error, which will be password don't match. So let's see if I type something in, we can see passwords don't match, seems to work beautifully. And then we can do the same here. So if this was unsuccessful, we'll just do set error. So this will only really fail if we have an account that already exists with this email. So we're just going to say something like account with this email already exists. And yeah, that's pretty much all we need to do, right? We're not going to be doing anything else underneath there. So let's see if this works. If I try to create an account with exactly the same email, will I be able to do that? No, I won't. If I specify another email that does not exist in the system, then it was successful, I believe. Okay, maybe we actually do want to do something here, so it's kind of boring now. We're not actually doing anything when we have registered. Let's actually send the user to the login page. So let's do location, set location. We don't need to use that, but we can use this use location hook from the Wouter package. So we can do set location login. So we're just going to set the location to the login page, but we're also going to set this location to the login page, but we're also going to be passing in some state here. So this will be set in the history object, the global history object. We can access that state and then see that this was registration. So we can actually show something here, I believe. So let's add some p tag here. So we can show the state here with history.state. We can even make this easier for ourselves. We can just pass in the actual text here, so we don't have to do any other kind of parsing. Let's just do successfully registered. You can now log in. So let's go back and try to register a new account here and see if we get sent to that page. Yes, we do. So successfully registered, you can now log in. So now it's time to implement this confirmation email that I was talking about. So we want to send an email to the user to confirm the email that they entered actually belongs to them. So we're going to be using the built-in email sending in Laravel. So we can actually create a new template for an email. So we're going to be doing PHP make mail. And then what should we call this? We can call this confirm email. We want to have an empty view. And boom, once you look at that, it will now create a blade template for that. So we're going to look inside resources, views, mail, and then we have this blade template, which will be the HTML of the email that we want to show. And it also generated a mailable. So this is an object that contains information about the email that we're going to be sending, such as the subject. And we can also pass in arguments to this view, so we can render different variables that we perhaps have. So I'm going to be passing in actually a URL. So with is where we can specify the arguments to our view. So we can specify the URL, which will be this URL, and then we can start rendering this in here. So we could do something like an A tag, and then we can do href, and just using the normal Blade templating syntax, we can show the URL. And yeah, let's just show this URL here. Let's go to our user service. This is where we register the user. So let's do user. And what we want to do then is send an email. So we're going to be sending an email to this user. We can actually specify the authenticatable object in Laravel. It will be able to find the email from that. And then we can do send and then specify a new instance of an email, which will be a new confirm email. And then we're going to pass in the URL. And here I'm also going to use another technique known as a signed route or a signed URL in Laravel. We can actually create URLs that contain a signature with some data. So we can send in things like a user ID and make sure that it has not been tampered with. So we can actually generate a URL with a specific parameter, and this parameter cannot be changed by the user because then the signature will not be matching. So this signature will be validated on the server when we get the request to make sure that nothing has been tampered with, and then we simply know what these parameters are, or that they are secure to be used. So the parameter that we're going to be using is just a user ID. Let's just make it easy for ourselves. We can just get access to the user that we want to confirm. So let's do URL signed route, and then we actually need to specify our name of a route. So we need to go into our routes, which exist down here, web.php. So we need to create a new route for a confirmation page. So let's do auth confirm. Then we're going to have user controller confirm email, and then we're going to be calling this with a name called confirm email as well. So we can go back to our user service and use this name that we gave it. So confirm email. And then we can specify some arguments. And in this case, we're going to be specifying the token, which will just be the user ID. So let's try registering an account and see if we will get some sort of email. So if we just take some random email and do sign up, and that seemed to work, then we can actually see these emails. We haven't actually set up the email sending. You can do that if you want to perhaps have an actual email with that you send with, then you have to define an SMTP server and things like that. You can set that up with a Google or Gmail, for example. If you just have a Gmail account, you can send emails from your Gmail account with a Google and test it that way. If you do have an SMTP server, you can also provide that in there and actually start sending emails. And there are also other ways to send email. You can send them with an email provider, maybe things like SendGrid and things like that. But we're not going to be doing that in this video, actually. We're just going to be using the debug here. So we're going to take a look at the log because it will actually show this email that we have been created for us, or what it would have sent. So since we haven't defined an actual sender, it will show this in the debug log. And then we can see that we have actually gotten this URL created for us with this template that we had in the Blade file. So now I can go ahead and go and actually use this URL, or I can visit this URL. So if I visit this, we can see we sent to this error page because we haven't actually defined the controller method for that yet. So let's go ahead and do that. So in our user controller, let's create a new function called confirm email. We'll take in a request. If we try this again, now it will work. So then we can actually use this function that I was talking about. We can use this has a valid signature. So if we try to mixture with something, you see it works now. But if I were to try to change this token to a 2, if I wanted to confirm another email or confirm the email of another user, we can see that we abort it with unauthorized. And I could also try to perhaps change the whole signature. That would also not work. So this URL cannot be tampered with, which is really great. And then we can actually access the token. So we can get access to the user ID, which is user ID validated token. I don't think this is actually necessary since the signature already says that the token should exist. If I were to remove it or change it to be an empty value, then of course it would also fail since that would have been tampered with. But it's always good to make sure that we validate it, make sure that it exists. So then we can just call this user service and confirm email for this user ID. And then we can just respond some text. So we can respond with successfully confirm email. Thank you, or something like this. We could also redirect the user if we wanted to, but I'm just gonna send this nice little thank you to the user. So let's go ahead and define this confirm email method in user service. Very straightforward. We just have this mark email as verified as part of the authenticatable contract. So we can just do user mark email as verified and then save that database. So it's pretty straightforward. Let's try running this. Successfully confirmed email, thank you. So now we also have this forgot your password route to create. We need to have that ability as well. If you were, God forbid, to have forgotten your password, you need to be able to reset it. So we're going to have an email for that as well. But let's start in the React client by creating a new, we already have one, but it's empty. So let's start by filling out this and creating a similar view to the login and register view. So this is something that I came up with. We pretty much copied everything that we had from the login view and just added reset password instead. I also added this message state so that we can update it perhaps. So whenever we have sent the password reset email, then we can set this message and show something different. The default message will just be enter your email to send the password reset email. So very straightforward, just a normal React component. Let's go ahead and add this to our routes. So reset password like that. Seems to work pretty well, although we might want to have some big width, so 30 rem like that. Enter your email to send a password reset email, and then we're going to be sending that. So we're going to go do that in our auth context with a reset password function. So this will just be very similar. We're just going to have a function for that as well. Reset password email string and await auth service reset password email. And then we're going to have to define that in our auth service as well. I'm going to call this init reset. So we're going to have multiple reset routes. We're going to have one for initializing the reset, which is sending the email. We're going to have one for displaying the actual view where the user can set a new password. And we're also going to have another one when the user has submitted that form and they actually want to reset their password. So we're going to have 3 different routes. So I'm just going to have one init reset, which will just take in an email. So let's define this here as well with just a post route. So post init reset initialize password reset, and this will look something like this. We're just going to validate the prop email, and then we're going to send that off to the user service. So what we want to do inside of this user service is also just send an email. So we're going to have to create a new email for that. So PHP artisan make email, and I'm going to call this reset password. That was not correct. It should be make mail, and then we can call it reset password. It will be an empty view. I'm just going to copy this into the reset password. So we're just going to have it in URL as well. We're of course going to add some messages here as well. But for now, I'm just going to have the URL, and it will look pretty much identical to our confirm email. We're just going to have a property here. So public string URL, and then we're going to send that in here. So with URL, like with this URL. There we go. And we're going to do exactly the same thing. We're just going to construct this new reset password mailable. Instead, though, we're going to have a reset password view, and we also send in the user ID as a token. So we're going to have to define that route. So we're going to have something like route get reset, perhaps, user controller password reset view. And then I'm gonna copy this and give that a name to the route as well. So password reset view, right? Or reset password view. Reset password view is what we want to call it. like that. And then of course we're gonna have to create a view for that, or rather I guess we could send the URL that would be in the React app if we wanted to use Tailwind CSS. I think I'm gonna keep it actually not in React. I think I'm gonna have a really boring reset password page, which is kind of dull and is actually rendered by a view on the server side. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's make a new view, which will just be reset password. So we're just gonna have reset password view. We do the same thing here. We check if the signature is valid, otherwise we abort. Otherwise we show this reset password view. So let's go ahead and try this out. If we run our server again and pass in our email, init reset was called, and let's go into our logs and see how that looks. Okay, something did not work here though. Init password set. So actually never defined init password reset, it seems. So let's go ahead and do that as well. Or never mind, I did create it, but I call it init reset password. I should call it init password reset instead. Let's try again, send reset email. There we go. So now we actually a URL here that we can copy. So now I think we are sent to this reset password view that we have here. If I try to run this, we can see that, yeah, we rendered that. So in here, I'm just gonna have this super boring form. I might give it a placeholder though, so new password. Like this, and we're just gonna have a form with a CSRF tag. I've mentioned what CSRF is in a previous video, but the point here is that we're gonna be sending this to the exact same route. So we're gonna be sending it to the same route that we are currently on. I don't think we even need to have this action then. We can just have method post. So we're gonna send it to the exact same route, and since we're on the same route, the browser will automatically also append this token and signature. So we don't have to pass that on with JavaScript or something. So all that we're gonna be doing is creating a new route, which is also auth/reset, but it will instead be a post route. So this will be our actual reset password. So when we actually reset the password in the backend. So this will be exactly the same thing that we did before, but we're also going to add this new property that we're sending in through the form, which is the password, which will be required. And then we just have the token, we get the user ID from that, and then we send in the new password that the user wants to set to our user service. And this is super straightforward. We just take in the user ID and find them, and we set that new password, make it hashed, of course, and then we just save it in the database. So let's see if this works. If I set this to test 1, 2, 3, will this actually work? Let's go ahead and see. So we're not showing anything, but I believe it worked. So I guess we can just be kind of lazy here and just show a message as well. So response, successfully reset password. You can now log in like this. So if I try to log in with this, new password, it should hopefully work, since that should have been updated. Yes, it works. Great. So something that I also want to implement now is this login with Google button that we had previously. So we had to sign in with Google, but we don't have that anymore. So let's just create that. So we should be able to copy this over and make this a component, so we can get the code for this. I'm going to start with the CSS because this is quite hefty, and I'm going to be placing this in its own little CSS so it doesn't disturb our app CSS. I'm just going to call this Google.app. No, I'm going to call it Google.css and paste that in there. And then I'm going to copy this HTML and create a new component. So I'm going to create a new base component, I think. So sign in with google.tsx. So all I did was just copy this HTML and made some modifications. I also pass in the class name if you want to have a custom class name more than just this GSI material button. And we also add this on click handler so that when we click the button, we will actually get that sent back. And I also had to modify this. So we had to write this in camel case, XML and NSXLink since it is JSX after all. We also had to convert this style here to objects where we define them with properties instead of just strings. But that's pretty much it. We just had to copy over that from the Google page. And then we also need to link this CSS. So let's do that in main.tsx. So let's just import the Google CSS into our bundle. And then we should be able to place this login button now underneath the other login button. So sign in with Google. So the reason I added this class name is because I wanted to add with full, and that doesn't actually work. I think that's because the width is actually hard coded inside of the CSS. Let's take a look. Yeah, we have max width. Let's get rid of that. And let's also get rid of with auth, and then we can see that it works. So now we can decide the width on our own, which is what we want. And let's also add some margin top, perhaps margin top 2, sign in with Google. Looks pretty good to me. Let's also add some functionality when we click this button. So sign in with Google. Let's just do window location href is let's just do auth redirect Google, since that is what we had. The redirect URL, which will redirect the user to Google to log in. So there we have that re-implemented. We also have the reset password. We also have the registration implemented. I think it's time now to implement the settings page. So I just want to add a quick way to set the password. If the user wants to change to a different password, they should be able to do that. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's create a new view for that, settings.tsx. So there we go. I just created a quick prototype. Let's add it to our routes as well. There we have it. Let's give it some fixed width, perhaps with 30 rem. Okay, this looks terrible. Okay, maybe we don't do that, but we can at least add some margin top, so margin top 8 perhaps, like this. And we probably want to have some padding as well, so P2 maybe. I think that looks fine. So yeah, the idea is just that we have a change password, send in the previous password and the new password. We also have a logout button, but a very simple, straightforward settings page. So I'm going to create some new state for that, the password and the set new password, and then we're just going to have a message state as well for sending things like successfully changed password or something like that. And then we just add this state like we've done a million times before, and we add onChange listeners. Let's also add an event handler for this. So let's do change password. It's gonna look something like this. We just have auth service set password, call that. It will return a boolean. If it's false, then we just say incorrect password. Otherwise, we empty these and we say password changed. So let's go ahead and implement that in the auth service. Just like usual, use the post request to /password, previous and new. And let's add this here. We do need to make sure that this is actually protected by middleware. So I'm going to create a new group here, which will just be all the auth routes that will be dependent on the user being authenticated. So I'm just going to do middleware auth sanctum. And then I'm going to group that with a new callback. So all of these make sure that the user is actually authenticated before. We want to have this logout in there, of course, and also the user, I guess. So yeah, we need to make sure that these actually that the user is actually logged in before attempting to do these things. But then let's define the new post route, which will be the password set route. So user controller set password. So all that this will do is take in the previous new password, validate them to as all this will do is take in the previous and new password, make sure that they are part of the request body. Then we call user service with the current authenticated user ID, and then the previous password and a new password. And if this fails, that means that the provided password was incorrect. So just send that off back as a response. Otherwise, we just return status 200. So let's create this set password function. Pretty straightforward, you just get the user by the ID. If it's null, it doesn't exist, so return false. Then we check this previous password with the current password that the user has. If this previous password is not matching, then we return false. Otherwise, we just set this new password and save the user. So hopefully that should work. So let's try doing this. If I incorrectly input my password, it says incorrect password. If I do test123, which is what I think it was, hopefully, password was successfully changed. That is great. So let's also implement the logout functionality. We'll just do logout. I think I'm gonna place this in the auth context. So we're gonna need that here. Use context, auth context. And then we can do auth logout. And then I guess we'll send the user back to the login page. So we're gonna need a location as well. Location, use location, send them back to the login page. Let's also bind this to the logout button, and then we will implement it in the auth context. So this will just be logout promise void. We just send it off to the auth service to delete the cookies and things like that. And then we set the authenticated user to be null. So yeah, that should hopefully work. So let's add the logout to the auth service as well. Async logout, and then we just post the logout route, which we have already defined. Oh, I think I defined this incorrectly. This should be a callback function, of course, not just a promise void. There we go. So let's try this. If I try pressing logout, do we actually get sent anywhere? No, we don't. Request guard logout does not exist. So I think the issue here is actually that this is a JSON request that we're sending. So it thinks that this should be authenticated by Sanctum, which is not what we want. We actually have the web guard for authenticating with a cookie. So we need to use the right guard, the right web guard in this case. So let's go take a look at the logout. Yeah, so let's do auth guard web, then logout. Let's try this again, logout, and boom, we're sent back here. If I reload, we can see that we're no longer logged in. So this settings page is not something that we want the user to be able to access if they are not logged in. So we're gonna have to listen for the auth state. So let's do a use effect and listen to this. I think we're gonna have to change it up a bit though, because it will actually be null when the application is ran for the first time, and then it will actually be set whenever we have ran the load user. So this is actually async. We need to wait for that to happen. I think we're gonna create a new property in the auth context, which will be like loaded. This will just say if we have actually loaded it to be non-existent, or if it's just it's waiting for that HTTP request. So yeah, let's add that here. We're going to create that as a state. It will be false by default, and then we set it to be true whenever we have actually gotten a response back from the server. So let's add it here as well, loaded, and then we should be able to use this. So, well, we're going to listen for auth.authenticated user, but we're going to check then if the auth is not loaded or the user is not null, then we return. This means that the user is authenticated or that we have not yet loaded them as not authenticated. So, but if the value is null and we have loaded the user, that means that they are not logged in, which means that we will send them to the login page. So let's see if that works. If I do a logout now and try to access the settings route, you can see that we get immediately sent back to the login page. So that works flawlessly. So let's also just add a settings button. We actually have no way of going to the settings page without going directly in the URL. So I'm going to add this to the profile page. I think that makes the most sense. We could also have a context menu that we would add to this avatar, but I'm quite lazy right now, so I'm just going to add it to the profile page. We already have a place for a button here. We have the toggle follow button. So if the user is self so if the user is the self user, we don't show anything here, but we can change that now to actually show a button instead, which will be the settings page. So on click, settings page, then we might need a location again. So const set location, use location, and then we just do set location settings. Let's see if that works. If I try clicking it now, boom, we get sent to the settings page. Great. I also noticed one quick thing here as well in the user follows user thing. We're not really returning the right value here. So it was complaining in the Laravel log, which I saw. So we want to return, of course, null if it doesn't exist. We're always trying to get this, but that will be failing if it doesn't exist. So let's do value and then return back the value as well. But there we go. Now we have pretty much implemented everything that I had in mind. All that's really left now is some finishing touches and actually making it look a little bit better on mobile. It's very terribly unresponsive currently. I also noticed that we have this controller.php here. It's definitely not needed. We don't have any shared logic for that, so we don't need to have any subclassing, I feel like. So I'm just gonna delete this from every controller that inherits from it. So yeah, let's try making this a bit more responsive. And one of the main issues that we have here is that we have this main center, and it works for the most part, but it would be nice to have some padding, right? So if we are on mobile, we don't want it to be this terribly and also, mobile isn't actually working because we don't have the correct HTML tag set up for this. So if we take a look inside our index.blade, we just have the root here, but we don't have an actual header or anything. So let's write some HTML tag here. Let's also do head. And we can put a title on our page. That would be nice. So vibe share. And then we're also going to add the responsiveness tag. So something like this, meta name viewport, we set this to actually use the proper scaling, proper relative scaling to the screen to the screen size. So now we can see it looks much better. We still have this issue though that it's a little bit too tight here. We gotta give it some breathing room. So let's look at main center. Yeah, so let's do P2, which will give it padding, and then MDP0. So on larger screens, we want no padding, but on smaller screens, since this is mobile first, Tailwind CSS is mobile first, then we want to have some padding. So there we go. Looks much better already. This navbar is also a little bit tight, I feel like. So let's go into the navbar component, which we have somewhere here. I think we want px2, right? Looks much better. So then we can do mdpx0. So on the desktop, we have no horizontal padding, but here we do. Looks better. This page also looks terrible. So I think we need to do some different layout here depending on if it's on a mobile or not. So let's go into the profile page here and about me here. So we want to do flex call for the mobile, and for the desktop we want just flex row. This has width set to 19 here, but we want it to be full width for the mobile, so like that. And this avatar also looks pretty bad here, so I think all I'm gonna do is probably just change to be like centered on this image. I'm not really sure where else to place it. Yeah, so it's currently placed beneath here, but let's do bottomless, see what 0 pixels looks like, or like that. Yeah, so let's try 20. Yeah, I think this looks much better. Just have it centered on their banner. Yeah, I think that looks much better. So now we can see this. This might get a bit crammed now if we have a long name. So I think I'm gonna place the settings button underneath. Here we have it here. So justify between. Let's do flex call on mobile and flex row on desktop. Let's also add just gap 2, which will make no difference on desktop, I believe. Okay, we won't even see that because it's too small already. But yeah, now it looks much better here. And then we also have really excessive padding or excessive margin here. So let's do MD, then MT2 maybe, or maybe MT4. Yeah, that looks much better in my opinion. The settings page already looks kind of good because it's already stretching it out. So nothing we need to change here. Might need to change the login page though. Yeah, so this has a fit size. We don't want that. So we have this MD, but for mobile, we want it to just fill out the full width. So looks much better. We have the same problem here for the reset password view. MD with full. There we go. And for the register view as well. We also have this in our following view. I think this is actually a bit more tricky. So we have this nested inside of this grid column. So it will always try to have 3 columns here. I'm not even sure we want that, to be honest. This is only for the desktop. So I think we can do grid calls 1, I would hope. So yeah, on mobile now we only have 1 column per user. If I try to follow this cat guy again, it should look pretty good. Yeah, so I'm just adding justify items center. Looks much better now. And we only want to do this on mobile. So on desktop, I think the default would be justify items start. So this create post image name thing is also a bit crammed here. I think we could improve this with a flex call as well. See how that looks. Okay, that was the wrong one. Here, flex call. And yeah, I think that's better. So let's do gap 2, md gap 0. And this will be also md flex row. So that looks much better now. The comment section already looks pretty decent, I would say. No glaring problem there, I would say. So there we go. Now the social media platform is finally finished. We are finally done with this project, I feel like. Yeah, we've implemented pretty much everything that I had in mind, and it was a good challenge for me to also learn how to do things in Laravel and play around with a bit of React. We haven't done that previously on the channel, so it was a good learning project. I hope you guys enjoyed this project, and if you have any questions whatsoever, feel free to share them below. And also feel free to share your projects with me. I would love to see how they turned out. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to drop them, and also feel free to join my Discord channel if you want to be part of the community that I'm trying to build. I will also be publishing the source code of this project on GitHub, so you can also check it out there if you want to see how it differs from your source code, or if you have any issues, you can also take a look at the code there. But other than that, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out.